This story began 5,000 years ago during the Years of Despair. Humanity was on the verge of disappearance. To save the rapidly destroying world, the four great heroes went to battle against Erebos, the generation of evil. They were the archmage Star of the elf Luna. The master of the Noma race is the divine blacksmith of Dwason. The great warrior from among the beasts Eren is brave. And the last, but no less important, the dragon ruler Luzina's Mudra. 5,000 years ago, the guy lies on the ground face down. Above him in a bloody red sky, a scarlet solar disk is barely visible. There is a voice addressing Kyle. The person whose palms emit golden life, giving energies, interrupts him. He asks not to talk, but the wounded dragon ruler Luzina's Mudra, near which he stands, continues to insist. She hardly gives her every word, but she still says. She asks her dragon to take her heart and finish what she started. The interlocutor, not particularly ceremony, tells her to shut up. He explains that he is going to save her. The dragon ruler Lucina's Wise continues to insist. She is sure that it is too late to save her. The guy asks to stop chatting because she prevents him from focusing on healing. Luzina's Mudraya asks Kyla, does he remember their first meeting? And then the scarlet heart clenched in a clawed paw, she says that they will save this world. Having gritted his teeth tightly so as not to burst into tears, the guy says, that's a stubborn lizard. The dragon asks her to forgive her because she leaves everything on him. Her eyes are closed. Kyle calls her by name. Luzina's, but she can no longer answer him. He holds out his hand to pick up the last gift of the dragon. Kyle, clutching his heart to himself, thanks Eren, Two in the Moon, for the fact that they were with him. The heart is transformed into a small rhombic form of a precious stone, which is easily placed in its palm. His body radiates powerful energy, forcing rocks to crumble. Kyle's eyes are literally shining with force. Behind him, against the backdrop of the red fire of space, the giant shadow of the monster grows. A black monster with blushing red fire with eyes pulls forward claws. Kyle promises that it is necessary, at any cost, he will destroy the soul of the enemy. He shouts the name of the one whom he vowed to kill. Erebos! His voice rings steel. He is filled with hatred and anger. Kyle rushes forward, wanting to immediately realize a promise. Someone's hands turn over the next page in the book. A voice sounds. On the night when an echo of the Big Bang swept across the sky, thanks to the great victim of Queen Luzinus, the product of evil Erebos, was expelled from this world. End. Another voice is heard, turning to the Revere and calling her Reina. She, for the 100th time, reads this book for him. The woman objects. This is Leo's favorite book, and asks him to look himself. She looks at the baby lying in the crib, and invites him to read Heroes at the Source. She begins to read a long time ago, before they remember themselves, and to be precise, then 5,000 years ago. The child agricults, and Reina turns to the interlocutor, saying that he himself can see. He likes it. The kid, closing his eyes, mentally begs her to stop reading this muck to him. Where does she even see joy? The woman continues to read. 5,000 years ago a victory took place. The child is outraged. Did the victory take place? It was he who defeated Erebos. The great hero in the body of a small child is perplexed. Why is he the only one that is not mentioned in this book? School Delana. The teacher, turning to the students sitting at the desks, asks them for a moment of attention. He says that, as they know, they now live in the era of heroes. For 5,000 years now, in their world there has been a heroic protocol. He continues to speak. During this time, the usual life has changed beyond recognition. The teacher reports that the School of Delana was chosen by the venue for entrance exams at the Lumen Academy. With enthusiasm, he says, he has no doubt that among them there are heroes who will pass the exam, and one fine day will be entered into the protocol. And for this, his fiery speech is interrupted by the sounds of snoring. He is trying to continue, but snoring does not subside. The teacher demands to be attentive in the lesson. He turns to a guy sitting on the back desk, who, putting his head on his hands folded on the countertop, sleeps, making disgusting sounds. The teacher calls him, calling Leo, and when he raises his head, he says, since he knows the materials of lectures so well that they even manage to put him up, let him ask him a question. After waiting for the guy to rise from behind the desk, he asks 5,000 years ago to become a hero, what ritual had to be passed. 15-year-old Leo from the Flow clan, scratching the back of his head thoughtfully, answers, it was necessary to do something outstanding, and people themselves will be inclined in front of the hero. The teacher, grabbing his head with his hand and sighing heavily, is interested. Does anyone have ideas on this subject? The red-haired young man, raising his hand, answers from the place. In ancient times, there was no way to earn the recognition of the gods. Therefore, the heroes were selected through the sacred ritual. He continues to tell. As an example, one can cite the ritual of blood. The teacher is satisfied with the answer. Excellent, as expected from the greatest magical genius of Gullivan. Gullivan from the House of Drayton is clearly pleased with the praise. He looks with superiority and gloating at Leo sitting at the neighboring desk. But he, staring at the book, does not pay any attention to him. The teacher says that they have great hopes for him in the upcoming exam. Leo, not looking up from the book, thinks that the meeting with the gods was then a plus. The holy rituals. These words also cause an ironic smile in him. A miracle, sent down by the gods to the lower world, in order to celebrate the victory of the great heroes over Erebos. This is the heroic protocol. He resolutely closes the book. He propped his head with his hand, reincarnating the great hero Kyle sighs. Why did only his such honors bypassed? All students, except the Leo to sit behind the desk, crowd at the window, talking. Where? Do not push. Look. This is the emblem of the genus Granger. A procession runs past the windows, the head of which is a man. Behind him follows a girl in whom everyone with admiration recognizes Celia Zerdinger. Knights are running behind her. One of them holds the banner in his hands. A voice is heard in the class, a request to all students to gather in the assembly hall. Today, guests from the Roger clan came to their school. Leo rises from the desk. Gullivan asks the guy, is he going to throw something to attract the attention of the graders? Although what is they doing before? Leo replies that in fact he was going home. Going to the door, he dismissively throws over his shoulder. Unlike Gullivan, he is not interested in all this nonsense. The young man is shocked by his answer. Parging with anger and indignation, he shouts after Leo that he is not interested in this either. He just wanted to look at Celia as a future rival, and this is true. Leo finishes daily training. Leaving the hall, the guy thinks, this body is many times better than what he had in his last life, although this is not surprising, given regular classes. Someone is heard, interested. What does he think so carefully about? And then he is attacked by a woman, squeezing a naked blade in her hand. Leo raves the blow, and they diverge at some distance. The guy reproaches her, so abruptly attack him from an ambush. She replies that they did not crush long ago. The woman says that meager talent is not suitable for Lumen. She reports that this is his final test, and again attacks him. They cross the blades, and for some time the confrontation lasts. At the same time, they look into each other's eyes. The woman asks, can she become even tougher? Leo, calling her mother, says that she has too rude manifestation of love. They continue to exchange blows. The woman is covered with a blade. She pronounces, although he says so, but still blocks all the blows to the one. She continues to attack, but the power of the blow that she inflicts makes her mentally cuddle. Too much. The tip of her blade is at the very eye of the guy. She is afraid that Leo will not be able to block this blow, but he easily evades and then attacks himself. Having directed the blade to a disarmed woman sitting on the ground, he asks, is everything all right with his mother? Ignoring his blade, she thinks with admiration, how great is the talent of this child. The guy hides the weapon in the scabbard. Rising, his mother asks her son, he still wants to get to Lumen? The Human Academy of Heroes Lumen is his main goal. Among all the academies of the heroes of the four races included in the heroic protocol, it is here that the probability of finding a record of his past is the highest. He answers his mother, of course. The woman reports that members of the Roger clan who visited Delane will arrive soon. They will stop at their estate. The guy cannot hide surprise. Mother says that she does not really want this, but she will ask Zeus about the service because he is the first deputy head of the family. He may agree to teach Leo the techniques of the aura of gradings. It's awe of his hair. His mother says that with this knowledge he will definitely have enough strength to enter the Lumen Academy next year. Smiling, the guy mentally objects to his mother. He wants to enter the academy this year. Armed people arrive in the courtyard of the mansion. Their leader sits on the griffin. A girl is perplexed in a carriage. And why did his uncle decide to stay here? 15-year-old Celia Zerdinger, Princess Swords of the Rod Granger, leaves the vehicle and examines around. She believes that it was also possible to be completely book a hotel. Standing near her suitcase, she thinks that you need to focus on the entrance exams at the Lumen Academy, and then some kind of seedy mansion of small kinds. She is naked by name. Zeus Zerdinger, deputy head of the Roger, is interested. Is it not curious what this Leo is? He even said that he was not at all interested in them. Celia replies, he is a knight that gives hopes, who has not yet mastered the aura. She does not think that there is something outstanding in him. The man, chuckling, answers, he is not sure that everything is so simple. Already in the house, a man, courteously bowing his head, tells the married couple that it is a great honor for him to meet them. Mrs. Reyna Flew and the head of the Field. Dade Flew meet guests. The woman says, welcome. Zeus Zerdinger introduces Celia to the owner of the house, the Marquis Flew. He tells her to introduce herself, as expected. The girl, putting her hand to her chest and bowing her head, calls her name. She thanks the owners of the house for kindly agreed to shelter them for a week. The woman, holding out her hand to her, says that she is glad to meet her. She thinks that the girl is very similar to her father and uncle. Celia is surprised that Reina Flu has red eyes and black hair. She understands that a woman is from their family. Her guess immediately confirms her uncle, reporting that the mistress of her aunt's house. While the maids are busy with the delivery of suitcases to their rooms, Zeus Zerdinger tells that at first they looked at Delana's school. A small table is served for tea drinking. The vase is filled with slices of sugar. A leisurely conversation is being conducted over a cup of tea. The man believes that there was a continuous chaos because of their arrival. The students rushed back and forth. Zeus continues to tell that only Leo did not participate in this turmoil. He was so much the same as he immediately went home. Reina laughs. Wow, this is a blow to the pride of venerable graders. She asks for forgiveness if her son's behavior seemed disrespectful to the guest. Reina says that he is not at all interesting except for training. Zeus asks, what kind of child is he? At this time, Leo fights with Celia. Stirring a teaspoon of a drink in a cup, Reina replies that he is an incredibly gifted boy. The man, calling the interlocutor of the older sister, asks, she really believes that Leo could inherit the flame of the graders? Reina answers, she says this not because he is her son. He himself earned this praise. Meanwhile, Celia is already hardly restraining the pressure of Leo. Zeus says she interested him, but he himself must make sure of this. Celia is struck by the strength and skills of the enemy. In the eyes of Leo, when he delivers another blow, confidence in his abilities shines. A little earlier, Leo sits in the training room on the floor, meditating. His right hand envelops the energy field. He exhales finally. The technique, a vessel capable of holding all force, is completed. The guy thinks, the reason why he still has not mastered the aura that as soon as he absorbs her, she faces a natural inconsistency of this body. Then the opportunity to accumulate mana and spiritual energy disappears. If in a past life he could completely control the strength and energy of those guys, the Archmage, the Blacksmith, and Warrior Aaron, such a disaster would never have happened. In this life, he must master full control. His thoughts are interrupted by someone's voice. Interested, his name is Leo Flu? Looking around, he sees Celia standing in front of him. The girl believes that his base is at a decent level. She reports that she would like to tighten his fencing and is interested in, what will he say to this? Celia thinks that perhaps she will be able to earn Ant's favor. Leo asks, who is she? The girl calls her name, Celia Zerdinger. Then he proudly reports that she is known to the public as a princess of a sword. The guy rises from the floor. He thanks her for the care, but believes that he does not need lessons from whose skills he is inferior to his own. Celia is outraged. He wants to say that he is stronger than her? Leo says that, perhaps in the battle she will be stronger, and it will be stronger, because he cannot use the aura yet. Then he adds, but if only fencing is taken into account, then this is another matter. The girl, clutching the blade in her hand, answers. If he is so confident in his abilities, she offers to arrange sparring. Looking at the guy, she thinks, does he really believe that, having mastered the aura, will become stronger than her? She wants him to face severe reality and begin to reason well. Celia sets a condition. If she overwhelms him, then the next week he will be her personal servant. Leo asks, what will happen if he wins? The girl directs an academic sword at him. Looking at him with a challenge, she replies that in such a case, she will be his servant. Turning in his hands the wooden sword, Leo offers. Then let's start. Their blades are crossed. The girl thinks that the guy's speed is not so bad, but she is sure that this is not enough. The opponents are again rapidly approaching. Leo inflicts a powerful blow that the girl barely manages to block, but she has a hard time. Celia is surprised. What kind of silver? She barely manages to jump back, realizing that she could not reflect the next blow. The guy sees that the girl uses a shield from the aura. He says that this is already beyond the scope of ordinary fencing. Celia replies that this is just a reflex. Leo believes that it doesn't matter. He will win anyway. The girl is outraged by the statement of the enemy. She objects, saying that with an aura and without her is like heaven and earth. The guy offers to check if this is so. A hoop falls on the floor. The girl recognizes him. A magic waiting man? Celia is not easy. She is amazed. How so? Where did this monster come out? Zeus and Rhine are walking around the courtyard of the mansion. Seeing her son, the woman calls him by name. She tells him to approach and get acquainted with the guest. The guy approaches them and is inclined in a courteous bow. He seems to be his name Leo Flo. The man, holding out his hand for handshake, replies that his name Zeus Zerdinger. He believes that the guy knows about their relationship. Clutching Leo's hand, he adds that he is glad of their acquaintance. Reina asks, he had already seen Celia? The guy does not know what to say. He squints behind his back, where two warriors take out a girl on a stretcher from the training hall. They are lamented. How so? What happened to the young lady? Men are in a hurry to deliver her to the infirmary. Celia's eyes are absolutely empty. She hardly pronounces the name Leo. Zeus is alarmed by the warriors. What happened? They explain the situation to him. The man is amazed. He thinks, was the guy really could defeat Celia without an aura? He approaches Leo and says that he is impressive that he can already defeat Celia. The guy replies that the girl herself underestimated him. Zeus is interested. What did they argue with? Leo answers, the loser will serve the winner. The guy says that the whole next week Celia will be his maid. Zeus believes that keeping a word is, of course, important. But Celia is still the heiress of the House of the Grading. The man says that she cannot do housework. He hopes that Leo will review this deal. In return, he is ready to offer any other reward. The guy interrupts him. He refuses. The girl herself offered this bet. Let him now bear the punishment if he values the name of the genus. Zeus asks, the guy will insist on this, even if he offers to teach him the breathing technique of grains to control the aura. Leo believes that the respiratory technique proposed in order to avoid humiliation of his niece does not need him. Zeus clarifies. Leo Flu states that he is going to use the direct heiress of the genus of the grand currency as a servant, and that their family technique cost nothing. Did he understand everything correctly? The guy answers in the affirmative. A man is interested. He does not think that this is rudeness. Leo replies that he was not going to insult the graders. He explains, if Sir Zeus intended to teach his breathing technique as a reward for the victory over the Celia, he would gladly accept his proposal. But he just wants to cover the defeat of his niece, which means... Their conversation is interrupted by a warrior who informs Zeus that the mistress woke up. Leo continues his speech, which means deep down, the man thinks that if Celia had not lost his vigilance, she would never lose. But even if the girl reacted to the battle with all seriousness, she would still lose to him. Reyna proudly looks at her son. Zeus thinks that the guy refused because he did not like his attitude towards him. He considers him a rather unusual child, if he were a real grader. Zeus calls for 2 warriors. He tells them to withdraw the maids of the village. They look at him in surprise. The man turns to Leo and he readily responds. Zeus says that this is an unofficial meeting, and he can just call him an uncle. Leo, smiling, answers, yes, uncle. The guy leaves. The man looks after him. He asks his sister, did she want him to teach Leo a Gradinger's breathing techniques? Then he adds that he will try to convince their older brother to allow him to teach the guy the phoenix breath. Big and bright, purely cleaned room. The girl says that she is a maid, Celia, which will serve him for the next week. The heiress, dressed in the form of the maid of the Roger, casting a murderous look, adds, young Mr. Leo. Leo, smiling, looks at the girl over the book that he holds in his hands. He says that she is going to the maid outfit. Considering Celia, he continues to say, who would know that her daring style will fit so well into a simple maid costume? This combination. Clutching his fists, the girl interrupts him. She knows that everything is to her face, but such compliments. This. The guy says that she did not want to anger her, and asks him to forgive him. He explains that he had one friend who really appreciated beauty. He seems to have infected him with this. In the memory of Leo, a master of the gnomes of the divine blacksmith Twino pops up in the memory of Leo, who believed that the beauty of eternity is incomparable. He said, if the world returns to their lands, then he will spend the rest of his life spreading beauty everywhere. The surrounding world loved his twin, and when he was resting in the forest, wild animals were fearlessly approached him and lay down next to him. Celia says that he had a good friend. Leo believes that the problem was only in excessive honesty. Lucina's was perfection, although sometimes too aggressive, like the moon. He recalls how once his own asked the girls to pose to him naked in the name of art. The failed signs brutally beat him for such a proposal. Looking at the book, Celia asks a question. Is this something for training? She is interested. What is he reading? Leo replies that he often read this book in childhood. Its name is Great Heroes of the Source. The girl in childhood read completely different books. She is puzzled by the fact that from the early then, history was interested in. Celia resolutely goes to the bookshelves. Considering their contents, she says, it seems that he especially likes such books. The average researcher of the great heroes cannot be compared with him. The guy explains, he simply began to collect them. But it turned out like this. The girl reaches for a publication standing on the upper shelves. She notices that there are many books about Kyle. The guy says that among all the acts of great heroes, there are those that are difficult to attribute to one of them. It seems to him that these achievements belong to Kyle. Celia is outraged. She believes that Kyle is just a deceiver who was blocked by other people's achievements. Reducing books on the shelf, the girl already adds more calmly that at least most people think. Of course, she too. Leo thinks, so that people remembered him. Rising from the chair, he says that it's time to have breakfast and go to training. The girl asks, turning to him. Young gentleman, can she practice with him? She really wants to find out the secrets of his strength. Going to the door, the guy is interested. And she will not cry if she cannot keep up with him? The girl is stunned by such an answer. She, in fact, is Celia Zerdinger. The exhausted girl sits on the floor of the training room. Next to her lies a wooden sword. Leo stands opposite, throwing the blade on his shoulder. He says that when she gets tired, her reaction slows down greatly, and 2 large gaps appear. He believes that she often opens her back, as it is now. Celia is surprised. So tort the body? Does it really help in training? The guy answers in the affirmative. He believes that young people in their days are too sorry for themselves. Leo thinks that compared to the past, the aura technique has advanced significantly. Apparently, this was the reason that people ceased to pay due attention to body training. The aura allows you to strengthen the body. He is sure, if you train the body, then the effectiveness of the aura will only increase. Celia hardly rises to his feet and directs the sword to the guy. She says that he should not underestimate her. Having called him a blonde puppy, the girl attacks him. Leo easily wraps the blow. His opponent falls on the floor. She is in despair. Why? Why can't she win? Celia, sitting on the floor, is trying to take her breath. Leo, approaching her, is interested. Hard for her? He holds out a bracelet to her. The girl accepts him and thanks. Her hands immediately rush to the floor, unable to cope with its weight. Leo explains. This is a magic waiting man. He says that from this day she will wear him in training. The angry Celia exhales. Enough. Zeus, standing at a certain distance under a branch tree, watches the niece. He thinks that this will be a good experience for her before entering Lumen. He believes that it would be nice to pinch her pride. The man nurses Leo. The exhausted girl continues to sit, trying to catch her breath. The guy goes to his uncle. Zeus informs him of his intention to ask the chapter to allow him to convey the technique of Phoenix. Leo is surprised. A man talks about the original breathing technique of the genus of the Great Inger. He heard that only recognized family members can study her. Celia screams that her father will not give his consent to this so simple. Zeus says, therefore he has a condition. Now the turn has come to be surprised at the girl. The man continues. The guy must successfully pass the entrance exams in Lumen. The girl is amazed. What? But the entrance exams Lumen are a real fight. Celia appeals to the prudence of Zeus. She says, calling the guy a Pacaron, that he cannot even use the aura. It will be too dangerous for him. Leo grins. A real battle? It seems that he does not have this behind him. In this life, at least. Zeus is interested. What will Leo himself say to his proposal? He is carefully interested in, what will his parents say to this? The man suggests that they do not mind. Leo says that, in this case, he is with joy. Zeus understands that the guy himself planned to take the exam. However, he thought so. A week later, day of entrance exams at the Lumen Academy. There is a surprised voice. Celia Zerdinger! Someone exclaims. I never thought that he would see a sword of a sword live. The question sounds, what is the guy next to her? The girl, squinting at Leo standing nearby, is interested. The young master is nervous? He answers, not a bit. He is interested. She will call him that for a long time? Celia Uitz. The girl is hiding, and she looks back. Gullivan Drayton approaches them. He is surprised to see that her companion is Leo Flo. He is interested. The guy doesn't even own an aura. What did he forget here? Then, he kindly turns to the girl, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time, and interested. How did she have been doing all this time? But he is met by a total ignore. The red-haired young man explains that he is Gullivan Drayton, and recalls that they met at the time when Celia visited their school. He says that he is considered a talent at School Delane. The girl, politely apologizing, replies that she does not remember him. Then she takes Leo's hand and carries him away, throwing him over her shoulder. Gullivan, that's all! Celia regains awareness and looks around. In front of her stand Abet Revelin, 16, and Chelsea Revelin, 14. Abet comments that it's been a while since they last met. Leo is interested. Who are they? Celia replies that this is a brother and sister. They are from the League of the Heroes of the Empire Lord, the descendants of the Revelin clan. Furiously sparkling with his eyes, Celia says, if they are in their way, they should never lose to them. The Gradings will not lose Revelin. The guy recalls that he, in fact, is from the family of Flu. Meanwhile, young people approach them. Abat Revelin says that they had not seen the Celia for a long time. The girl agrees, for a long time. The young man asks, who is next to her? Celia replies that this is Leo from the House of Flu. This is a well-known family of aristocrats in the kingdom. Abat says dismissively, clearly, a small bipod. For some time he looks in the eye of the guy with a challenge. Then, turning his back to them and carrying his sister behind him, The young man throws over his shoulder that the first place will be behind him. The girl, depending on them, does not speak about them unflattering, saying that she wants to crush them. Behind the tribune located on the elevation, a man appears in glasses. He says that it seems that everyone has already gathered. The attention of all those who are in the hall turns to him. Arvi Jerome, professor of the Lumen Academy, seems to applicants. Celia is amazed. It cannot be. Arvi, Sorcerer Man? Leo asks. Who is he? The girl is surprised. He says it seriously? How can you not know? This is a hero listed in the heroic protocol. The guy thinks, so he is one of the recognized heroes of this era? Looking at the professor, he thinks that Mana in his left eye is definitely the voice of Arvi Jerome, saying that they are waiting for a test in the form of a fight, as well as a battle with a monster are heard. They will perform in turn. A sheet of the paper he glanced in, while he was speaking, flashes in his hand when he says that, in his opinion, such trials are too tedious. The attention of applicants is riveted to him. A man takes out a book. He proclaims, "The heroic protocol opens. Loading the world RV." Chapter Prologue. Wild Forest. The man says that he hates ineffective methods, and offers to combine everything in one test. It seems to everyone present that the world around him trembled and became unsteady. Leo recalls the teacher's explanations in the lesson that the heroic protocol is not just a historical guide. Its true value lies in the ability to create a separate world containing the experience of the heroes of the past. And most importantly, plunging into the world of the hero, you can inherit the power of the heroes of the past. This is something like a training system for heroes translates his speech into understandable words of Leo. They with weapons in their hands find themselves in a wild forest. They are informed that their goal is just to survive. They can unite or kill each other, let them do what they want, but the main condition is to survive. Anyone who wants to give up, let him just break the sphere that is now in his hand. That's all. While the rest look around, trying to understand where the sound comes from, Leo thinks that this place has not changed at all. He recalls that there used to be an elven forest, while Scyld, the queen of the witches, did not poison him. Applicants feel uncomfortable and experience a sense of fear. One Leo remains calm. A scream is heard. "I want to go home." Everyone freezes. One of the guys says that this is just an illusion, and calls Nunya the one who expressed the desire to be at home. Leo thinks, not true. Although this world is created from the memoirs of the Examiner, everything that happens here is absolutely real. Any threat to life can truly kill someone. Magic power rushes from the forest. The blow falls on the ground at the feet of the guy. The arrow-emitting magic remains to stick out in the ground. Leo sees a human figure come out of the forest. Chelsea Revelin says casually, "They already seem to meet." Then he adds that she will only be happy to get rid of the henchmen of the grains. Leo calmly replies that he belongs to the family of Flu. A powerful aura swirls around Chelsea's hand. She angrily asks, why did he then stick to Celia? The girl uses a sickle of wind. Leo is puzzled. There was no such spell in the past. Although this does not really confuse him, the basic principles remained unchanged. The guy, clutching a sword in his hand, stands opposite the armed fighting oblique girl. She mockingly pronounces, actually, she is his opponent, but he did not even bother to strain. Chelsea rotates weapons over his head, the magic aura surrounds her. Then the girl directs all her strength towards Leo. With one wave of the sword, he stops her attack. The girl puzzled, blocked. She did not even feel how he released the aura. Does he have a difficult attribute aura? Smiling, Leo says, what an obvious attack. He offers to join forces. After all, here the one who lasts longer will score more points. I could go through at least one test, and that is good. Chelsea replies that, unfortunately, she is a fighting magician. So, he believes that her attack was rustic for him? The weapon in her hands turns into a staff. Leo makes an innocent look. Oh, did he say that out loud? He meant that for the magic of the wind it was too straightforward attack, compared to its capabilities, of course. Chelsea in anger. Will he still give her lectures? What is the best way to use the birth force? To her? The direct heir to the Revelin family? She again bring down her strength on him, saying that he will now put his ass with these very simple attacks. She appears again to magic, to the sickness of the wind and the arrow of the wind. Chelsea is perplexed. Where did the enemy go? Gone? The girl does not understand anything because she does not even feel a hint of Manu. Why? Suddenly Leo arises right in front of her. Falling on the knees of Chelsea makes a moan. Leo hangs over her, squeezing his hand into a fist. He says that the last time politely invites her to combine their efforts. People are sitting in the audience. There is a huge screen in front of them. A voice is heard. It finally began. Chelsea is tied to a pillar dug into the ground. At her feet, Leo sitting on the ground breathes a bonfire. Twilight is thickened around. His eyes glow with unkind fire. Watching Chelsea in horror, what is it? Leo asks, does she agree to cooperate or not? The girl replies proudly, for nothing. Chelsea shouts that she does not need no one except her brother. She appeals to magic, a sickle of wind, but it discovers the block around its wrist, and without hands, it cannot create spells and redirect energy. Leo, who noticed her bewilderment, explains, this is a skill that limits the use of magic. He thinks that he does not have much mana, so he will not last long. But Chelsea is unknown about this. The girl replies that she will get out without magic. Leo is interested. Does she really think that he will allow her to do this? He pulls the rope more strongly, which she is tied to a pillar. The fire is already reaching the girl's feet, and she screams, stand! Hot! The hem of her dress begins to smolder. Leo again offers her cooperation. Chelsea screams, I agree! The guy demands that she swear in the name of the family, and Chelsea swears by the name of the Revelin family that he will cooperate. Leo thinks that the kids are very easy to manipulate. He releases the end of the rope and frees the captive. Having caught the one falling from the pillar of Chelsea and holding her in his arms, he says that he is glad of cooperation with the magician Revelin. People in the hall are watching the screen on the screen fighting with each other. They are upset. None of them meet the standard. They didn't come up with anything smarter than to fight among themselves. Arvi Jerome, located among observers, thinks that the only ones who caught the essence are these two, Celia Zerdinger and Abat Revelin. He believes that the future of the nation is in reliable hands. At this time, the guy and the girl are standing in front of the hail of huge boulders. A confrontation between a fragile girl and a green-skinned giant with sharp fangs appears on the screen. Leo Fo rushes to her aid. The professor believes that his performance with fire was somewhat immature, but to persuade Chelsea Revelin to cooperate is already worth the passing point. He has no strength and grace, like Celia or Abat, but he is like an unpredictable dark horse. With one blow of the sword, Leo cuts off the giant head. When he lands next to Chelsea, she says, she must admit that cooperation with the knight greatly facilitates the task. She is interested. What attribute does he use? She cannot detect her at all. Leo admits that he does not use auras. The girl is surprised. How does he manage without an aura? The guy replies that he has a good base, so no problems. Some kind of creature is watching them from the forest. Leo says, if you take the magic of wind, for example, how does she think that she's based on it? The girl confidently pronounces, a sickle of wind. She directs magic to the bushes, from which the body of a strange creature that followed them falls out. Chelsea considers arrogance, discuss the magic of wind in front of Revelin. The guy, heading for the forest, says that she is gifted but does not know how to use his strength correctly. Suddenly he stops her. Carefully approaching, Leo squealed. The girl examines his find. On the ground you can see twisted dried hands. She pronounces, they are just like mummies. The guy says that he has already met creatures that leave the victim in this state. He thinks that he now understood the conditions for passing the exam. The force directed at them makes the stones fly apart. Leo barely manages to cover Chelsea. In the jump, he takes her away from a dangerous place. There is a voice, almost, first you need to get rid of Chelsea Revelin, the second is a dummy. Gullivan Drayton calls on to attack everyone together and rushes to the girl sitting on the ground. Leo steps forward. He strikes a crushing blow to the first attacker, and everyone immediately stops. Leo asks not to cover his back with a surprise of Chelsea. Returning, the girl becomes next to the guy. A formidable weapon in the form of a braid appears in her hands again. Gullivan screams, what are frozen? Take them! Evil lights flare up in Leo's eyes. The red-haired young man rapidly runs through the forest. He thinks that it will not give way so simply. He will find another team. Celia notices Gullivan running away and recognizes him. She offers to go in that direction. Abat and Celia are found in a clearing, where Leo and Chelsea just beat off the attack. Around are the bodies of giants and applicants' attackers. Chelsea is glad to meet with his brother. She rushes into his arms, clutching the girl to her chest. Abat expresses the joy of seeing her healthy. Celia asks Leo, what are they together? The guy replies that he offered to cooperate, and this stubborn girl did not agree to any. Leo says he was very convincing. Celia asks, what did he do? Leo is trying to help one of his recent opponents. Chelsea is surprised. Why does he help them? The guy replies that they do not need to fight with each other. There is this world for this. Celia is interested. He was going to fight in peace? Leo explains that there is an anomaly in the wild forest. He asks, do they see corpses? It seems that all the juices have squeezed out of them. And that's not all. He asks his companions, where is all the monsters? Celia is surprised and admits that he is right. Leo says that they seem to hide in fear of something else. It seems that the high-ranking monster settled here, replacing the other inhabitants of the forest. Abat pronounces, clearly. So, the hero Arvi wants them to kill this high-ranking monster? An unusual glow in the forest makes them freeze, Leo says. And here he is. Gullivan Drotten stands among the trees, squeezing in his hands a staff with a luminous top. He says that at all costs will make Leo fail the tests. The young man notices some movement on the ground at his feet. In horror, he backs and falls to the ground. Some kind of liquid is dripping on his clothes and staff. Raising his head, he sees that a huge spider-shaped monster hanging over the huge fangs from which saliva flows. The professor continues to observe what is happening in the clearing. One of the young men in the audience says that he was overflowing somewhere around 15 to 16 monsters. The second replies that he was also somewhere like that. Arvi, looking at them, says, about 500 of them failed. The man standing next to him objects. They still need to take at least 100, as in other regions, and only 50 people are left in the test. The professor replies, if they do not comply with the standards, then he will not allow them best. The head of the academy, Kalian, appointed him responsible for entrance tests, understanding everything perfectly. It depends on how Leo helps one of the opponents to rise. He thinks that a real hero is born in difficult times. He sees that Leo Flo seems to have noticed an anomaly in the forest. But can the guy resist this world? Leo, together with his comrades, among whom is the young man to whom he helped to rise, rushes into the forest. There is dark and poor visibility there, but they resolutely move forward. They stop. Celia says that there is something above them. She warns the satellites so that they are ready to attack. She directs the blade emitting red aura forward. The girl is shocked by the view of the spider-shaped monster and the fact that he has a man in his mouth. Abat directs the light emanating from his staff to the monster. Leo recognizes the victim of the monster of Gullivan. He asks him to retreat and break the sphere. The red-haired young man, almost hiding in the mouth of a huge spider, hardly pronounces the name of the guy. Then it still follows his advice. Leo and his comrades see how the sheaf of the flame extends from the mouth of the monster. Abat directs energy to the monster attacking them, using the magic of the Fang of the Wind, but he only manages to inflict a small wound to the monster. He understands that this is not enough. The spider rushes to them. Leo sees marks on his belly and understands that this is the princess of spiders, Tarantula. The former enemy Leo rushes with Alabard at the monster, but he hurts him, and he flies back without causing the monster to any harm. The young man falls behind his satellites. Celia says that he will end a tarantula with one blow. At the tip of her sword, the red magical sphere is concentrated. The girl throws her into the monster, burning a huge hole in his body. Tarantula publishes a screech. Celia looks at her with horror. It cannot be. Abat, levitating, says that the difference between the destructive power of the knight and the magician is like between day and night. He hit with magic on Tarantula, but on the monster, it seems, nothing acts. The monster hangs right above him. Chelsea is trying to help his brother, using the destructive wind. He manages to avoid serious injury, but still the tarantula leaves the cut on his forearm. The girl runs to him, asking, "Is he in order?" He replies that everything is fine, and thanks his sister. The young man, thrown out by the monster, rises from the ground. He looks at Tarantula with horror. What kind of monster is this? All are struck by the terrifying regeneration of the monster. Leo says this is Scyld's daughter, Queen of Tartaros, a monster from the army of Erebos, which destroyed the elven forest. Satellites look at him with horror. Leo thinks that mana in the left eye of Arvi definitely belonged to King Faye. He recalls the times when a tarantula is the rules in the damned forest. She destroyed the forest of the elves and bit off the right hand of King Faye, who came out against her. He thought that the moon killed Tarantula, but it seems she was saved by the right hand of King Faye, who found himself in her stomach. Or to be precise, a source of endless vitality enclosed in this hand, a ring of life. Meanwhile, Abat is going to attack the monster again. If this creature is the key to success in the test, then it will take care of it. Celia says, "What does he say?" The young man directs the top of the staff to Tarantula. Energy rushes to the monster. The Leo who approached them explains that she will be endlessly regenerate until they run out of mana. Celia, turning to him, is interested in... What does he offer? Leo says they should try to work together. Abat refuses. He says that he needs the highest score. Celia immediately screams, "No, he will be her." Leo insists. If they do not destroy the world of the hero, then all together will fail the test. Abbott objects. Even if they work together, they will need time to develop a way to kill this creature in one sitting, and no one except their two will be able to hold the monster. Smiling, Leo replies that he can. Celia screams that this is suicide. He cannot even use the aura. The guy replies that he is in the know, but he will win at least 5 minutes. Abat asks, "And if they fail?" Leaning behind the halberd lying on the ground, Leo answers, he does not think so. He will say that the wind and fire were always a great pair. He is sure that they work well. Leo bravely stands in front of the monster attacking him. He pronounces, resembles the old days. Finging the blows of the monster, he thinks that he has already forgotten this feeling. He decided to challenge the monster of Tartaros. A boy with sharp ears gets confused in a web. He is trying to free himself, but he doesn't succeed. A huge spider rushes at him with eyes burning red flame. Sharp fangs stick out from his open mouth, saliva is dripping to the ground. The boy desperately calls for the aid of Mom. A voice that drives an evil creature stops to him to stop to him. Opening his eyes, from which tears roll in hail, he is perplexed. Light? A figure shrouded in a luminous aura approaches them. The newcomer asked, how did she dare to invade his homeland and gobble up the Lord's right hand? A luminous sphere appears near his chest. He directs all his inner power to the monster. There is a powerful explosion, shaking the entire forest. Through the smoke, the vague spot of the solar disk is visible. The newcomer pronounces, who would know that Erebos would be filled and premature? He approaches the boy that was confused in the web, and leaning over him, he asks, is he in order? Leo, clutching Alabard in his hands, thinks he knew this is his limit without mana. The guy calls Chelsea. She immediately responds. He asks her to use the magic of the wind and direct all the weapons from the ground to him. A powerful blow throws Leo back. Chelsea warns the guy. If he moves, the weapon can hurt him. He replies that she is not afraid. He will intercept him. Leo asks her to hurry. The girl concentrates power, interested. What kind of weapon does he need? In response, it sounds, any. Listening to what is happening, Leo thinks that, judging by the sound, this is a scum and a half time sword. In the jump, the guy intercepts the weapon. With incredible speed, he moves near the tarantula, striking the blow. He screams to the girl, yet! Chelsea fulfills his request. Looking at the guy, Celia thinks, he is their peer, but the sight that he arranged, worthy of the battle, is no less. The Abbat, standing behind her, says that the guy is far from a small bipod. Leo, gloatingly grinning, thinks he can something else. Blood oozes from the cut on his cheek. He believes that his friends from a past life in a coffin will turn over if he cannot crush this bug. He brings another blow, and again screams Chelsea, yet! But she replies that no more. Leo is stunned. What? Celia screams that they had prepared a spell and tells him to move aside. The fiery whirlwind rushes from the top of the staff directly to the monster. Tarantula is embraced by a flame. A ring with a small greenish stone of a rounded shape falls to the ground. The monster is dead. The world of Arvi. Chapter Prologue, Wild Forest Past. Celia exhales and drops to the ground. It's over. Looking at Leo standing nearby, she thinks that this guy restrained the monster for 5 minutes. The girl says, Leo, great work. Chelsea expresses her delight more emotionally. She screams, amazing! It was amazing! She says that he looked straight, like a hero of legends. He is asking for, right? The girl answers, yes. Then he adds that she wants to become a combat magician, so she always seeks to learn more about the near battle. Unfortunately, she is in this question a profane, so she decides to ask the guy to teach her. Celia, with gloating in her voice, says that she wants everyone to experience Leo's training in her own skin. The guy's hand reaches for a ring lying at his feet. Looking at him, he thinks that it fell out of the creature. An energy cloud rises from the ring, in which a small creature with wings is visible. Leo recognizes him. This is Prince Silid. He asks, does he remember him? He calls his name, Kyle. He smiles and hides in the ring. Leo thinks, it seems that he managed to become King Fae. Maybe Arvi owns the Eye of Mana because of this treasure? The countdown began to return to the return of the testing ground in its original state. 5, 4, 3. A reward for passing the Oath of King Fae. The test is over. Everything returns to its own circles. A gray-haired man with scars on his face reads papers. He says a girl standing next to him in a trouser suit. It seems that the exam on the Western lands has come to an end. This person is Kalian Baidan, master of the sword and director of the Lumen Academy. His interlocutor grabs his head. Already? But on the rest of the lands, after all, they just started. She asks, and how many Arvi took to study? Kalian Baidan says, given his methods, quite a lot. 40 people. In response, the director hears, he believes that this is a lot? The man, laughing, admits that, in fact, he expected no more than a dozen, and asks the interlocutor not to swear. Kalian Baidan believes that Celia or Abbat took the highest ball. He is interested in which of them. According to the report, it is difficult to determine. He adds, and also Arvi nominated the candidacy for the post of headman of the first year. The interlocutor is surprised. Does she suggest that this is Celia Zerdinger or Abbat Revelin? The director of the academy replies that he had not heard this name before. The attention of Professor Arvi is riveted to the screen, and if people who gathered below are a quest for Celia and Abata, then Leo is more interested in him. He recommends young Flo to the elder of the first year. The Department of the Knights, the reason is the talent to be a hero. Kalyan Baidan is slightly puzzled. Such praises from Arva himself. He becomes interested in who is this student. Water shimmers through the side of the pool. Leo sits waist deep in the water in a bathhouse, enjoying the vacation. He plunges into the water with his head. The guy thinks about what happened again. The award for the passage is the oath of the King of the Elves. For passing the level of heroes in the world, a reward is not supposed to be. But somehow he received her. Only he. How so? Emerging from the water, he sees his mother in front of him. Leo is a little surprised by her appearance. The woman asks, does he know why she was expelled from the House of Graders? He looks at her in bewilderment. Of course, he does not know this. Reyna says that for the sake of saving a colleague, she had to sacrifice the flame of the Graders. But she never regretted her decision. She would like her son to direct his strength and talent in the right direction, and also congratulates him on admission to the Lumen Academy. Above Lemuria, the sun rises. The arrivals are welcomed in this magical place. Leo examines the landscape that opened to his eyes. Multi-story buildings, a water surface visible behind them. On the opposite shore stands a palace, followed by mountains. The voice welcoming him asks to check his things before he leaves the gate. The guy thinks that he is finally in the center of the continent Lemuria. The palace on the shore of the lake is the Academy of Lumen. A person approaching him asks how he spent the whole last month. Leo is surprised by the appearance of his uncle. Meanwhile, the man presses his hand and congratulates his exams. The guy thanks Zeus and asks, what brought him here? The man says that in their house the last month there were endless debates. He asks, does Leo know because of what? The guy answers, they decided whether to pass the phoenix to him or not. Zeus says, it is. His older sister is no longer a member of the clan, but the guy is her son. Not to mention the fact that the elders were very surprised at his passing the notorious exam of the Western lands. With these words, he conveys Leo key. The guy carefully examines the gift. The man explains, this is a spatial key. Zeus tells the guy, open it. He obediently fulfills the requirement. Airspace opens and a book arises in front of it. Zeus says that Leo sprinkle her pages with a drop of blood. The guy bites his hand and drops of blood fall on the pages. A strong glow comes from the book. Symbols appear on its pages. Zeus says that now only Leo can read her. He warns that it will not be easy to study the secret technique of graders, but he is sure that the guy will take possession of her in the shortest possible time. The man congratulates Leo on a successful joining to the House of the Gradinger. The guy stops near one of the houses. Celia offered to meet somewhere here. Suddenly, a girl in glasses flies on him, and the books that she held in her hands fall to the ground. From an unexpected collision, Leo also loses its balance and is sitting on the sidewalk. Hastily collecting books, the stranger asks for forgiveness. She did not notice where he was going. The girl, clutching books, leaves. Noticing a cardboard rectangle lying on the ground, Leo bent and picks up it. This is a certificate. From a photo, a stranger who knocked him down at him is looking at him. He reads, Chloe Miller, a brand new student of the Academy Lumen. A voice is heard. The questioning, why is he so long? And the guy hastily raises his head. In front of him is Celia with numerous packages in his hands. She says, uniform, books, and everything else? They need to buy everything. Leo asks for forgiveness and explains that Uncle Zeus detained him. The girl is interested. So they still made a decision? And how did everything go? The guy demonstrates his strength and is interested. He does everything right? Celia is amazed. It cannot be. Packages fall from her hands. She cannot believe what is happening. She just took 3 weeks to get acquainted with the technique, and Leo from the first day owns her perfectly. Legs do not hold Celia, and she floats to the ground next to the bags. Who is he? A huge ship is approaching the pier. Screams are heard, the ship moans, huge. Celia and Leo are also considering the approaching ship. There is a voice expressing the joy of seeing beginners here. They look around and see that a man is approaching them. He seems to be Professor Aine Lander, responsible for the first year of the nightly class. Aine Alandir, the Knight of the Ice attribute, Professor Lumen, tells everyone to go aboard. They go to Lumen's. A professor with a glass in his hand stands, leaning his back on the railing. Leo walking along the deck and Sylvia Elake, calling a couple. The girl is furious. What other couple? The young man who called out to Carl Thomas from the Kingdom of Moir seems to be. He is 15 years old and he is an alchemist. He reports that he sells everything, from potions to weapons. Carl asks them not to be shy and contact him if they need something at the academy. Leo thinks, an entertaining child. He pronounces his voice. Glad to get acquainted. He calls his name and adds that he comes from the Kingdom of Delane. The interlocutor is impressed. So he passed the notorious exams of the West? Leo asks. Only this situation seems strange to him? Carl is interested. What is he talking about? Bringing the tables served by different dishes, to which young people are approaching to fill their plates, he explains. It is so peaceful that it is even terrible. Celia believes that this is just a warm greeting for the new ones who have just passed the exams. What is it here? Leo carefully looks at Professor Aina, who continues to stand at the railing. Carl agrees with the girl. Why torture students even before the distribution? Suddenly, the ship is shaking. Leo did not even tremble. He clearly expected something like that. The rest are wondering, what is happening? A giant tentacle is shown from the water and with force drops onto the deck, literally destroying it. A scream is heard. Students appeal to Professor Ain, begging for help. But he, slowly, continues to enjoy the drink. Having a sip, he replies that they are students Lumen, candidates for heroes. He declares, if it becomes dangerous, then they can only rely on themselves. Cutting off the tentacle with a blade, Leo tells Celia in his hands. The girl replies that he is worried about himself and tries to influence the monster with fiery energy. But a powerful stream knocks her down, and Celia is sitting on a deck in a puddle of water. The guy explains that this is a natural reaction of Kraken to the heat. He begins to attack in response with water. This is the base. The monster has enough of one of their students, and Leo and Celia are rushing to his aid. A new friend peeps out from under the table. He is surprised the reaction of Celia, the top of the Western student, is still clear to him. But what's wrong with this Leo? Suddenly, the cut-off frozen tentacle of Kraken falls in front of him. Frightened Carl curses and shouts to someone. Looking up, what does she do? Leo also raises his head. He sees Chloe Miller, a girl who knocked him down the day before. It affects the monster with frozen magic. Leo recalls their meeting on the street. Chloe, meanwhile, continues to freeze Kraken. She answers Carl to go aside if she cannot stand up for himself. The young man is outraged. The powerful of this world does not care. Who falls under the distribution? Another cut-off limb of the monster falls at his feet. Abed and Chelsea Revelin also do not stand aside, and use their magic to fight the monster. Young Revelin shouts Celia that their competition is not over yet. She agrees with him. It is. She is the same opinion. Leo and Chelsea are thrown by interested glances. Professor Elodie reports that in the waters surrounding the academy, tons of monsters. Kraken is a cannon for a welcome party. He thinks that, as expected, the elders stand out. His attention was attracted by Chen Shi from the eastern lands. Celia Zarodinger and Abat Revelin from the west also distinguished themselves. Chloe Miller also showed herself from the west. Among the distinguishing are also Walden Tyan from the south and Dewey Moira from the central region. He believes that newcomers this year are very outstanding. The professor drove the glass in one gulp. But this guy unknown to him is most impressive. With this thought, his gaze falls on Leo. The skill of fencing without a single extra gesture. He moves as if he reads the movement of a butterfly. A smile appears on his lips. He thinks that he will soon see the guy in his class. The ship arrives at the port and students step on solid ground. Some of them do not feel very good. Carl's face has a blue hue. He exhales. Only think, he used up all the stocks of potions. Professor Elodie does not use the ladder. With one jump, he moves from the deck of the ship to the ground. He reports that they often have to cross this lake, so let them get used to it. Then he invites students to go to the entrance. Academy Lumen. Electric Training Ground. The ceremony of admission begins. Two students are talking among themselves. One of them sighs. He said that they do not take normal to them. A friend answers, well, at least fun with them. Professor Elodie tells newcomers to lollo the regions. Those who scored the highest ball, let them become in front. He reports that now the director will make a speech. Kallian Biden says, this year, as always, their ranks were replenished with new future heroes. He reports that he has only a few words for them. Looking at the students lined up in front of him, he pronounces, if they dream of becoming heroes, then they should be all over 100%. Overcome your limits. Those who cannot, there is no place here. At the same time, the director of the academy so violently hit the rostrum with his fist that she collapses. He asks, a little embarrassed for stunned students. It was too much, right? In response, a friendly scream is heard. Kallian Beidan says he does not hear them. Looking at the frightened students, he thinks, the longer they teach here, the more the image of the great swordsman fades. One of the professors asks the old-year-old man to make his speech. Everyone is excited. Who is the head man? The name sounds Leo Flu. The guy is asked to rise on stage. He at this time looks at Professor Arvi. He asks the question, did Arvi Jerome recommend him to the elder's post? While Leo utters the first words of a welcoming speech, the students are talking among themselves. The girl says that she never heard this name. Nearby, the standing young man supports her. He thought that someone was famous. Meanwhile, the guy finishes his speech. The professor, who called him on the stage, asks, will he share his plans as the headman of the first year? Leo, Who noticed by what eyes at him? Fellow students looked at him, thinks. Do they specifically force him to annoy other applicants to his place? The guy begins to speak. Young people standing behind him believe that his tongue is well suspended. They are sure that the ceremony will pass smoothly. At this time, Leo says if one of them marks his place, well, let them try to take it away. He looks testfully at the students, stunned by his words. Then he adds, whoever they are. The hostel of the Academy Lumen. Voice is heard. They worked well today. Students are reported that from tomorrow and throughout the next week, introductory classes will start. During this period, regardless of their preferences, they can attend any lessons. This is necessary in order to choose 3 subjects in which they want to develop. The students standing in the lobby say that they can go to bed early today, so as not to be late for the first pairs. The number 302 is written on the plate. Carl tells Leo that they will live with him in neighboring rooms. The young man says that he is looking forward to tomorrow, and then wants the guy good night. Leo, without undressing, falls on the bed. Closing his eyes, he thinks, what does he need Lumen? He answers the question posed is to find what, as he hopes, is available here. His goal is a heroic protocol with records of it. Carl, holding a tray filled with food, approaches Leo, who is sitting at the table, and offers him to eat together. The guy agrees indifferently. Come on. Leo naughty, calling the headman of the first year. Duran Moira, a top student of the Central Region, holding a tray with a double hamburger and a package of juice, stands in front of him and asks what he gave out in a welcoming speech. Did he seriously say? Cheating, the guy answers. It seems that his words came out rather provocative. Now all strangers will begin to climb to him, bearing at the fight. The interlocutor is furious. Does he not know him? The best in the Central Region? Leo and Carl continue to chew, turning on the total ignore. Duran Moira begins to boil. The flashes of fiery energy surround him. His further actions make Carl open his eyes in surprise. Duran beats his foot on the table and he takes off up. His food, like breakfast of the guys, follows him. Leo quickly breaks down from his seat. In the blink of an eye, he collects back a double hamburger in Korolevsky and a package of juice on a tray. With a mocking bow, he holds him out to Duran. The guy says to throw such delicious food is unforgivable. The interlocutor is furious. He declares that he will instantly lower him from heaven to earth, so that's some kind of weekly show-off before him. Suddenly, Professor Ain arises next to them. Having acquired both guys by the shoulders, he pronounces, let's see. Leo is surprised. When did he manage to be here? The man says, on the first day to arrange a fight in Lumen. Do they even understand what awaits them? In commodal classes, Knight's Department. Professor Ain stands in front of the students, folding his hands on his chest and covering his eyes. One of the students, raising his hand, apologizes and reminds that it is time to start the lesson. Celia is perplexed. And where is Leo? The door opens and Duran and Leo appear on the threshold. Their view is extremely tired and battered. Sylvia rushes to the guy. What happened? The girl is interested. He fought or what? The enemy, meanwhile, takes place into the hall. Drops of sweat flow over Leo's face, but he looks satisfied. The professor says, since everyone has gathered, then they will probably begin a lesson. He is glad of their meeting. The man seems to be. He names his name and reports that he is responsible for training the knightly unit of the first year. Ain Alander says that mana represents 3 methods of strengthening: spiritual, magical, and aura. Among them, with the aura, it is the most difficult to cope. He asks, who knows why? Celia answers, because mana loses her fluidity in the process of transformation into aura. The professor says, right. Whereas magical and spiritual energy feed on mana in its natural form, the aura-consuming Manu should adapt to their body. He asks, can anyone explain how exactly they use the aura that is accumulated in their body? Celia looks thoughtfully at her fist, covered by a fiery aura, and wonders, is this not just a secretion through efforts? Leo says they can use the aura, burning their mana. The professor says, right, and then he asks, does he know what is the most important when burning mana? He answers, endurance. Duran is beside himself with anger from the success of the enemy. The professor says that it is impressed by Leo's answers. He is interested. Did the guy study the aura earlier? He answers negatively. The professor is surprised. He thinks, so good to understand the essence without passing specialized classes. Interesting. He offers to postpone the theory and grins a bit. Ain Alander walks through the air, as if in the steps. He says this is a step in the aura. It is based on a simple concentration of aura in the legs. The man lands. He adds, the potential for its use is limitless. Everyone begins to repeat the professor using their aura. Celia says Leo. If he calls her sister, she will teach him. The guy replies to Cost. The principles of owning aura are the same everywhere. Duran forms a ball of fire in the palm of his hand. The professor feels unkind. He claps in his palm, attracting general attention. Ainilander says. As everyone remembers, a small commotion occurred in the morning. Chelsea is surprised. What is it about? Carl feels his significance. He knows everything. Leaning toward the girl, he asks, "She is interesting?" It was serious. Chelsea, losing patience, asks, "What was there?" Professor tells Leo and Duran to approach him. He asks Duran Moira that he was so angry. He replies that he was not angry. Ainilander says, "Then for the manufacture." The man announces that they have a running competition alone in one place of the headman. He claims that they can use the aura without restrictions. Carl says he takes bets. The genius of Moira's house from the heroic league, Duran Moira, masterfully owning an aura of the lightning attribute, against the dark horse from the hinterland, a mysterious person who went around everyone on the introductory tests and became the head of the first-year-old Leo flu. While Carl announces the names of the opponents, they are already at the start. Students are excitedly talking. Some believe that since they have chosen it, it means that he definitely knows something. Someone remembered that in a conversation with Celia, the guy mentioned that he could not use the aura. Others are sure that the top student of the central region is not just a title, but the dubious elder has not yet proved himself. The professor announces that the one who will be the first to cross the finish line will win. And whoever won, his enemy must come to terms with the result. This is the essence of rivalry. He pronounces, "To start, attention." Looking at the guys, Celia thinks that Leo has no chance, but this guy always exceeded expectations. Professor pronounces march and opponents break off. The overturned Leo Duran, turning around, screams that he will be the first. His body is enveloped in a fiery aura, helping him accelerate. Students watching the confrontation are delighted, as expected from Duans. Great, but the elder of the first year is bad. He was probably mistakenly appointed to this post. Chelsea is actively rooting for Leo. She, calling him a brother, screams that he is the best. By this time, Duran had already run halfway. Leo decides that it is time for him to accelerate. Celia, noticing the scarlet aura that gripped the guy's legs, is surprised. What did he plan? Having concentrated a sufficient amount of energy, Leo rushes after the enemy. Surrounded by a red aura, Leo quickly catching up with Date. He sweeps past him, without touching the earth. Ahead of the young man, Leo screams that he will be the first. The guy accelerates even more and first reaches the finish line. Leo, looking back at the opponent left behind, smiles. Students are amazed at what was happening, because Duran was the fastest among the first-year-old. How did the guy manage to overtake him? Moreover, many have already heard that he did not study the step of the aura. Celia is surprised no less than others, but she knows the answer. This is not a step of the aura. This is a step of Phoenix. Carl and Chelsea rejoice for a friend. Leo won. He is amazing. Professor Ainilander analyzes what happened. Duran used his peculiarity, an aura of lightning, to accelerate. He expected this, but this speed is simply amazing. Nevertheless, although Leo was slower, he controlled his attribute much better. He managed to collect and focus the maximum number of fire aura in his feet. This helped him form a gigantic step in the aura. Amazing application of opportunities. Leo, going up to the losing opponent, says that they had a good competition. If this was a distant race, the result could be different. But Duran does not want to put up. He rudely answers the guy and leaves. The professor smiles. In this generation, it seems, a new hero has appeared. Chelsea is delighted. It was amazing. She wants Leo to practice her. Carl asks Celia, why is she so obsessed with a guy? He is no worse. The girl answers, but really? Since classes are already over, Carl decides to invite Leo and his comrades to the cafe. The guy asks for forgiveness, but refuses. He says that they can go without him. Leo goes to the exit. Carl is interested. Where is he going? He replies that he has a call class. The young man does not understand why the night of class is on a call. Celia says that she is also interesting. Leo thinks that he still does not understand something. Why did King Fei take an oath to him as a reward? Usually the award in the world of the hero is limited by the power of its creator. The reward, which he received, seems to be much more useful for the Collinger. But Professor Arvey is an ordinary magician who is in no way connected with the appeal. That is, he had to receive some kind of magic prize. In addition, in order to conclude a contract with a fairy, he needs to go to the lands of fairies. So far, the prize is absolutely useless, Leo decides. Behind him, a voice is heard. He also came to classes on the call? Looking around, the guy sees the 17-year-old Chen Xia, the top student of the Eastern region. He says that he is glad of the meeting, calling her at the same time a complete name. But the girl asks her to call her just Chen. She was sure that this guy would choose a knightly unit, and did not think that he would be interested in the call. Leo replies that he is more interested in spiritualism. Chen says that then they will often see him. The guy asks, she will not tell what spirit concluded a contract? Chen fulfills his request, and a miniature girl appears over her palm. Then she is interested, and he will show her his spirit? Leo replies that he has not yet concluded a magical contract. Chen says, if you need help, then let him boldly turn to her. She promises that she will give him a couple of useful tips for calling. The guy replies that he is counting on her and is interested. How old she is? The girl says she is 17, and he is 15. She accidentally heard this in a conversation with Celia. Leo is surprised. He thinks that she looks even younger than Chelsea. He carefully examines the interlocutor. The girl is suspicious. What is he thinking about? Leo answers, yes, nothing. Chen admits that she was very impressed by his today's competition with Duerin. Leo asks, did she see? The girl answers in the affirmative. Her face is getting dark. She expresses the hope that one day he will accept her challenge. The guy, smiling, answers, of course. Chen's face brightens again and a smile appears on his lips. An introductory card from a call. A group of young people stands among the hills. After looking at what the students came a little, Leo asks, and that's all? Chen explains that the call is not particularly popular, especially familiarization. The guy does not cease to be surprised. To conduct the lesson right in the open air, a huge shadow falls on them. Black Wyvern lands in front of students. They are stunned. Where did she come from here? She leans to one of the young men. He scaredly settles on the ground and asks her to lag behind him. There is a voice that lowly evaluating his mental abilities and explaining that she simply showed politeness. Approaching the Wyvern, the blonde woman says that she is glad to meet with the first days. Then it seems, her name is Yura Marine. She is a call teacher who will teach them the whole next year. The guys are enthusiastic, examine the blonde beauty. They immediately wake up the desire to become a call teachers. Leo smiles. If his friend is his friend, he would definitely go crazy. He seems to see this connoisseur of beauty in reality, and hears his voice. The appearance of this woman is not at all like the appearance of the moon in Luzina's, but she is so inspiring. Wyverna comfortably settled under a tree. Yura Marin, meanwhile, turns to beginners. Since they are here, then they have a talent for a call, right? Those shout together, yes. The woman is satisfied. They answer vigorously, this is good. She offers to immediately move on to practice. She calls Carlo, the second call teacher for the first year, and the young man with glasses, who arrived on the griffin, appears in front of the students. Yura Marine announces that they will learn to ride griffins, and orders them to work in pairs. Several griffins appear in the clearing near the students. One of the young men clearly feels uncomfortable in such a company. He says Yura Marine that they first contact with griffins. A woman, angrily flashing her eyes, is interested. Does he have any complaints about her methods of conducting lessons? Jumping on the Wyvern, she screams to leave if he is not sure of his abilities. Wyvern, controlled by a skillful hand, Yura Marine rises into the sky. Everyone is watching their flight. Carlo calls on students to follow the instructions of the teacher. One of the young people sits on the griffin. His partner is surprised to say that he was more disgraceful than he thought. But as if refuting his words, the griffin grabs it by the scruff of the scruff and trembling. Chen turns to the already sitting top on Leo's griffin with the question, can she tell her? The guy answers, as much as he likes. Wyvern and griffins rush into the heavenly height. Voices of enthusiastic students are heard. Who would have thought that they would be put on griffins so immediately? This is the academy. Let's change. I also want to ruin. Chen says, Leo sitting behind her. Honestly, she was a little worried, but the griffin turned out to be such a cutie. The guy recalls that vigilance will still not hurt. He believes that griffins are not so easy to control, especially a beginner. The girl touches the neck of the griffin and asks, despite the fact that he is so kind? Leo wants to say something but does not have time. The griffins cease to obey their riders. There are screams that appeal to the professor with a request for help. The guy nevertheless finishes the phrase that has begun. They are so obedient because Yura Marine controlled them all this time. The woman claims, if they cannot cope with the griffin, then it is too early for them to become Lumen students. They must try to control them on their own. The griffin, on which Leo and Chen are located, publishes a loud scream and tries to drop Sedekov. The guy puts his hands in the hands of the girl, squeezing the reins. He says that the griffins are proud creatures. An attempt to subjugate them by force will only be more angry with them. He shows her how to control the griffin. Yura Marine says good, not bad. She asks Carlo, wasn't the head man of the first year as not submitted to the nightly unit? He answers, it seems so. The woman suggests that the guy could have a personal griffin at home. Looking at Leo's documents, Carlo answers negatively. He is not from a noble house that could own the griffins. Yura Marine, looking at the confident Leo, believes that this is an innate gift. They seem to have received a non-trimmed diamond. The Island of the Call, a platform for the practice of a draft unit. Exhausted students lie on the sandy shore near their griffins. Some are sick after the flight. Leo calmly walks near the orange trees. He finds a rather large fruit. A feather is lowered into the orange. Chen is interested. What is it? But Leo answers, nothing, and hides the find in his pocket. He gives an orange to the griffin, and he eats him with pleasure. The team sounds, "Stop messing around, get together." Yura Marine informs students gathered next to her that there will now be a test in practice. Young people are surprised. What, office on the first day? One of the students says, "This is an introductory lesson, so why?" The woman replies that their path is harder than that of other departments. Or did one of those present did not know this? She explains that for the calling man for ordinary control over mana is not enough. To conclude a contract with the spirit, a predisposition is needed, and in order to command them, a gift of taming is needed. That is why the number of heroes' delusions are always less than in the other two classes. However, the callers who have reached unity with Sumomon are able to perform more great exploits than other heroes. Ahead is Elsa Jorgen, a representative of a famous kind of callers from the north. She asks, "What is the essence of the offset?" The professor replies that this island is called the Island of Sumomonov, and the name speaks for itself. They are full here. Sumomon is the main weapon of the caller, so the test will check their ability to tame. The test conditions are quite simple. Yura Marin says that you need to tame the local summon and bring it here. After taming and concluding the contract, he will become them. Enthusiastic students disappear among the trees with a cry, as expected from the Lumen Academy. Leo hears his voice behind. "This is the elder of the first year." Elsa Jorgen says that the rumors of his victory over Detran had already spread out with might and main. So he will go to classes on a call? Walden Tayden, a tall, blonde young man, and Chen listen to the conversation. Leo, heading for the forest, replies that the best should succeed in everything. Yura Marin, who is watching them, thinks that these guys will become key figures among the first-year-old. Leo passes some students who have already managed to make a call. He goes farther. Two boys look at each other. Is this the elder of the first year? Did he go into the forest too deeply? However, this does not really care. If he fails, he will go back to his nightly unit. Does he think the call is so simple? Finding a secluded place, Leo takes out a feather and makes a call. There is a tent in the clearing, near which there is a table and chairs. Reina's voice sounds. "Leo can handle there." Husband answers her that this is just the first day at the academy. Why worry so much? He holds out a mug. What can happen there? The woman sighs as if feeling something. At this moment, Leo feels a frantic heat. From the flame is a voice that asks, "A child of a Gradinger?" It smells about the flame of the Rhine. Leo answers, "Does he know his mother?" So he was not mistaken. A fiery bird hanging over it pronounces, "Ah, for sure. If she had a child, he would be about his age." Does she know his mother? Of course he knows. She owes her strongly. In front of Leo is Farina, Phoenix, one of the three summons of a mystical level. A fiery bird seems to be called its name. The guy politely welcomes her. He says that his name is Leo Flo, and then interested. But how is she connected with his mother? What duty is she talking about? Farina replies that Reina saved the life of her callingman, Ellen Lunda. Leo cannot hide surprise because we are talking about the hero. The bird talks about the fact that Ellen cleared the dungeon in Saren. She lost all her companions, and her own life was at risk. At that moment, Reina appeared and saved her, but in the process she lost her fiery aura. If it were not for this incident, Reina could well become a full-fledged hero. Leo listens to the story, lowering his head. He says that his mother admitted to him that she had never spared about her. Farina answers, "She was such a knight." The guy is interested. How was she in Lumen? She says that she cannot tell him this. Better let him tell. Is he not a knight? What does he do on this island? Leo explains that he attends classes on a call. Farina considers it entertaining. She pronounces, "It seems to be fate." Finally, she will be able to repay the debt to his mother. She asks the guy to reach out and accept her gift. In the guy's hand is an egg. Farina explains, this is her child. Once he will become a great Callist, and then, she hopes, he will conclude a contract with him. The fiery bird regrets that so far it can give it only this. Leo asks, "Is it impossible to conclude a contract now?" Farina explains, "Too early, he can lose his life." Looking into the eyes of Leo, she sighs. Oh no, it's too late. Then he says that his determination to challenge the impossible so reminds her of the Rhine. She wishes him good luck. The guy continues to stand, holding her precious gift in his hand. The radiance begins to come from him. Leo stands, looking at the light flaring up in front of him. He holds out his hand to him, and he is immediately enveloping the fiery aura. Leo cannot hold back a scream. This heat makes it difficult to breathe. Here it is, the the flame of the phoenix, which forms as a result of their combustion. His hand envelops his hand. Leo thinks, they face this pain every day. Creatures living thanks to the regeneration of their forever burning flesh. He understands their pain and shares it. The flame continues to rage around the guy. On the shell of the eggs that he squeezes in his hand, a crack appears. It rises from his hands and hangs among the raging fire at the level of his face. The voice of Firin sounds. He was able to? Leo answers fervently. Otherwise. She says that in this world he will not be equal. The guy watches the cracks diverge throughout the shell. The voice of Farina, who congratulates him on the successful conclusion of the contract, sounds. A phoenix chick sits in the palms. Farina reports that the name of this child is Fiora. She is one of the 3 sums of mythical level. Firin, in the image of a fiery-haired girl, holds out a Leo chick, saying that she entrusts her child to him. The guy looks at Fiora with disbelief. Is it true to a phoenix? It looks like a chicken. The chick is cute smoking. Leo thinks, really chicken. Yura Marine takes the test with students. She is interested in Carlo. What is there in time? He replies that there are still 5 minutes. The professor says that only 4 students are left. A huge ferocious bear is rapidly rushing on them. Chen, sitting on him, asks him, time has not yet happened? Yura Marine is interested. She tamed the cub of a water bear? It is impressive. The blonde young man, Walden Titan, lands, holding onto the paw of the shadow raven. The professor is surprised. Even a representative of a famous family will not always be able to tame such a summon. He replies that he had not yet concluded a contract. The professor believes that even this is good. More than. The appearance of Elsa Georgian makes an indelible impression. It sits on a snake-like creature. The girl claims that she concluded a contract. There were no such magical creatures in their family. Yura Marin says, a snake gorgon. Excellent. Carlo reports that time has passed, and the last student is just pulling up. Everyone looks at Leo approaching them. A phoenix chick is sitting on the guy's head. Students laugh. What is it? Did he tam the chicken? Well, maybe now he will surrender, realizing his mediocrity in the call. Yura Marina, looking at who was opposed on Leo's head, is silently silent. This is a child of Phoenix. The guy straightens a tie and knocks on the door. There is a voice allowing him to enter. He enters the room. At the table stands Yura Marin. Leo says, they told him that she was looking for him. The woman invites him to go and sit down. When he gets in a chair, Yura Marine says that today she first saw a phoenix chick. She did not think that they lived on the island of the Call. So that the beginner immediately concludes a contract with a phoenix? This is an unprecedented case in the history of the Academy. Saying these words, a woman gets closer to the guy, and now she is already hanging over him. She claims that she seems to know who he really is. The guy is somewhat surprised that the professor greatly reduced the distance between them. He is even forced to squeeze into the back of his chair. The woman says she knows who he is. She screams that he is a genius of calling, undoubtedly a genius, and rushes at him with a hug. Yura Marin believes that he must be awarded for such an achievement, but it is better to keep a secret the fact that he has concluded a contract with Phoenix. She explains to the guy that if it is revealed, then there will be a hype. She asks him, as soon as the introductory classes end, let her choose a call class as the main direction. She is confident. He was born to become the hero of the call, whom they will remember for centuries. Lumen goes along the corridors of the academy, yawning. Chloe Miller. A mocking voice is heard. Look at your mouth. Looking around, the girl sees the approaching Carl and Leo. The first continues to speak. It looks tired. Chloe replies that she read a magic book late. Leo asks, is she Chloe Miller? He holds out a certificate he selected on the street from her photo. She recalls their meeting when they collided and she scattered books. Chloe gaskets, so it was him. Then he thanks him politely. Entering the audience, they sit at the desk. Carl is interested in Leo. Is he really gathered in the magical class? He replies that while there is an introductory period, he must try everything possible. A friend says that he is only interested in magic, so he signed up here. Carl informs him that she is going to become the first in the magic unit. He explains what Miller has in mind, Chloe. The girl sits at the desk, holding textbooks in her hands. Carl says that from her gaze alone it blows with cold. Laughing, he claims to be better away, but the cold aura is already approaching him. A block of ice grows in front of a dumbfounded young man. Chloe informs him that he was sitting ahead of the same desk with her. She fascinates Carla, saying that his interest in magic is noticeable with the naked eye. She will definitely help him. The guy watches them with a smile. Leo are naughty. Turning around, he sees Abata and Chelsea Revelin greeting his welcoming hand. A person enters the audience. He reports that his name is Glenn Holmes, and he will teach their magic the whole next year. Having dropped his hand on a stack of papers lying on the table, he says that before the start of classes, Without agreeing on the phrase, he clicks with his fingers and the sheets of paper fly around the audience to lie on the table in front of each student. Young people are impressed. The man reports that there will be a small written test. Leo, taking the sheet in his hands, carefully studies him. Some of those present are surprised test on the first day, but the professor categorically states that students who are inappropriate to his standards cannot study with him. The man, pointing them to the hourglass hanging in the air, says that student lumens should click such tests as nuts. He adds, as soon as they finish, let them transfer work to his assistant Tuana. A woman sitting at a small table raises her hand, saying that she needs to hand over her work. Looking at the sheet, Leo thinks, so, what are the current magical trends? Why is the formula so confusing? Two students are talking, sitting at a desk. One of them says that it was easier than he thought. Then he asks, how did the desk neighbor answer the last question? He says that he did not do this task. Leo is upset. He was able to solve only one problem. Having passed the test to Anna, he thinks that it was better to get acquainted with the modern magical theory before coming here. Leaving the audience, he decides that he will have to study magic on his own. Glenn Holmes says that over the past 100 years, magic has greatly evolved. Magic, which previously required an ideal understanding, is now calmly used when knowledge of only the principles of activation. However, this evolution significantly reduced the level of current magicians. This is his essence of magic. He demonstrates his skill to them, causing a magic circle over his head. He informs the students admiringly looking at him that he created it from beginning to end. And I would like them to become magicians capable of creating their own magic, which is why he spent this test. The professor says, 49 questions on 1 point for each based on simple memorization, and only 1 question about the true essence of magic, standing 51 score. He hopes that each of them is able to answer him. Chelsea, looking at her test, thinks, it is not surprising that she could not answer. Looking at Leo's empty place, the girl thinks, did he really give up? This is bad. She would like to go to classes with him. Anna whispers something in the ear to the professor. She informs him that there is one student who answered the 50th question. The delighted Glenn Holmes asks, where is he? Among them is the one who for the first time in history scored the highest score. He asks who did it to get up. Anna reports that this is far from the highest score. But the professor replies, nothing. A few missed answers. This is nothing compared to the answer to the last question. This is neither good nor bad. So where is he? The assistant clarifies that the correct answer is given only to the last question. The professor is surprised. He asks, what is the name of the student? And the woman answers, this is Leo Flew. The man asks him to rise, but no one gets up from his desk. Chelsea, who saw on the table a Leo sheet with a mark of 51 score, reports that the guy left after passing the test. Celia, in front of which is a creamy with ice cream, laughs. She asks, he left because he was able to answer only 1 question? Pulling a spoon to a cold dessert, the girl says, the chicken in classes. Just 1 correct answer on the magic test. In her opinion, he moves somewhere in the wrong place. She advises Leo, sitting opposite her, to just focus on fencing, since he is marking the nightly unit. The guy offers her to practice together. A voice rattles over him. It means that he prefers a nightly unit. Looking around, Leo sees Professor Glenn Holmes hanging over him. The man asks menacingly, so he decided to laugh at the lessons of magic? Why did he leave immediately after the test? He seemed so simple to him that he did not even wait for the results. Rising from a chair, the guy replies that this is a misunderstanding. He thought he was filling him up. He explains to the surprised professor that all questions except the latter were too difficult. So he answered only him. A man cannot believe what he heard. Leo continues to explain. He studied magic on his own, reading outdated literature. Therefore, such advanced questions posed him to a dead end. A smile appears on Glenn Holmes's face. He understood everything. Grabbing under the mouse, he throws the guy up, then carefully puts Leo, who does not understand anything, to the ground, and orders to follow him. The professor cannot restrain joyful emotions, realizing that Leo is interested in magic. Glenn Holmes tells this guy to follow him. He hastily leaves the hall, carrying Leo behind him. Celia asks a question. Is this a teacher of magical theory at the Lumen Academy? How eccentric is... The breathless Anna runs up to the girl. She asks, saw the city of Professor Glenn, and he is interested. He did not do anything? The young Gradinger replies that he was just here, but then Leo grabbed and dragged him somewhere. The assistant of the professor rushes away, wondering, what did this nuts plan again? Meanwhile, Glenn Holmes, pointing to the board painted with magic signs, tells the guy to solve this problem. Leo approaches the board. The man thinks, if he solved the last question not on pure luck, then he should have his own idea of the magical system in his head. Mentally, he turns to the guy. Let him show him what he is capable of. The professor longs to see his true talent. The guy turns to Glenn Holmes and says that he already decided everything. The man is stunned. He asks, "The guy solved all these tasks in his mind?" Leo answers, "Yes, something like that." Drops of sweat flow down the professor's face. He pronounces finally. Arvi Jerome slowly goes along the corridor of the academy. Behind him rushes the shining professor Glenn Holmes. Having stumbled, he falls, and grabbing Arvi Jerome by the leg, begins to thank him. Freed from the capture, Arvi, having waited until the professor rises, says that he is not the first time he witnessed his extracts, but today he was too university. Levitizing his head down, Glenn Holmes exclaims, "He is a brilliant magician. Leo Flew is a student recommended by him, the one who is the elder of the first year. He is a genius." Arvi surprised, "Magic, isn't he a knight?" Glenn Holmes answers, "No, he must become a magician at any cost. He cannot allow him to fade his mind while he waves a metal stick." The man is falling, and Anna, who arrived at that time, was trying to catch him. But even falling, the professor continues to speak. To give him to the care of the knights? Such an act is an insult to magic. Arvi answers, "Pick up." Rising, the professor thanks the assistant who softened his fall. The woman says they better return to class. Trying to smile, she thinks that someday she will kill this abnormal. Behind Arvi walks along the corridor. Behind the professor is a magic golden train. The guy thinks that these magicians, as always, they are not from this world. A week later, at the end of trial lessons, Leo, lying on the floor, reads a book. On the cover it is written, "Kyle, the hero of the source or a fraudster." Then, sitting on the edge of the roof, he plunges into thought. In his office, the director of the Academy Lumen Kalian Baidan sits at the table. The door swings widely, and a professor appears on the threshold. They are headed by Ain Elandier. Holding a sheet of paper in his hands, he says it is incredible. He asks the director to take a look, and demonstrates him a form filled in Leo, who chose 3 units, Knightly, Magical, and Call. In the column, he writes the reason. "I want to have time everywhere." Glenn Holmes and Yura Marin, standing behind him, are bickering. Each of them wants the guy to study in his unit. But Ain Elandier insists that he should get into the Knightly. "You can't. This is an unprecedented case at the Academy of Heroes. He had to choose 1 unit. Kalian Baidan, laughing, says that this reminds him of that fictitious hero. All 3 professors look at him with misunderstanding. The director, rising from the chair, explains, "The 5th great hero, also known as the hero of the source." Looking out the window, he pronounces, "Kyle, the only master of all 3 types." Carl, approaching Leo, who was watching the run in Celia and Chelsea, exclaims, "Do they train on the weekend?" The guy explains that Chelsea asked to train her. Carl, who crouched next to him, is interested. Why are they just running? Where is the weapon? Leo says there is something more important than weapons. The breathless Celia finishes the phrase, "And this is endurance." The wrapped up to the limit of Chelsea supplements. Endurance is the most important aspect for a combat magician. That's why they run, and in general, let not prevent them from training. Having squeezed Carl, Chelsea sits near Leo. He holds out a bottle of water of Celia at that moment. Young Revelin says, "It is so nice to run on a weekend." She really lacked it. She is not averse to running along with Leo. The guy asks, "Right?" Celia at that moment, choked on water, spits it out. Chelsea is alarmed by asking, "What is it to her?" Leo tells Celia that he still planned to run with her, and asks to do it as expected. The girl screams that she will not run with him. Carl, sitting aside, asks, "What is happening between them? Why are they so close?" At first he thought they were meeting. Celia indignantly answers, "What is he?" Leo, her cousin is her aunt's son. Chelsea is stunned. She asks Leo, "Then he is a Gradinger?" Celia explains, "Not quite, for some family circumstances." But she decides not to devote them to details, and brings them apart. What's the difference? Rising, Leo suggests doing this. Celia looks at him with horror. Chelsea rejoices. Carl says that he will go walking around the city. The young man watches how Leo pulls the nail to the treadmills. Laughing, he pronounces, "And where is only normal nobles in his environment?" Distribution day. Leo looks into the audience, and Carl calls him. Approaching, the guy asks, "The young man already knew that he would go to class 1 to 5? Carl selflessly replies that there is no something that he does not know. Leo notices that Chelsea is here. Looking at the girl exhausted and falling asleep on the go, Carl is interested. What did he do with her on the weekend? He replies that they simply pulled the foundations. A voice is heard. This is a class of suffering, 1-5. Leo notices 2 guys at a distance. One of them says, "I wonder how many of them the first semester will live." The second pronounces, "The poor youngest," and brings the first-time condolences. A voice is heard behind them. Condolences? No one will envy them too now. The guys are frightened. Behind them is a man, he asks, isn't it? Herod Edmund, class teacher of class 1 to 5 Lumen, nicknamed Atir, pronounces one word abridge, and the guys here follow his order. Settling on them, a man, turning to the students, is worthwhile. He says that he is glad to meet. He reports that this is a class of losers who have the least points among the new ones. The man is sure that they have already heard about him. Looking around the scared students, Herod Edmund continues speech. He is called the Tears and everything is like that. Does anyone know why he was appointed a class teacher? Raising his hand, Carl suggests, maybe to improve their performance. The man says, Carl Thomas, a typical representative of the losers. Does no one in their class of scum understands what is the debt of the student of the Lumen Academy? Chelsea raises his hand. She asks, should they conquer the world of heroes through practical missions? Looking around the students sitting at the desks, Herod Edmund confirms, right. This is so. But here he sees only the faces of those who die immediately, as they cross the threshold of the academy. It would be better to simply exclude those miserable insignificants who pull down their comrades, than allow them to die a little later. This is the reason why he took on this class, as well as the root of his nickname. His gaze falls on Leo. Looking at him, the man thinks that this type may survive. Herod Edmund orders students to change into training and go to the training ground. The time has come for combat tests. A group of students already dressed in a sports uniform is in the stadium. They patiently wait for the appearance of the class teacher. Herod Edmund, having settled under an umbrella in a deck drink with a drink in his hand, reports that they begin a lesson whose purpose is to eradicate their illusions about the Lumen Academy. He asks, they think that in this world, where lives go and come by clicking their fingers, can they save someone? Nella Carvin from the Nightly Unit, whose attribute is healing, asks the question, do they, like associates, should not protect each other? The man answers, you can rely only on yourself. Only if there is enough strength to overcome any dangers, you can think about helping someone else. He is interested. Where did she get? What can help someone? A hand rises up and a sonorous girlish voice says, it is confident in herself. He says, it means that they can check her capabilities? He tells Elaine, who loudly announced confidence in his abilities, to create a ball of fire. Elena Layden, from the Knights and Magic units, fulfills his order. A fiery sphere is formed in her palm. The professor dismissively asks, and that's all? He says that such a fireball is unlikely to even be killed. The girl answers, and if she puts a little more mana into him, what will he say? Elena stands in the ring of flame, concentrating in both hands fireballs. Dipping the drink from the glass, the man says, can she not only support 2 balls but also double their power? Impressive. He asks, what about impressing this baby with her spells? He calls on miniature Sungal. Sylph immediately rushes to the bewildered Aline and touches the tip of her nose. The girl tries to amaze a mocking and taking a vacationing look of a miniature figure, which easily avoids her blows. Herod Edmund says that what is the meaning in strength and quantity, if she cannot even get? He asks, finally came? They all lack the effectiveness of using skills. Looking at the students, he says that it is necessary to hone them and surpass themselves. Or have they already forgotten? He claims, until they catch his Sylph, the lesson will not end. Then he mockingly adds, let the hope of Lumen try. Leo thinks, the manner of speech of the professor can, and Hamovat, but he speaks the truth. So it's worth it to turn on. Herod Edmund brings him. Come on, Leo flew. Looking at the running guy, the man says, interestingly, he is as empty as the fictitious hero Kyle. Students throughout the landfill are chasing a miniature figure using all their skills, but to no avail. Leo, surrounded by a red aura, rushes in an arrow behind the Sylphic. The professor says thoughtfully, or is it really the first real station wagon in 3 units? Chelsea says, this little thing is so fast. The breathless Carl asks the question, how can they catch her at all? Sylph frolic, rejoicing in their failures. Leo is rapidly approaching his goal. He has already overtook a small figure and tries to grab it, but Sylph manages to slip out of his hands. Suddenly, a young man arises right in front of him and grabs her. They land. Duran is trying to keep the desperately echoing bellows. He does not let go of a little captive despite her desperate cries. Applause is heard. Seddon, class teacher of class 1-1 Lumen, the second according to the effectiveness of graduates, lowering his hand on the young man's shoulder, says it seems that they have something to learn from his class. The first in assessing the effectiveness of graduates, Herod Edmund, who fell apart in a deck chair, is interested in, that's how? Lazily sipping the juice through the tube, he is interested. Will he teach them instead? Carl is delighted. Is it a sniff between the pilots of the Lumen Academy? These two have been working for the good of the Academy for 20 years. As far as he knows, Professors Air, Jura, and Glenn are very appreciated. Nella is surprised. She asks the young man, Where does such information come from? The embarrassed Carl replies that he is special in such matters. Seiden laughs. He does not even know what Herod was thinking about when he took over the class of losers. Clutching a ball in his hand, he adds that he will find out soon. Seiden declares that he requests a competition between 1-1 and 1-5. He asks Herod Edmund, "What about the oldest sports competition with the ball in Lumen?" Basters. The professor, rising from a deck chair, says that he is a genius. He believes that the best training is a clash. Seiden is sure that his class will win. Sewing to a chair, Herod Edmund says, "Well, good. The main thing, let the lesson continue for him." Seiden is furious. And how can he lose by assessing such an idiot? Students think that he looks sorry. The class teacher of a class 1-1 together with their student is deleted. Herod Edmund tells students that gives them a rare opportunity to develop skills. They will hold a buster match with class 1-1. The professor adds, if they lose, they will be excluded. Students are shocked by a statement by the professor. They cannot believe that he says seriously. This is the first lesson. One of the girls recalls that in the enemy class there are 3 top studies. Herod Edmund replies that these are their problems. Let them try. Students are struck by his words. They continue to stand and silently look at the professor. The man pronounces, besides what they are worried about. Looking at Leo, he adds, when with them the head of the course? He tells the guy to gain a team of 6 people with whom he will play basters. Leo thinks that the professor is essentially experiencing him. But this does not do this because he does not like him. In Lumen, many students lose their spirit after the first week, and this is not surprising. Professor Herod, it seems, wants him to give the losers of class 1-5 self-confidence. And this means that in the match on the basters, you need to make a breakthrough in order to raise the spirit of the whole class. The teams of opponents stand against each other. Leo asks Chelsea, what did they hit? The girl says, she thinks that he had not heard about the basters before. This is such a combat sport, a peculiar tradition of the academy. Leo asks, isn't this an ordinary ball game? Carl answers, no, not ordinary. This is a very dangerous ball game. Celia, who is in the team of opponents, asks Chelsea, why is she so frightened? Already reconciled with an inevitable defeat? The girl answers indignantly, who is scared here? Does Celia think that she can afford to lose to the greater? Hugging Chelsea and Carl by the shoulders, Leo says, even if he is not afraid, they will not lose. Celia is angry. And he is there? She promises to demonstrate to him the fruit of her training. She is sure that this time she will not lose. Seiden invites participants from each class to the arena. Leo asks, who comes with him? Chelsea steps forward with the words, how she wants to put these jumps in place. Elena Layden stands next to her. She says, since they are facing an exception, then she will direct all the anger to win. It is necessary to show the professor from what test they are. Leo is interested in Carl's other students hiding behind the backs. He is aware that he also plays. He asks, why? Leo tells Professor Sedenu that class 1-5 is ready. A man throwing a ball in his hand answers, good. He throws the ball up and announces that the game begins. The ball catches Duran. This means that class 1-1 makes the first move. Leo asks the players nearby to explain the rules to him. Tid Margot, the subdivision of the call, replies that the rules of the basters are easier than it seems. It is necessary to fill the ball with an aura and throw it into the ring without touching it with your hands and legs. The first one who gains the advantage of 2 points wins. The game is in full swing. Carl is preparing to intercept the ball. The ball rushes to Leo, who barely avoids the blow. He quickly flies past Carl, who does not have time to react in any way. The ball gets into the ring. Fans shout that Dyron Moira handsome. Tid, Margot sighs. It seems that Professor Herod will really exclude them all. Leo asks, how else you can get a point? The young man replies that there are 3 ways. He explains, if the ball flies out behind the line in time of the enemy's throw, if you intercept the flying ball, and they are interrupted by a scream, take care. A powerful blow knocks a line's feet. Tid is trying to help the injured girl. Leo stands nearby. Celia is mockingly interested in, why are they whispering there? Shouldn't they concentrate on the match? The young man says that you can't personally beat the player or block him. This is the 3rd way to earn a point. To disable the player with the help of the ball, you can only attack the ball. Leo thanks him for clarification. He says that now his turn. The status of the match is announced. Elena Layden is disabled. Professors being on the sidelines are watching the match. Seiden thinks that a team of players with a fiery attribute of high destructive ability has the greatest potential in basters. And among the famous genera, the flame of the graders are the most powerful. Seiden turns to Professor Harida. He agreed to the match, although Celia Zerdinger is in his class. He does not know what he wanted to achieve, but his students will be incredibly difficult to win. Turning to the interlocutor, he asks the one that humanly forgot how to talk. Herod Edmund is interested in, Does he remember his first student, then a child from the house of a grading? The man answers, of course, how to forget her? Empress Baster. The interlocutor says that in his class, the son of the same empress. Seden is puzzled by such a statement. Class 1-5 students believe that they are doomed. And how did they take them to Lumen? They cannot believe that everything will end so quickly. Celia says it seems that he finally gathered his thoughts. Leo, embraced by a fire aura, holds a ball in his hand. Screams are heard. It comes. Be careful. Sitting on the ground, Chloe says that while she is on the gate, the goal is not... Leo, standing next to her, ends the phrase, not to score. She wanted to say that? Chloe is sure that while she is protecting the gate, the goal is not to score. But Leo, who is next to her, does not agree with her opinion. The guy breaks her protection, and the stunned girl does not have time to prevent him. Seden thinks that his flair in battle is simply incredible. Class 1-5 students rejoice and shout, supporting Leo. The class teacher of the Class 1-1 is crookedly smiling clear, so the real game began. The ball, thrown by a strong hand, rushes to Tade. Carl has time to catch him. Smiling wryly, he reports that mana is still running out. The rest is now for Leo. Elin and Chelsea help the injured Carl leave the field. An account appears on the score. 10-10. Match on. Of the players of the Class 1-5 team, Leo remained. The opponents had 3 topists, Dwaran, Celia, and Chloe Miller. Leo stands, holding the ball in his hand. A voice that complains that they had only the headman remain to him. Their enemies have a great advantage. Celia says that she may not have enough knowledge of a magical theory, but she will not lose in this game. She screams, turning to Leo, "Come on!" Opponents are amazed at the speed of the guy. Clutching the ball in his hand, he rushes forward. A moment, and several Leo is already running around the field. He easily bypasses Celia. She screams that he intends to score, and he asks Chloe to prevent him from doing this. Chloe thinks, an illusion spell? How petty. Where is the real one? Many Leo are approaching her. The girl knelt down, unable to stay on her feet. She thinks, is it really magic of stars? Chloe does not understand. How can a person use an elven spell? Leo wins. Class 1-5 welcomes its hero. Carl and Tid, hugging, sob with happiness. They will not be excluded. They already presented even the way home. Seden does not understand how his team could lose. Herod Edmund says, motivation probably? Dwaran, Celia, and Chloe are shocked by their defeat. Seden sighs sadly. He approaches Chloe sitting on the ground and, holding out her hand, asks her. She was upset about the defeat? Helping her to rise, he says, since the match is over, regardless of the result, you need to bow to the opponent. He tells the surprised girl that they did everything perfectly, trying to snatch the victory for Class 1-1. For the sake of those who were ill for friends, and those who laid out in the arena, they should stand with their heads high. Students are delighted with his wisdom. But all the solemnity of the moment is spoiled by Herod Edmund screaming, "Let the losers come up and complete everything as it should," Seden swears quietly. Words sound over the landfill. Both classes worked perfectly. Class 1-1 perfectly demonstrated its talents, and Class 1-5 was able to hold out to the very end, laid out on the full. Seden says, they perfectly used their capabilities to get out of this situation. He hopes they will continue to work and compete with each other. He tells them to shake hands with each other, which students do. Celia says Chelsea that she lasted longer than she thought. Young Rivalin replies that these are her words. Jumping, like that squid. Carl, laughing, says, Dwayne squeezing his hand, victory after them. Tears shine in front of Chloe's eyes. Rightening her hand, Leo says it was cool. He believes she is a little more experienced, and she will definitely become an outstanding sorceress. The girl is in no hurry to hold out his hand. She asks, does he laugh at her? Leo continues to wait for her to respond to the handshake proposed by him. Shaking his hand, Chloe thinks that one day she will definitely overcome him. A month later, Carl, Chelsea, and Leo are eaten at the table. The first asks, by the way, which club do they want to join? Leo declares that he plans to establish it. Carl does not hide surprise. To establish a club? Chelsea says. If the guy creates a club, then she must join him. Carl asks, so what kind of club? The guy answers, the Research Society of Heroes. His interlocutors do not hide surprise. Leo explains that he would like to thoroughly engage in the investigation of the truth about the hero of the source, Kyle. The interlocutors believe that this is just a relic of the past. Besides, also false. Carl is sure that no one will join this club. Chelsea is glad. It means that she will be alone with Leo. The girl jumps up and pulls her hand up, screaming that she will join. Some kind of turmoil begins. One of the guys, pointing to the window, says, they returned. Carl jumps up from the table with the words for sure. This is today. Chelsea asks, what is there? They also rush to the window. Carl explains, the day when the 5th year returns from the dungeon cleared by them. Everyone is excited about the return of the fifth-year students after their successful dungeon expedition. Fragments of the heroic protocol are scattered around the world. From time to time, they pour into the world and form dungeons. They are called the Dungeons of Heroes. The senior courses of the Academy loom and clean them, returning fragments of the heroic protocol. Their travels can last from a week to a month. Leo thinks that his mother also went through it. Chelsea admires. Here they are, those who are recognized as the best in Lumen. The muscular guy from the east is Jamia. The southerner walking next to him is Toria Yang. And that pale boyfriend in the hood, it seems, is Yulta. So represents 5-year students Carl. The young man says that for some reason he does not see the nail of the program. Chelsea asks Leo, why does he not see there? But Carl himself explains to the comrades, the Topo Vovo at the Academy, president of the Studs Council of Riza. He turns to Leo to tell him something, but that the trace caught a cold. The young man is surprised. Where did he go? Leo, who is dragging by the hand of Celia, is outraged. He believes that her behavior passes all the boundaries, but the girl does not listen to him. She declares it is necessary that he go with her somewhere. The guy is interested. Where? Celia answers, to the city. The president of the student council wants to meet him. Leo is interested. Why? The girl says that he does not know at all how everything works here. Well, he himself will understand everything when they come to their place. Sitting in a restaurant at a table, the girl says, I wonder why he chose this particular place to meet. Leo answers, what is it? It smells here delicious. The girl's eyes taken behind his back expresses delight. Celia rushes to the neck of a young man, screaming, an older brother. He presses her tightly to him. 5-year student Reese Zeradinger from the Knights Unit, the president of the Studs Council, putting his sister on the floor, says he is glad to meet Leo. He reports that he has heard about him. He's an academic station wagon? Already sitting at this table and watching how freshmen eat, a young man asks, to everyone like a treat? Leo answers in the affirmative. Turning his head to his sister, Reese asks, what is wrong? The girl replies that she first tries this dish. She brings a small piece to her mouth. Having swallowed it, she exclaims, tasty. Reese is satisfied. He always wanted to take her to this restaurant. The young man is interested in Leo. He is the son of their aunt? The guy asks, he saw his mother? Reese says, a couple of times, being very small. She was also a rather famous person at the academy. Leo is surprised. His mother? The young man replies that there are many feats behind her. For example, she openly stated that desserts in dining rooms are disgusting. She collected students and burst into protest into the director's office. Celia is surprised. So the aunt stood behind this famous event? Leo thinks that Reese is called the strongest in Lumen. His formation is only a matter of time. The young man offers to taste desserts, and Celia happily agrees. Riz reports that he will go to pay, and they tell them to go forward. He draws a frame with glass from his pocket and looks at it with surprise. In the middle of the frame, there is a small piece of parchment radiating light. A thought flashes in Riza's head. Why? The audience sounds someone's voice addressing Professor Herida and informing that its owner has a question. The man sits, throwing his legs on the table. Students are busy with self-training. Herod Edmund agrees that Alina Layden would ask him another stupid, as he believes, question. The girl, rising from the chair, is interested. Why don't they choose the old class? She says that in all other classes they have already been chosen. Some students support her. Does the professor ask for an old class? Exactly, he forgot. He suggests taking this post, Leo. Elena is angry. Why is it? Tid is interested. Isn't the election by voting? A stack of papers is lowered to the table with a loud sound. The professor's voice sounds, leading the headman to sort them. Elena opens her mouth in surprise. Then she silently sinks at the desk. The loudspeaker announces, today classes will be held in the heroic world. The first days are ordered to prepare and go to the appropriate audience. Leo asks the professor, do they need to go? The man, clicking his fingers, answers, as expected from the headman. Students go to the desired audience. Seeing Chloe, they greet her. Carl says she looks tired. The girl asks, he will not find invigorating potions? If there is, then she will buy everything. The young man holds out several bottles to her. He says that this is all he has with himself. Leo notes that the academic year has just begun. Is it too hard? The girl silently drinks the potion. Chloe replies that she is normal and retires. Carl is surprised. Chloe has the highest score for magical theory. Chelsea says that the girl has an occasion for worries. As soon as Leo pulls up the modern trends of magic, he will surpass it in a magical theory. The young man asks, what is wrong with the second place? The interlocutor explains, she is a canonical sorceress. Chelsea explains that she is a fighting magician, so the deuce in theory will not sadden her much. For the future employee of the Magic Tower, knowledge gaps are unacceptable. This is a matter of honor. The girl asks Carl, and as soon as he can be called a magician? He answers, usually he is just a practitioner. Then he adds that he already successfully earns a living. The director of the academy is shocked. Is the damaged page of the protocol reacting? Kalian Baidan looks at the artifact lying in front of him on the table. He asks, is it really true that the page of the heroic protocol reacted? Reese answers in the affirmative. He adds that this page is so damaged that it should not give a reaction at all. The director is interested. Was there a reaction after those events? The young man answers, no, never. The man is thinking. He believes that you need to deal with all this. He says that Reese recently returned and is probably tired. He praises him. A great job. The young man, pressing his hand to his chest, respectfully bow his head. The director calls Elena, and she immediately appears before him. Holding her box, he orders her to take her to the rest of the exhibits to the source of the source. He adds that joint classes for the first year will start soon. The girl leaves. Kalian Baidan looks thoughtfully out the window, thinking that sometimes it happens that even such tiny fragments begin to react. The reaction most often occurs when the hero mentioned in the protocol is nearby. The audience of the Academy Lumen. Joint classes of the first. There is a woman on the stage behind the tribune. Students took places at the desks. Ariana Neer, class teacher of class 1 to 8, first-year teacher, asks the students to behave quieter. But no one pays attention to her request. The woman begins to lose patience. Her aura is thickening and acquires an unkind color. Her face is distorted from rage, and an evil demonic face appears over her head. She adds in an ominous voice, if of course they are the road of their skin. Then he screams so that they slam their bread cuts, or as they fail to die. Ariana Neer asks, pointing to one of the students, to start with him? She yells into the microphone. Again, these idiots do not obey her. Ariana's riot continues for a while, but here she again looks sweet and calm. The woman is satisfied. Finally, silence came. She thanks them. One of the students still continues to tremble, thinking that he had seen this more than once, but every time he shies away as for the first time. Leo, propping his head with his hand, reflects. Is this a spiritualist? Even in his past life, it was difficult to find them. Meanwhile, Ariana Neer, clutching a dagger in his hand, says, they will continue their activity in the heroic grade for the first year. Admiring the dagger, she adds, after the appearance of the heroic protocol in their life, the reasons for creating entire clans of the heroes appeared. Trying the tip of the weapon with a finger, she continues to tell, to open the hero world, it needs an object that has a deep connection with this hero. Therefore, the world is easiest to open to the descendants of such heroes. And the Academy of Lumen, which stores the heroic protocol, maintains a connection with the families of the heroes. She admits that there are political reasons for this. Ariana says this relationship, like a chest and a key. Leo, carefully listening to her, thinks, entertaining. Carl sits next to him, exhausting from boredom. The professor asks, now everyone understands what significance the classes in the world of heroes have? At these words, the audience door opens and Elena appears on the threshold. Ariana continues to speak. Heroic classes are necessary, because they help to learn more about both the world of heroes and the heroes themselves. In senior courses, they will have to choose a beloved hero, whose power they want to inherit, as well as clear the page from his world. Elena patiently stands nearby and waits for her to finish her speech. Ariana reaches out to the box he brought. Taking her, she says that this is a fragment of the heroic protocol, which was obtained by the 5th-year students Lumen in the recent mission of cleaning. A large screen behind her shows a box in her hand. The woman opens her, but still does not raise the lid. She says, so, now before they experience him, do they want to share their thoughts about what hero they would like to become? Celine, raising his hand, claims that she would like to become a knight, superior to all previous generations of the heroes of her family. Ariana says, what a great goal. Chloe says that she would like to write a book containing her own spells. Carl, rising, claims that he would like to support the heroes in their battle in every way. When he sits in place, Ariana says, it seems that student Carl wants to become a support for the heroic world. This is amazing. Leo rises. He announces that his goal is to completely get rid of Erebos. Everyone is surprised by his words. The woman pronounces amazing. Then the survey continues. The guy takes his place at the desk. Carl, shocked by his statement, is surprised to look at him. Students sitting behind giggle. Aren't there two big dreams? Well, the head of the course is still at a completely different level. Seaton asks Herod Edmund, what does he think about it? He answers, goosebumps make their way. The guy is not one of those who rush in words. Hundreds of years have passed since Erebos was divided into several parts and sealed, but there were cases of his resurrection. Even one fragment gave rise to a disaster. Herod adds, And Leo says that he wants to completely get rid of Erebos? Ariana suggests starting to read a fragment of the heroic protocol mined from the dungeon. After that, each class should assume who these records are about, and then they will proceed to the training in the heroic world. She emphasizes that in case of unforeseen circumstances, the professors will observe the lesson, so let them try not to be alienated. Students exhale finally. Nella Carvin is delighted. She first touches the heroic protocol. Term Margot, sitting nearby, admits that it is very nervous. Ariana tells the elders of each class to take a step forward. Chenxia, Celia, Abat, and Leo fulfill her order. The woman says that this time 2 fragments of the protocol were mined, but in the lesson, of course, only one will be used. She demonstrates them fragments of the protocol and explains that the second piece is too small, but she will show them both so that they know that they also meet. Leo approaches Ariana. He holds out his hand and takes a fragment. The heroic protocol opens. They are surrounded by a golden glow. Alarmed Sadine asks, he pours out. They find themselves in a rocky area. One of the students screams scaredly, "Corpses?" Herod Edmund warns that they are on the alert. This is a heroic dungeon. Sadine, pointing the direction with a finger, says that the walls of some kind of fortress are visible there. Looking in that direction, Leo thinks. The last line of defense and the last stronghold of hope in the era of disasters. The walls of the guard's lawn. If this is, then the time. He admits that his desire was stupid. A woman is approaching them. She says they will save the world. Leo is surprised by her appearance. He recognizes her. The guy says, "Luzinas." The woman smiles. Leo stands near Ariana near. Frightened Chen Shi asks, "What was it just?" Herod Edmund announces that classes are cancelled. He asks everyone to remain calm and immediately leave the Great Hall. Students execute the order. Leo continues to stand, clutching a fragment in his hand. This is the Sayal Protocol. His protocol. Professor Edmund, folding his hands on his chest, appears in front of him. Leo sits at the table. Elin, standing opposite him, asks, "He saw the Queen of Wisdom?" Chelsea pronounces, "Incredibly. It is worth a lot." So it was a fragment of the heroic protocol Luzinas. Carl looks no less impressive than girls. Elena screams. Here she was, the head of the class. Ah, what a pity. Kyle laughs, looking at the girl, where she immediately flies on him with his fists, and he is no longer laughing. Herod Edmund, who appeared in the doorway, says that he came to punish the noisy, and they, it turns out, in his class. He offers to choose, self-training or exception. Then he leaves, slamming the door. Silence reigns in the class. Leo thinks, why is his heroic protocol so strange? Even the name of the world and the chapter is not displayed, as if someone deliberately destroyed his protocol. The heroic protocol is, in fact, an object containing a particle of the hero's strength, and if someone does not want this hero to have followers, he decides that it is necessary to find out why his protocol will be split. A month later, Magic Unit. Glenn Holmes, standing at the board, pronounces, original or unique magic. This will be the task of their translated exam. He explains, the original magic reflects the very personality of a particular magician. In the era of activation formulas, they, magicians, are not so striving for originality. However, original magic is an excellent ace in the sleeve when it comes to a fight. The star magic owned by the elves, in fact, is just a tiny fragment of original magic. The only one who could use star magic was none other than the Star of the Moon. Leo looks at the radiance emanating from the book, which lies near Chloe sitting next to him. He looks at the book with surprise. Chloe notices his interest, removes her away from Leo. The guy thinks, a book of magic? The professor, meanwhile, says that they are looking forward to their personal developments. He announces that the classes are over today. Leo grabs the hand in a hurry to leave Chloe. She looks at him displeased. Smiling, the guy is interested. Does she want to have lunch with him? He understands that she purposely hid this book from him. Tearing her hand, the girl replies that she does not have time if she is going to defeat him in the upcoming exam. Carl hugs a friend by the shoulders and laughs. Here is a wretch. Does he dare to mark the place of the Ice Queen? Chloe says that she had already lost Leo. The girl recalls their sports competition. But when it comes to formulas, it should be the best. She strongly tells the guy that this time she will definitely win. Leo says, hacks on his part will be rudeness towards her, right? The girl nods, and the guy, holding out her hand, says, agreed. He offers both of them to prepare well for the test. The girl shakes his hand. Carl watches what is happening. Leo stands at the foot of the hero's tower. He climbs up the stairs. There are many portraits on the walls. Leo thinks that somewhere here the forbidden archives of the Lumen Academy should be here. If he finds them, he will find a hint about his missing heroic protocol. The girls going down are surprised. Is this the first year? What is he doing here? Leo hears how he is naked. Towards the stairs to meet him, Toria Yang descends from the magic unit. She has been studying in Lumen for the 5th year. The girl says that he had heard about him from Professor Glenn. She is glad to finally meet him. Leo greets politely, bowing his head slightly. Blocking his path, Toria-Jan asks, what kind of business could the freshman to the Tower of the Heroes? He explains to the girl that he is here in order to talk with the president of the student council. Under the arches of the tower, the voice of the thorium sounds. If he selects a magical unit, then she will miss him. Leo objects. He already regularly attends magic classes. The girl moves a little to the side, letting him go through. Leo thanks her. When he already continued to climb the stairs, the thorium of dreams echoes him. She expresses the hope that he will finally go to their unit until the end of the semester. In the elevator, Leo presses 9 on the number, but nothing happens. The guy is surprised. Why doesn't it work? The young man who arose behind him says that he needs to put Manu in order to activate the buttons. He demonstrates how to do this. Then he says that he is glad to meet Leo Flo here. He clarifies in front of him, after all, the same freshman universal, who is also the head of the course. In front of the guy is Jamia from the Knights unit, the 5th year studying in Lumen. Leo tends his head in a polite bow, welcoming the elder. Lee Jamia is interested in, so what brought him to the Tower of Heroes? The guy replies that he would like to talk with the president of the student council. The young man notes that Leo is not even nervous because of a meeting with him, although he is a beginner. To come to the monastery of a student council alone is courage. He believes that the knightly unit is perfectly suitable for the guy. Leo knocks on the door decorated with a student council cabinet sign. He thinks that he is already at the limit, although he has not even reached the main task. He asks, is it possible to enter? Hearing permission, he enters the office. Reese, sitting at the table and looking through the papers, asks, what is he doing here? The guy says that he needs access to the Forbidden Archive. The young man is surprised. Leo is not one of those who will joke. But for an ordinary student, there are only 2 ways to get there. The first is to clean the heroic dungeon. This is usually done to return the protocol page to the source. The guy asks, what is the second way? Reese replies, there is a second way. He offers Leo to join the Studsavet, and then he recognizes him. Day of qualifying exams in the knightly unit. Students gathered at the training ground. Carl says, how many guys are here? For such a sight, one cannot but take the popcorn with you. Chelsea believes that the young man was born traitors. Alina Layden, walking next to her, supports her. That is he. Even without the academy, Lumen would definitely have broken into people. Leo looks around. Something Chloe is not to be seen. A scream is heard. It begins. Aina Landier announces the beginning of qualifying exams. The first to call Hall Snop, grade 1. The second is Leo Flu, grade 5. They are invited to go out. Carl runs to Professor Seiden, and even from afar he calls him. The man is interested. What happened? A smiling young man asks, does he want popcorn with a drink? Seiden answers, does he really think that he will take it? Let him make such an offer to Professor Herod. Celia, catching Carl's imploring gaze, immediately rushes to the class teacher, begging him to buy it for them. It looks so tasty. Students from his class begin to chant, Seiden, Seiden! The professor retains a calm look. Then he pronounces, let Carl be given 1 each. Leo believes that he was lucky to shoot first. Hall Snop from a knightly unit, a hereditary hero of the Snop family, grinning, says that he seems to be underestimated here. Well, the guy will have to regret it. According to the rules of qualifying trials in the knightly unit, in order to pass in 5 duels, one of the students is interested. Who knows what the level of combat skills of our headman? A student sitting nearby replies, since that station wagon, he believes that there is still a difference between him and the adherents of 1 single unit. In addition, Hall is considered the 3rd largest in Class 1, after Celia and Duran. Hall Snop, creating an energy whirlwind around a spear, thinks that Leo Flu is an arrogant bondage, which is hanging next to the Celia. Aina Lander announces that the winner is the one who disables the opponent. He asks students to treat a duel as a real battle. Leo notices a strange energy emanating from the building of the academy. Chloe, bending over the notebook, writes something. Near it on the table there are piles of books. She pulls out a page and wrinkles paper in a fist. No! It doesn't work! With the current level of skills, it cannot create unique magic. The girl is angry. She's not going to lose in a practical exam. She asks the question, is this enough for victory? She really wants to win. By directing the weapon to the enemy, Hall Snop is gloating. So careless. He is sure that Leo got caught. But he, slightly bowing his head to the side, evades the blow. The spear passes just a couple of centimeters from his face. Hall, using magic, enhances weapons. He rushes to the guy. The snake spear is about to reach the goal. But Leo stops the weapon directed to him in the head, grabbing the shaft under the very tip. He pulls a spear to himself and a mask of self-confidence slides off the enemy's face. Leo's fist is imprinted in Hall's cheekbone. The guy asks, is he careless? But Hall does not give up. He says that Leo does not build himself omnipotent. The game has just begun. The young man uses a poisonous fog. The green aura comes from him and rushes to the guy. Hall is already triumphantly triumph. Leo does not know how to control the aura. On the only force alone, such a defect cannot be overcome. The guy asks, a poisonous aura? How interesting. His hand is enveloped in a fiery cloud. Hall says that only the flame of Celia can block such an attack so far. He is sure he won. The Leo's fiery aura is approaching the enemy, suppressing his toxic energy. He says it seems to him that the young man does not understand something. The guy is already next to Hall. His powerful energy completely dispelled the enemy aura. All students, except Dwayne, are delighted. Celia is amazed. When he managed to increase the power of his fiery aura, Hall is unpleasantly surprised. The flame of Leo is not inferior in power to the level of Celia. This Krivliak, who reproaches a station wagon from itself, is capable of this? The young man says. Actually, he was going to use it against Celia. Who would know that you have to spend it on Leo Flu? The magic takes the shape of a snake from his hand. Opening the mouth wide, she rushes to the guy. The snake shackles wrap the body of Leo. Howlu likes the result of his efforts. He turns his head to see what impression he made his trick on Celia. He specially prepared this technique to catch her flame. The girl points him a finger at something that he does not see. Turning around, he understands that the guy's fiery aura tore his shackles. He cannot believe it. They cross the weapon, the spear of Hall against the sword Leo. The guy disarms the enemy. He says that he does not advise being distracted while his flame is still burning. The winner is announced. Leo Flu. Chelsea rejoices. She, however, did not expect anything else from him. Carl says he knew that you could count on Leo. Hall thinks, to be so skilled even in practice, it is not surprising that he is not inferior to Celia. The young Gradinger who came closer to him asks, is he impressed? Then he adds, but it was cool. The young man is flattered. She really thinks so? His mood improves markedly. The next battle is called by Alina Laden. The girl is unable to find out who will come out against her. Her opponent is called Chen Si, Class 1-1. Alina is unpleasantly surprised. Why was she put up against a top student? The opponents stand against each other, waiting for the team. Chen Xia, leaning in a polite bow, asks to be softer with her. Alina, in response, asks the same. The team sounds. They started! Chen Xia's hand envelops the aura of water magic. Elin, clutching a rapier in the hand, contrasts her with fiery energy. She rushes to the opponent. Leo thinks that it will hurt. Alina is still opposed by Chen, but the aura is no longer flaming around her. Water mass collapses on a red-haired girl. The winner is announced by Chen Xia. Elaine does not lose optimism. Well, she was at least not afraid to go against such a strong opponent. Leo believes that the selection was initially not the most fair, but if she concentrated, she would have managed even better. The next one for battle is caused by Celia. Her adversary is called Duran Moira. The girl says that he will definitely have fun with him. The young man answers her with a gloomy look. Carl, pressing a large bucket of popcorn to the chest, anticipates an exciting sight. Leo believes that this match will be extremely interesting. Holding a bucket to a friend, Carl demands that they already start a battle. Celia, crossing weapons with the enemy, says that now they will see who is the best knight in Class 1-1. Duran silently drills her with an angry look. The battle begins. The scarlet aura of the girl is opposed to the golden energy of the enemy. Magic sparks reach the audience. One of the students is crooked. Are these top students' skills? Carl asks Leo, who does he put on? The guy answers, apparently the victory will be for Celia. Carl considers him a heartless man. Leo thinks, you just have to look at the girl's eyes. He is sure that she probably had a plan for how to wrap the situation in her favor. Duran, rushing to the opponent, strikes a magical blow. Celia, bowing her head, avoids damage. Raising the blade up, she creates a magic dome over the field. The audience enthusiastically gasp. This is no longer a joke. Leo praises Celia. Well done, knows how to turn on his head. Carl does not understand what is happening. The guy explains, the training ground for the first year is quite small. Celia realized that it makes no sense to try to keep up with Duran. Therefore, she used the size of the hall in her favor. Inside this fiery barrier, Duran will no longer be able to run like that, and the heat also limits the review. Looking at the girl surrounded by a raging flame, he says that she was already good, but now it has become even cooler. Duran is uncomfortable, surrounded by flame. Suddenly, Celia is very close. Jumping out of the fire, the girl screams, "Got caught!" She suppresses Duran's resistance. Celia Zerdinger is declared the winner. Helping the young man to rise, she says that he should work on physical strength. Students consider them a sweet couple. One of the guys even decides to photograph them. Leo says training had their fruits. Carl screams that the Celia is amazing. A hand appears between them, which shamelessly reaches for their popcorn. Professor Herod Edmund, leaning over them, scooping up a handful of popcorn, says that Celia really won. Leaving, he thanks the old course for comments. Leo asks a question, and has long been eavesdropping at the professor. The end of the practical exam in the nightly unit. Celia Zerdinger, 4 victories, 1 defeat. Duran Moira, 4 victories, 1 defeat. Chen Sei, 4 victories, 1 defeat. Leo Flu is 5 victories and not a single defeat. A week later, written linguistic exam. Herod Edmund, collecting papers, says, "Well done." Leaving the audience, he expresses the hope that they tried, and none of them will be expelled. One of the girls mutters, "Can he explore the very until they thrown it out?" Alina Layden beats in hysteria, screaming, "Deductions!" Some of the students ask Chelsea to say answers. Smiling, the girl asks, "To whom is the first?" Everyone screams, vying, "Come on me! No, first to me!" Leo sits at the desk, putting his head in his arms. Someone is interested in turning to him how the test passed. Raising his head, the guy answers. He thinks not bad. Nella Carvin laughs. From the headman who always keeps everything under control, and such physiognomy can be? Leo is interested. Which one? The girl offers, if something hurts him, then let her say, and she will heal him with her magic. Carl immediately complains that his back and shoulders hurt. He appeals to the girl, begging her to help him. Chelsea, having carefully pounding him with his fist on his back, asks, "Doesn't it hurt?" She is interested in Leo. How did practical classes have passed? Tade told her that he rarely appears on them. The guy answers, he is simply practiced where no one sees him. Chelsea says that this is the whole of Leo. She asks, how does he think what rank will he be awarded to the qualifying ones in the draft unit? Carl listens to their conversation. Leo confidently declares, of course, the highest. Day of qualifying exams in the draft unit. Students are welcomed and announce the largest event of the first semester for freshmen. The racing of summons. Roomba Tess from the draft unit, a third-year student at the Lumen Academy, comments on this event. Celia is surprised. Seriously? Is this an exam? Reese, sitting near her, explains that Sumamona races are a real tradition for the draft unit. They are super popular. Plus, this is the nail of the qualifying test program. Everyone adores him. Duran complains that all this noise knocks down his mood. He exclaims that he is terribly annoying. Elsa Jorgen says Leo. She heard that he showed outstanding skills to the qualifying in the nightly unit. She is interested. At least he was preparing for the qualifying in the draft department. Wrapping his hands, the guy answers, of course. The girl says that she never saw him in practical classes. Does he look down at the draft unit? Dueran supports her for sure. If he is lazy, let him just fall into another department. Another student screams. He is not even sure whether Leo concluded a contract at all. Tid is trying to intervene, but Duran says that there is no need to cover the guy just because he is his classmate. Chen Si notes that the atmosphere is heating up. They ate everything like that before the beginning of the qualifying. It is scary to even imagine what will happen next. Sen Lu from the draft department, the eastern part of the continent, says, the girl also distinguished herself in the nightly unit, but she wanted to spit on the department, did she? Chen is trying to make excuses, but Walden Talden Tyden from the draft unit, a top student from the southern lands, he believes that they behave too noisy. If they are going to swear and measure the duration of contracts with summons, then let them do it away from him. The angry Sen Li asks, what did he say? He calmly says, he said that he was annoyed by those who consider a greater achievement a longer contract with Sumamon. But the young man does not calm down. With his face skewed with anger, he approaches Walden Thyden and asks, did he think? After all, he also did not show his nose in practical classes. He, too, already starting to be angry, replies that he should not work the foundations. He is not a nonsense who will not even manage with the Griffin. Sanli pounces on him with fists, but Leo grabs the hand brought to the blow. He says, if they are fucked on the qualifying ones, they will not get off with a simple warning. Their professional suitability will be called into question. Sen Lian irritably pulls his hand out of his capture. Tade Margot says Leo. It seems that their peers from the call department in a bad mood. The guy is surprised. Why? The young man explains that grandfathers are quite seriously flourishing in the subsidation unit. He and Chen got into the top while not being representatives of only this unit, and now the storage students are taking out their discontent on them. And if you add rare attendance to this, Leo, drawing attention to how his peers respectfully bow to the sorties, thinks, definitely, their behavior might seem to be dismissive to them, although he did not open from classes at all. The dark figure in this hood is watching a student on the training ground. Finally begins. Sen Liu, covered by a red aura, is unpleasantly thinking about fellow students and mentally threatens to erase them into powder. Rumba Tess speaks to the microphone. Before they start, he will explain the rules to them. The first-year applicants can only use the call in these tests. They are forbidden to resort to magic or aura, even if they are. The task is simple. to tame the griffins, cross the island of summons, make a circle over the silent lake, and return. Rumba Tessa asks, who will become the star in the draft unit? That's what they will find out now. Leo, like the rest of the students, carefully listens to his speech. Everyone is looking forward to the command to start. Some are clearly nervous. Droplets of sweat appear on their faces.
You're a Marine screams. Set aside panic. Let them do what they worked out. Those who cannot withstand pressure may not come back.
Students are trying to inspire themselves. You can't be nervous, but still they continue to shake with fear. Marin tells them to get ready. The team sounds. They started. Students concentrate a power in the palms, causing spirits, and direct them to Leo and Walden Tayden. The commentator says excitedly, "Oh, what is happening there?" Students from the draft unit, it seems, was planned in advance. They are clearly aimed at the old station Leo Flew and Walden, the top staden from the south. The saddled griffin, Tidmargo calls the older. Leo answers, "Let him worry for himself, this is an exam. He fights with the magic surrounding him with a wall." Tid says, "Sorry," and gives the command to take off the griffin. Students watching the students shout, "How dirty! There are only non-people in the draft department. They require an honest battle." Leo thinks. He knew that indignation would fall upon them, but to poison so collectively. The commentator says that Class 1 to 5 fans are quite loud, but this is a kind of strategic move. As he said, Walden instantly abolished their magic of call. Walden Tayden approaches the griffin. Already sitting on horseback, he turns to Leo. It seems that he has difficulties. He asks, does he need help? The guy replies that he will cope himself. One Leo remains at the landfill, who can't overcome the magic barrier in any way. Chelsea is alarmed watching him. She asks the question, what to do? Marin, looking at what is happening, understands that the disagreements between her students are much deeper than she thought. Some openly rally against others. She knows that Leo did not even study the spirits, only taming. It will be difficult for him to contrast something, but what is happening at the training ground makes her freeze in surprise. Leo turns to the spirits, asking them to rid him of the shackles and clear the way. He asks them to give him the grace of nature. He repeats these words again and again. The woman is amazed. He speaks the language of spirits? But how? Marin Rada, Leo Coped. She believes that she is obliged to get him to the draft unit. Students flying on griffins rejoice. Duran, laughing, says, "So he needs." The best student of the South and the headman of the course, "Fu Yu are you." From the very beginning it was clear to whom the last place was shining. The gloating Sanlu turns to Elsa, asking, how did she like it? Isn't it great? The girl replies that she does not like it. She could have overcome Leo Flew and Walden Tayden. Elsa Jorgen angrily asks Yunsov, "At least they understand that people will think about the subdivision of the call?" Sanli answers, "Well, let it be. The way they humiliated these villains was worth it." Elsa, leaving them behind, advises them to think for the future before doing something. Senliu bagrovs with anger. He mentally offends the girl, believing that she was completely fooled from her pride. The young man thinks, okay, he will come the second. This is also not bad. He's the best in the control of flying summons after Elsa. A warning scream is heard. Liu, behind! Looking around, he sees the griffin overtaking him from Chen standing on him. Sen Li is surprised. What a strange pose for a rider. He is amazed. She is so fast, although he does not even use the energy of the spirit to strengthen summons. One of the riders, urging the spirit, exclaims, "Let him tastulate this." The spirit attacks Chen, but she makes a dashing turn, avoiding a blow. She makes a somersault, and rushes to the girl who tried to interfere with such a turn of the events, frightened by such a turn. Chen strikes a powerful impact to the opponent, and that, knocked out of the saddle, falls down, screaming, which is not honest. Again, taking up the reins, Chen replies, "Why?" She did not use the aura. Catching up San Lu, she pronounces, "Hello." He says that in vain she became in his way. Obroaching his girlfriend answers, "Maybe she does not have an advantage in the battles in the air, but she will not resist him alone." He is surprised. What? Chen explains that his antics were angry. Around the griffin of Sen Liu, fiery flashes arise. The girl says, "It seems that Walden, from those who always pay the same coin." Walden Tayden decides to take revenge on the students who attacked him at the start, and calls for spirits. Pupils of the draft unit rush into the scatter. Sen Liu is alarmed back. Fiery flashes closer and closer to him. The guy stands opposite the griffin. Rumba Tess comments on what is happening. Leo Flew, the elder of the first year, a very famous person at the academy, which marks all units at once. Unfortunately, today he could not prove himself. Is the appeal really Achilles' heel of Leo? The guy notices a sliver stuck in the wing of the griffin. Leo is outraged, so that future heroes resort to such vile tricks. He takes up the reins. The griffin sparkles with his eyes and wide open the beak. Runba Tess comments,
Just look. Leo Flu is trying to tame the beast. Escaping an enraged griffin is extremely reckless. Celia Ahats. Oh, this Leo. Why go to such victims? A brother sitting nearby suggests maybe he has a plan.
The guy pulls the reins stronger, saying a resisting griffin that he understands his feelings, but he must obey him. He looks into the eyes of the griffin, driving him to obey. He immediately becomes obedient. Leo pulls out a sliver that wounded him and climbs into the saddle. On the large screen, you can see how the griffin with Leo takes off on his back. The commentator is a hat. It turns out that the griffin was wounded by the wing. Although the guy was able to saddle the beast, the situation is clearly not on his side. At this pace, he will come the last. Leo says to the griffin, "It will hurt, but he will cope." Then he pronounces the words of the call, commanding the power given to him by the contract. Next to him, there is a Phoenix 4 chick. The flame envelops the griffin on which the guy sits. Spectators are surprised to look at the screen. What kind of fire is this? Reese asks a question. The flame of the Gradinger? No, this is not the flame of the aura. Then what? The girl on the griffin excitedly says that they are very wounded. Because of this, they will lag behind. The young man flying a little ahead answers, "Okay, at least the last will not come." With surprise, he watches how, at an incredible speed, Leo flies past them on a griffin shrouded in a flame. The guy wants to achieve even greater speed to catch up with leaders who are already visible on the horizon. Suddenly, a wyvern arises ahead, on the back of which a horseman sits. Leo does not believe his eyes. Is this a fabric? Wyvern blocks the griffins, carrying students on the back of it. A few minutes before, Elsa Georgian tries to catch up with Walden Tayden, shouting that she would not give him first place. The young man calls for spirits, and a light flashes near the girl. She understands that this is an explosive attack using the spirits of fire and air. The girl accelerates the griffin, avoiding a blow. She thinks that this is not the level that is achieved simply by affinity with spirits. The girl did not assume that he was so knowledgeable in magic. Elsa believes that the power of the attack does not matter. She directs the griffin so that he moves a zigzag, dodging the explosions. Walden resorts to other methods, and calls on the spirits of the cold, sharp like crystals, are formed in his hand. He says, "Now they will see if she can dodge this." Crystals directed by his power rush to the girl. The griffin controlled by her plugs a stream of flame from the beak. Does Walden ask a question? A strengthening call? The commentator is delighted. What a delightful fight. The applicant Elsa blocked the attack of Walden, using the strengthening of the spirit on 3 summons. Rumba Tess continues to comment on what is happening. While they talk, Chen Xia took advantage of the enemy's employment and escaped forward. But Elsa throws a magical noose on the girl's neck, screaming so that she is in no hurry. She manages to pull Chen from the saddle, but the girl tears the noose. She again finds herself on her griffin. Chen says, "Tops of the class of calling. This is not a joke!" A scream is heard, and she looks back, not understanding what is happening. The girl is cursing. A black beaver rushes on her. Sen Liu, who controls her, with a skewed face with anger, shouts that he will kill them all. It recalls that using a griffin in the race is a violation of the rules. The young man tells her to shut up. Does she think he doesn't care? He screams, "There were great talents here, away from the road!" The leading students are surprised. Was this dumbass could conclude a contract with a wyvern? This is not even an ordinary black wyvern, but some kind of special. Leo is rapidly approaching them. Sen Liu is surprised. How did he manage? But he does not need an answer. This is not important. He promises to kill Leo. The guy asks, where did he get this lizard? The young man laughs. Enviable? For this you have to thank his Silushka. He subjugated him with the help of call skills. If enviable, then let him say so. Leo is surprised. Does he really believe that this is Sumomon? But this is a Fafnir, the monster used by the magicians of Tartaros, one of those whom they destroyed in the era of despair. He does not understand how this youth was able to call him. Meanwhile, Sen Liu tells his summon to attack. Fafnir erupts the pillar of flame, but Leo's griffin, controlled by his skillful hand, evades the attack. The pillar of the flame reaches the griffin Chen. There is a scream. Take care. Too late, she will no longer have time to go aside. The girl extends her hand forward, crying out to the water spirits. She manages to create a protective shield. Flame and water collided. The girl and the griffin fall down. Leo manages to catch Chen Xia, but she's unconscious. He decides that first you need to take care of her safety. He tells the rest of the students that he will lower her to the ground. Leo directs the griffin down. Elsa and Walden follow him. Sen Li rejoices. So what is it like to look down from top to bottom at miserable little people? He likes this. The commentator claims, wow. The participants have left the highway and now outside their field of view. Too much has happened. The participant of Sen Liu called the Black Wyvern and attacked the leaders of the race. Yura Marine, with a blow of the leg, removes Tessa Rumba from the microphone. She screams to him, calling him a dumbass. Does he really think that it makes sense to orator? The woman speaks to the microphone, the subdivision of the call, to prepare flying summons to all teachers and assistants. The race is suspended. Seddon, who appeared in the doorway, accompanied by Glenn Holmes, asks her, "What is happening?" Yura Marin explains. Senliu apparently concluded a contract not with the usual summon, but with a demonic beast. The woman adds, "The influence of the beast will soon drive him crazy." Seddon is surprised. How could the student himself subjugate the demonic beast? Herod, who appeared nearby, says that Seddon means whether someone in this helped him. Yura Marin replies, "She is not sure, but there is such an opportunity." Herod Edmund decides that Yura Marine will head the draft unit to capture Sanlu and destroy the demonic monster. The rest of the professors will be separated and will protect students.
He tells Seddon to go with him.
The griffin lies in a small meadow. Chenxi is carefully lowered to the ground. Sen Leo directs the monster after them. He screams. Did they think to escape from him? Then they should hide, and not hang around in an open field. Fafnir lands near Leo. The guy replies that he did not run. The dismounted Walden Thyden says, "Does he even know that he is not commanding at all a summon?" Elsa is already standing next to him. Sen Li answers, "Does he really think that such a profile student of the draft unit, like him, does not know the differences? This is a demonic beast, Fafnir." The young man and the girl silently look at him, not knowing what to say. Leo resolutely comes forward. Or rather, this is no longer he. This is the hero of Kyle. He says that he will destroy this vile monster. Kyle resolutely takes a step towards the demonic beast. Senliu laughs. Elsa says, "Yes, he is completely crazy." The young man's eyes are poured with blood. He yells, "What is she amending? She still considers him a weakness?" He makes Fafnir release a pillar of fire towards the girl. A giant palm breaks out of the ground. A golemus rising from the ground is opposed by a fiery storm. Walden shouts to the guy that he agrees with him. "It is necessary to destroy this vile creature." Sen Li is surprised. The magical technique of creating a golem? Elsa, standing next to Leo, says, "There was nothing to make out of himself from himself." She will add now too. The girl believes that first they need to somehow separate this idol from the monster. Walden says that the golem will soon fall apart, so let them be ready. Senlio laughs. Golems are not a hindrance to them. Do they see how cool he has a summoned? Where are they hiding? Small rats. The golem is destroyed. Huge blocks fall to the ground. Elsa is already waiting for her turn. In her hands, a magic whip. She strikes. Senliu is furious. They still dare to resist. Walden sends a fiery ball directly to the jaws of Fafnir. He pronounces, now, letting the guy understand what needs to be acted. Sen Li is trying to consider where the opponents went, but Leo is already next to him. With his foot, he strikes a crushing blow to the distraught young man. Sen Li's head is spinning, and he hardly focuses on the guy. Alternate words are sorry for the look of a look of a look. They all worked hard, trying to remove the boy, but that's all. Elsa screams, "Leo, let him wait. Where did he rush alone?" Walden excitedly monitors what is happening. Sen Liu sounds from his mouth again. Was he scared? How so? He is a candidate for heroes. Leo turns to the magician Tartaros, which controls the beast. Where is his main body? It cannot be far away. In response, the question is heard. Does he know who is actually in front of him? Interesting. Very interesting. To remain calm in such a situation. He is directly the embodiment of the perfect hero. In this case, it will be better to kill him. He waves his hand, resorting to magic. Leo takes a step back, but his leg slides, and he falls down. In the air, he waves his hand, fulfilling the call, and screams, turning to Fior, that now her exit. Being Kyle, he was good in everything, but he never reached heights in something specific. Duino and Aaron were better owned by the aura, the moon was owned by magic, and the call, Lucina's. So he chose the merger of abilities. The merger of the aura with magic. Magic with spiritual power. Spiritual power with magic. He directs his strength to the chick, and Fiora begins to grow. The big fiery bird holds Leo with its powerful paws. He says that now she is much more like Phoenix. Fafnir growls. The guy knows. He reacts to the aura of Phoenix, which is most hostile to the monsters. The Tartaros magician in the student's body is slightly surprised. The Phoenix contractor? Seriously? Leo says. If he says where he took out this Fafnir, he will answer his question. A ball of fire ripens in the jaws of the monster. The magician answers. He knows too much about the era of despair. He cannot let him be alive. Leo warns Fior that the enemy is coming. The guy combines the secret art of graders and the breath of Phoenix. He creates the technique of flominens. Around the tip of his sword a flame curls. The fiery flurry of the stall of the monster rushes to Leo. He puts forward the blade. The confrontation between the two fiery AUs lasts a while. The guy carefully monitors every movement of the enemy. The magician decides that it is time to finish with this. Suddenly he feels something wrong. Did they really attack the main body? His spiritual connection is weakening.
Leo screams desperately, now!
The phoenix holding him in his paws soars above. Leo does not cease to influence its strength on the monster. A powerful explosion is heard. Fiora holds the guy at a safe distance. He says, turning to a fiery bird, "A great job. Now you need to return." Suddenly Fiora turns into a chick and Leo rapidly falls down. On a large stump, the magician sits in a meditative pose. He pronounces, "Enough from the young hero. It's time to finish with him." Something makes him be alert. A strong magic field surrounds a small clearing with stumps in the middle. Magic continues to pour from the hands of Sejin. Having coughed, the magician asks, "Who?" "Herod, who appeared forward." Edmund answers, "This is a question for him, the lord of the monsters of Tartaros." The magician laughs. The pillars of Lumen were mentioned. He resorts to magic, and behind his back there is a multi-eyed fanged monster. His whole body consists of eyes and fanged mouths. The magician says, "Unfortunately, you will have to postpone conversations until better times." He disappears, and the monster continues to grow. Sejin disappointedly asks Herida, "Did he miss him?" He answers, "It seems that the magician was ready for this." Sedin squeezes the magic field, destroying the monster. Professors believe that Lumen is no longer safe. Leo is rapidly approaching the ground. Fiora cannot help him. Clutching the chick to the chest, the guy says that she returned to the world of spirits. Suddenly, the guy is caught by the scruff of the scruff. There is a voice of Yura Marin, who is interested. Is he intact? The guy is glad to see a woman. She is happy that she had time on time. In a dark cave, there is a man in a hood. His palms are covered by magical fire. On the floor at his feet are giant monsters. A wolf with spikes on the back, Spider and Fafnir. A person pronounces, "How shameful." Is he overcome by an ordinary student? The magician wounded in the shoulder replies that you definitely can't call him ordinary. He was able to conclude a contract with Phoenix. Moreover, he immediately recognized Fafnir. The eyes of his interlocutor, whose face partially hides the hood, sparkle with red lights. He pronounces, "It becomes more interesting." Leo slowly goes along the corridor of the academy. He thinks that the selection to the subdivision of the call, as expected, was cancelled. San Li died, and this incident made the newcomers even sharper to feel how dangerous the dungeons are. Many were curious which contract beast drove him crazy. But all 4 witnesses, including him, decided to be silent about what had happened. Not without the poisoning of Professor Yura, of course. The day of the practical exam in the magical unit, Glenn Holmes takes a place behind the stands. Chelsea and Carl are very surprised. Looking at Chloe, they are interested. She did not sleep again at night? It doesn't look like it. Leo enters the audience. His gaze immediately falls on Chloe, taking a place behind the desk. The professor says, "That's the last candidate arrived. So it's time to move on to the main thing." He believes that each of them has put maximum efforts in the creation of original spells that reflect his individuality. Looking at the hardened students, he adds, since it would be a pity to enjoy such a sight alone, he invited 3 people who will share this pleasure with him. All 3 years ago. They successfully graduated from Lumen as part of a magical unit. He represents them, Rild Fedney, a girl with a short haircut wearing glasses. Then the green-haired awkward Aidman Slack, and a sweet slender girl, Shin Hugis. He reports that for today they are their judges who will give grades. Young people welcome students. Carl says Leo. He feels that they will not get to the grades. The guy is not sure. A friend really thinks so? Glenn Holmes asks Alina Layden to take a step forward. Sparkling eyes, the girl becomes in front of the table, which the young people occupied. She seems and says that it is a great honor for her to meet with them. The stream of magic released from the hands of Alina rushes up. She reports that her personal attribute is light. Rilda Fedley is surprised that she has her own personal attribute of mana. Alina says, "If you add to this a magic formula for a flame flower, then in the end you will get very powerful thermal magic." She confirms her words with actions. The flame surrounds the fragile figure of the girl. Shinhugis groans in fright. Then he is interested, and does it differ from the already existing laser-type magic? Alina is lost and does not know what to answer. She sees the tire puts the mark on the sheet. Then Aidmon Slack also does. Rilda Fedoni passes the sheet to Gwen Holmes. He watches marks and announces that Alina Layden C. Students are surprised by such a low mark. They believe that it is cruel. But all other students are lucky no more. Everyone gets the same mark. Carl manages to earn a score higher. In plus. Chelsea Revelin receives a score A. The 2 of them rejoice that they managed to earn good marks. Shin Hugis, watching them, thinks, not bad, but boring. Rilda Fedney recalls that Professor Glenn told them that this year there would be extraordinary applicants, but so far no one has surprised her. The professor says, so who remained with them? Aidman Slack thinks that some middle peasants gathered here. Glenn Holmes calls Abat Revelin. All girls are delighted with the young man. They believe that he should put the highest score only for a sweet face. Abbott writes on the board some calculations. He says that the magic that he is going to imagine is called a storm. Looking at the examiners, he adds, the expected level of danger at the end. Having stood a theater pause for the boring effect, it ends the phrase, the highest. Rhinelin Estate. In the center of a huge cube is a man. Mages in the hoods froze at four corners. The eyes of Abata, located in the middle, are closed. Magic rushes to him. He soars above the ground in her streams. Suddenly, Grimace distorts his face. Streams of light flow from open eyes. He makes a loud cry. A dazzling bright light flashes, and a whirlwind breaks out of the cube. A small deer freezes frightenedly. The whirlwind picks him up. Abat notices something was wrong. A moment, and the deer is in his hands. The young man is interested. Is he okay? Standing at the board, Abat explains that this spell minimizes the power of the wind. It looks simple, but in fact it is unique magic, difficult to reproduce because of its structure. The professor holds to him a sheet on which all three marks, A+, Chelsea is glad, as expected from her brother. Professor Glenn Holmes says, excellent, next. He calls Leo Flu. The guy presenting to the examiners says, the unique magic that he presents is a system of formulas without attribute magic. The guy used such a magic once long ago when he was Kyle. The examiners are surprised. What is it? They had never heard of such a concept of magic before. Leo explains. They probably know that all magical spells are based on the attribute. Shin Hugis answers. Of course, this is a prerequisite for the spell. The guy says that his unique magic will greatly simplify the process of witchcraft. Rilda Fedoni cannot hide surprise. Aidman Slack believes that Leo is in some misconceptions. Shin Hugis clarifies. He wants to say that he will create a fundamentally new charging system. The guy answers in the affirmative. Glenn Holmes cannot hide his pride with such a student. He thinks, this is a born magician. Aidman Slack tells Leo that he is disappointed. They were not going here to listen to fairy tales, but the professor interrupts him. He screams that he wants to see, and asks Leo to continue. Rilda Fedoni agrees without much hunting. Let's see. Leo takes chalk and begins to write formulas on the board. Everyone patiently waits for him to write. Rilda Fedni says that only one magician used a fundamentally different system for applying a spell. Unique magic. The guy who heard her words turns and says, it is. This is the star of the moon. Shin Hugis asks, is he going to squeeze her? Really believes that he has reached the level of the moon in terms of magic? Leo answers, of course not. He is not going to compare himself with the moon. The girl corrects him. With the great moon. She is unhappy. Why are these newcomers so rude? The guy agrees that the great moon is the legendary sorceress. Having finished writing, he, turning to the examiners, adds that it is not necessary to be a genius in order to create a different system for applying the spell. Rilda Fedoni cannot believe that the guy really intends to put this into life. Aidman Slat says that, judging by the composition of this formula, she is able to embody any magic without fines. Carl admires. He does not even understand what kind of formula it is. Aidman Slack is interested in, for what reason the guy decided to create this spell system. Leo replies that he set himself the goal of finding a way to freely use any magic. Aidman Slack thinks that it is just unbelievable. Now he understands why they were told that this year's students are something. He asks, how will Leo call her? Concentrating over the palm of the sphere, the guy answers, the Bible. Shin Hugis wide open, his eyes with surprise. One historical person has already used this term. This is the magical system of the false hero of Kyle. The girl thinks maybe Leo will prove that Kyle really existed. The examiners give the professor a sheet with grades, and he solemnly announces that Leo Flu earned A+. Going to his place, the guy thinks that he could not complete the system of formulas being Kyle. But this time, his thoughts are interrupted by decisively rising due to the desk of Chloe. She looks gloomy and detached. Leo asks, is she okay? But Chloe does not even turn his head in his direction. The last contender for today, Chloe Miller. Rilda Fedni says she heard that the girl was the best student of the magical unit. She is interested. What did Chloe have prepared for them today? The girl replies that the unique magic she has cooked is an unnecessary flame. Fire flashes on her palms. Everyone is amazed. What? But Chloe Miller uses an ice attribute. Chelsea thinks that the girl specifically chose the opposite attribute for her unique magic. Aidman Slack is not impressed. He thinks that Chloe's magic looks ordinary. He hoped that there would be something at the level of what the previous two students showed. Rilda Fedni says, if this is all, then she believes that there is nothing more to look at. She wants to declare the result, but Chloe stops her. She says that he will now demonstrate the true value of these spells. The girl makes a wave of her hand. A waterfall collapses on Chloe, but the fire in her palm continues to burn. Chelsea is amazed. Leo also cannot take his eyes off the girl. Does someone's assumption sound she added resistance to spells? Smiling, Chloe says, "That's right. The flame will not go out until the caster himself responds." She squeezes her hand and the flame goes out. Typically, spells are destroyed as soon as their feeding Manhwa stops, and Chloe created a spell that violates this rule. The girl takes chalk and turns to the board. Chloe says that her unique spell is an eternal flame. Leo thinks, impossible. A professor, looking somewhat confused, voices a mark. A+. The girl smiles proudly. Leo thinks that even the moon did not master the creation of an oversized flame. Only one creature can use such a flame, Erebos. Leo's face expresses concern. He does not like what is happening. Standing in the corridor, the guy asks Celia, "Can she call Chloe?" The girl replies that she is still sleeping. She said that she could not sleep normally due to preparation for the qualifying, so now she is sleeping. Leo pronounces, "Bad." Well, then he will probably go. When he takes a step, intending to leave, Celia is interested in what happened. Something bad is happening with Chloe. Leo turns in surprise to her. What did she say? Celia explains that the girl has become a little strange lately. She even quarreled with classmates a couple of times. And even the rumors reach Celia that she began to resort to forbidden magical literature. Leo sits at a desk, immersed in thought. A light is approaching him. The guy holds out his hand on which the Phoenix chick immediately sits. The guy is affectionately interested. How is she? Leo hears her answer. He called her. A fiery-haired woman pronouncing his name appears in the fire. A woman sitting near him is interested in him. Why did he ask Fior to call her? Leo carefully puts the chick on the table. He says that he is curious why Miss Farron remains in Lumen. He thinks that the Phoenixes are the exact opposite of demonic monsters, which means she remained here for a reason. The woman says that 5 years ago Lumen was attacked. As a result, Director Kalyan Beidan instructed her to carefully comb the territory, and since then she has been looking for traces of the conspirators. Leo asks, did she hear that during the qualifying in the draft unit appeared the one who tamed the demonic beast? The interlocutor, inviting the chick to her palm, answers in the affirmative. This student also fell victim. The guy asks the question, how does she think can Tartaros stand behind all these events? The woman says that she suspects them, but that's all she can tell him. Leo asks her to convey from him to the director that Sen Liu, not the only student who tied Tartaros. The woman is amazed at his words and inadvertently squeezes the chick too much, which immediately shows her dissatisfaction with loud tweet. The exam on the practice of heroic and combat skills takes place at the training ground. Herod Edmund, comfortably settled in an armchair, asks freshmen to gather. When silence reigns, the professor says that everything is in place and tells the headman to introduce everyone on the course of business. Leo reads from a sheet. An exam in the practice of heroic and combat skills will require students to form teams and go to study the heroic world. And the world that they will go to is the case in Chedmur. Students are surprised. Elena Layden asks, "The case in Chedmura?" Carl turns to her and asks a question. Does she know something about this? She replies that something is recalled from written testing. Herod Edmund requires silence. He tells them to listen carefully and tells Leo to continue. The guy reads, 30 years ago, a fifth-year group of their academy went to the mission to the central forest of Chadmur. However, they were attacked by representatives of Tartaros. Professor Arvi, the owner of a magical eye, then still a secondary student, was sent as part of a rescue operation. Fortunately, they managed to prevent the complete destruction of a group of students. Thus, the purpose of the offset is to save the wounded and destroy demonic monsters. In a word, help Professor Arvi. Students look alarmed. The professor says this is a difficult exam. He teaches them to be attentive and careful, so let them always remain on the alert. Those who do not show themselves to the end of the exam will be immediately excluded. Students look even more depressed after the partingness of Herod Edmund. Smiling slightly, the professor says, "We must believe in himself. They are all strong enough." Students are struck by his words. They obviously did not expect to hear praise from his mouth. The breakdown begins by teams. Ariana Neer orders one at a time. Students are unpleasantly surprised that they will not gather the teams themselves. They now have to work with those whom they barely know. They take turns approaching the container with balls, and Bert won. Having stretched out the ball, they show the numbers written on it to each other. Leo gets command 11, the very last. The voice sounds. The teams are distributed. The first team is ordered to line up in front of the portal. Chelsea, seeing that she is in the same team with Celia, rejoices. It is encouraging. The young Gradinger says, they will show them the power of Lumen. The heroic protocol opens, the world of Arvi. Chapter, Prologue. The case is in Chedmur. Girls are transferred to the world where they have to go through difficult trials. A screen appears above the landfill, thanks to which viewers will be able to monitor the course of events. The voice sounds, they just started, and already quickly advanced. Children of heroic families are definitely from another test. Sidon, who settled next to Herod Edmund, says that the highest score is guaranteed with the Celia. He answers, to whom? He is more impressive than Chelsea Revelin. Sidon directs an angry gaze to the head of Class 1-5, but he retains absolute equanimity. A person who approaches them tells surprised men that the speed of the first team is really impressive. It is not surprising that they are considered ascending stars of the first year. Both professors exclaim, "Director!" They obviously did not expect to see him here. Kalyan Baidan puts his chair between their chairs. Sejin asks, "What fate?" The director says that he wanted to see how much their first-year-olds grew up. Kalyan Baidan nashes Professor Arvi standing nearby. He says that he must apologize for using painful memories in the exam for the first year. The man answers. He vowed that what had happened would never forget, so he was only grateful for the annual reminder. Team 1 completes the passage. The director thinks that, as expected, the Gradinger and Revelin were distinguished. They worked perfectly, despite the tense relationship. Maybe this is because they are from one country? Team 3. Passage is completed. Kalyan Biden reflects. They put on the front line the two strongest, Duran and Abat, and the rest served as support. This led them to success. Team 4. The passage is completed. Looking at rejection girls, the director notes that the healing magic of Nella Carvin is definitely special, and the decisive measures of Chen Xiao were simply incredible. Team 7. Passage is completed. Here the strongest were Walden Tyne and Elin Layden. The turn of the Team 11 came, which includes Leo and Chloe. The director of the academy thinks that for some reason, looking at the guy, he feels nostalgia, as if he returned in the days of his youth. The heroic protocol opens. The world of Arvi. Chapter Prologue. The case is in Chedmur. Leo understands that something is going wrong. Students are surprised. Nothing happened. They stayed in place. They talk excitedly, not understanding what happened. Suddenly, someone asks, "Where did Leo and Chloe go?" The director asks Professor Arvi, "What's the matter?" Arvi Jerome believes that they should stop the test. Kalyan Biden looks at the heroic protocol. He is horrified to realize what happened. This is a manifestation of a heroic dungeon. Leo and Chloe, who find themselves in the forest, are examined on the sides. Leo says that usually there should immediately appear a notification of the beginning of the task and the purpose of the mission, but this does not happen to them. He suggests that a famous heroic challenge happened to them. Chloe objects, but Professor Arvi did not have a lost page in the diary. She did not hear at all that the hero's page could go crazy like that. Leo is trying to contact the professor. He wants to report that he is not able to establish a connection with other members of the group and ask what to do. But no one answers him. He is surprised, so it does not happen. Chloe believes if they wait a bit, they will stop the exam and then pull them out of here. The guy is interested. If they have the opportunity to do this, then why are they still here? He does not see any other reasonable explanation. This is a challenge to the Dungeons of Heroes. He believes that they need to go through it. Chloe is indignant. What kind of nonsense does he carry? She says that in this world, a common task is difficult to cope even with a full-fledged group of 10 people. He even knows how many students have died in this exam over the past 30 years. Leo asks her to understand that from here, not to get out of here. Chloe, feeling weak in the legs and settling on the ground, asks. He understands that Tartaros conceived the Chedor incident precisely in order to kill as many candidates as possible in Heroes, the same as them. All this forest is one big trap. The girl looks very frightened. Leo reminds her that she is the best among the first-year-old. Rightening her hand, he convinces the girl, if they join forces, they will be able to cope with everything. She thinks, how can he remain calm in such a situation? Chloe is afraid that they simply will remain locked here forever. The girl, rising sharply, asks, does he have a plan? Leo, the devil on earth, says that in order to pass this dungeon, you need to fulfill 2 conditions: to save the first-year students and ensure their safety. To cope with these tasks, they need to first improve their capabilities. The girl asks, how can they do this if they have no connection with the outside world? Leo replies, are they the only Lumen students with her in this forest? The girl pronounces, for sure. The elders, who were killed 30 years ago, must be still alive. Leo sinks on one knee. Chloe asks, what is he doing? The guy tells her to climb on his back. She is surprised. Why does she need to do this? Leo replies, she does not want their elders to meet with Tartaros before with them. He tells her to wake up. She is a magician, and her movement speed is extremely low. The first-hand students repel the attacks of monsters. Behind the battle through the screen, a humanoid creature with sharp teeth, 2 fangs sticking out of his mouth, and a pair of horns, one of which is broken. Chubarun, a demon from the Tartaros clan. The demon sees the running with Chloe on the back of Leo. Does he pronounce, "The rescue team is already here"? Chubarun says, his main goal will always be those candidates for heroes who in the future will be able to harm their clan. And as for the rest, the demon's eyes sparkled unkindly. Leo and Chloe beat the attacks of spirits. The demon recognizes in a guy who carries a girl on her back, Kyla. Leo stops. He thinks, the farther to the forest, the darker. The guy is thinking, maybe it is worth using Aaron's technique. Change the aura slightly using thin manipulation. This technique exacerbates feelings to the maximum level. Now he has super perception. Leo tells Chloe to prepare. He found a group of orcs ahead. 2 monsters with a torch, which are closer than others to them, turn their heads in their direction. Leo stops in front of them. He nurses Chloe. The girl immediately resorts to her icy magic. From the staff that arose in her hand, pointed ice flows burst towards the orcs, resembling copies of copies. There are only 2 monsters in front of them. One of them brings a horn to the lips. Leo understands that this cannot be allowed. If he triggers into the horn, then all the orcs will run here. The body of the monster, along with the horn, dissects in half a blow. With one wave, Leo deals with the enemy. Chloe is amazed. Is it really such a huge difference in strength between them? Will she even defeat Leo? They find first-year students in the clearing. Several people are under the cover of a magic shield surrounded by creatures with horns. Chloe, standing behind the guy, asks, "Are these demons?" Leo rushes forward, shouting to the girl to help him. Chloe directs the icy vortex towards the opponents. A student who created a shield concentrates an energy ball in her hands. But she has very few chances against the demon. Leo's voice is heard. He screams to hold on. He is already going to the rescue. He cuts off the hand of the demon attacking them. He turns to the guy. In his eyes, pain and surprise. Students are surprised no less than the demon. With one blow, Leo deals with him. The girl asks, "Is he from a rescue team?" Leo answers, "Right. One of the demons with the help of magic is trying to kill him." In the direction of Leo, snake-like creatures are flying, in which instead of a head, a mouth filled with sharp fangs. Someone screams, "The worms of the Gorgoroth." Carefully, Leo skillfully beats off the attack. The waves of his sword are elusive to the eye. The fiery aura covers everything around. Students are shocked by his skill. He screams, "Now!" The student, clutching a staff in her hands, uses a directed beam. Her magic rushes to several demons located near her. Screams of pain are heard. Chloe is surprised. Special magic? She begins to guess who is facing her. The student thanks them for their help. She says that she began to worry when demons appeared in front of them. However, their appearance in a timely manner helped a lot. Chloe, apologizing, says that she needs something to talk about with her teammate. Taking Leo aside, Chloe tells him that this is Aliyah Gironi. The guy says if the girl Aliyah Gironi, and Chloe immediately picks up, then she is the younger sister of Professor Arvi, who died in this forest 30 years ago. It recalls the fate of a group of students, with whom she then went to the forest. Leo says, they had the opportunity to come across a detachment of Aliyah. Chloe recalls the facts known to her. Chubaron is a warrior cheese of Tartaros, and, as you know, he was the first to attack precisely on the detachment of Aliyah. After all, Tartaros organized the incident in Chedmura to destroy the brilliant sorceress Aliyah Girone, an outstanding candidate for heroes. So they got into the heroic protocol. Chloe says that they will not be able to protect students on their own. If they want to fulfill the condition, it is worth looking for other groups. Leo asks, she offers just to leave them? The girl is angry. She asks, does he really think that she himself wants this? But this is a heroic world. In reality, they are still, she adds sadly, they have been dead for 30 years. Looking at the students, Leo agrees. Yes, they are dead, but they still cannot just leave them. Chloe screams to come to his senses. A group of students turn in surprise in their direction. The girl screams, he is amazing, generous, and she recognizes it. But now is not the time for reckless acts. Enough to make a hero out of himself. Chloe stops and begins to cry. He gently runs his hand through her hair and asks her not to speak so frivolously. She asks, why? He replies that she is the candidate herself in the heroes. Leo explains to the girl that they do not make them from themselves. This is just part of the way to become a real hero. The guy says that they have already changed the course of events. Chloe asks, what does he mean? He asks her to look around. Was the forest so dark when they only met Aliyah's detachment? Looking around, the girl gasps scaredly. Leo says that by this time, Chubaron had to deal with Aliyah. Chloe continues to think that all this is useless, but she tells Leo out loud to solve himself. The guy offers to go further with the Aliyah detachment. He goes to students. Looking after him, the girl thinks that he was again at the top, leaving her behind. Once again. Thayad, the first year of the magical unit, is surprised that only 2 rescuers arrived. Dina and Velak from the nightly unit agree with him. The girl says, and they look like their age. The young man suggests, maybe the next Tartaros trap? Aliyah intervenes into their conversation. What are they talking about at all? If they were on the side of the demons, would they have to fight with them side by side? The girl believes that Leo is cool. Everyone is surprised by her words. Aliyah does not understand. What is wrong? Dina explains she thought that because of her brother, her standards would be much higher. Leo approaches the students, warning at him. He asks them to listen to him carefully. The guy believes that they need to get out of the forest as quickly as possible. Thayad asks, why is it? Since reinforcements arrived at them, they can calmly and methodically deal with monsters as planned. Leo objects. They cannot take this risk. A demon of the highest rank is directed here. Students are amazed. He is strong, like a whole platoon. The guy explains. That is why they need to avoid a direct collision. Their goal is to return alive. Aliyah thinks that Leo reminds her of her brother very much. The guy turns to students. Are they ready? Then it's time to advance. Young people run through the forest. Leo runs ahead. Chloe takes a place at the end. Aliyah is worried about the expression on the girl's face. Near the racks with the books of the turmoil. Sadine shouts that you need to look for any records of turning the heroic protocol into a dungeon. There is little time. The director asks Arvi, if they are not allowed to enter, then this is a good sign. The man answers in the affirmative. You can't get into the heroic dungeon while the previous group is still inside, which means that those 2 are still alive. But 3 hours have passed since their release. In the world of the heroic protocol, night should already come. Sadine and Herod Edmund feverishly sort out the papers, trying to find information. The director asks, at what time did Arvi defeated Chubarun 30 years ago? He answers, around midnight. But is it really to hope for him from the past? This is all that remains for them. Elena appears in the doorway. She reports that they found a man who sold a catalyst for a draft of a demonic beast to a student Liu. She continues to speak, as for the connection with Tartaros. But the violent reaction to her words of Professor Arvi makes her silent. He directly sparkles with magic. The director puts his hand on his shoulder, asking him to calm down. The man says that he is coming out, perhaps, will cool his head. Looking after him, Elena says, I see. As expected from the one who became a great hero, he is full of hatred of the demons. She believes that he can be understood. During that incident 30 years ago, neither the body nor even any memorable thing of his sister was found. The director asks, who sold the catalyst for the call of the demonic beast to the student of Liu? The girl holds out his papers and says that it was a bargain from the black market. He settled on the outskirts of Lumeria this year. This is a fairly popular place among the first year. Studying the papers, the director asks, she wants to say that the spies of Tartaros leaked to Lumenia? Elena says this is not entirely true. They do not work directly on Tartaros. But one thing is clear. Tartaros supplies them with artifacts. Kalian Biden is trying to understand, what do they achieve this? Having slammed the folder with papers, he asks Elena to call Professor Glenn. She immediately goes to fulfill his assignment. The director looks at the scar on his hand. He thinks that his instinct, hardened in countless fights with death, as if calling for him. He shouts to him that his danger is right under his nose, here, within the walls of his academy. Leo thinks that he has been using a heightened flare for too long. Yes, and everyone else is at the limit. Satellites of the guy look tired and alarmed. Leo offers them to rest. Students looking at him think that he does not look tired at all. It surprises them. Leo sits down to relax under a tree. Students stand, looking around a small clearing on which they stopped. Chloe rests a little at a distance from them. She flogs the book, looking for answers to her questions. She is naked by name. The girl immediately closes the book and asks Aliyah, what's the matter? She replies that he wants to ask something. She is interested. What is their relationship with Leo? Are they meeting? Chloe answers angrily, no. Aliyah says that by her reaction you can't say that. Chloe is in no hurry to answer. Looking at Aliyah, she thinks that even if in reality she is 30 years older than her, then she is definitely the first year old, and is no different from her classmates. Chloe is interested in the interlocutor. Why does she ask? Looking at a guy who is resting under a tree, she asks a question. Did Aliyah like Leo? She admits. He excited her heart. Chloe clarifies. Fell in love at first sight. She thinks that Aliyah Jerome is a brilliant sorceress who was not forgotten even 30 years after her death. Leo really amazing, once attracted her attention. Meanwhile, the girl admits that she does not yet know whether it is love or not. Aliyah is looking for words to accurately convey her feelings. Then he says, he is very similar to her brother, especially at those moments when he is mistaken, but as a result, he still achieves success. Chloe is surprised. Is mistaken. Anyone who owns a magical eye? The turn comes to be surprised at Aliyah. What other eye? Chloe admits that she is completely confused. They are talking about Arvi Jarone? Aliyah answers in the affirmative. He constantly challenges the impossible. The interlocutor agrees. This is like Leo. While the guy calmly continues to rest, the girls are talking. Chloe says that at first they got along, but then she began to envy him very much. Aliyah admits to her that they are similar in this. Chloe is surprised by her words. They sit down under a tree, and the girl says that she was also very envious of her brother. He looked like an empty-headed boob, but still won everywhere, and it terribly infuriated her. Aliyah says, this is a secret, but he also created the basis of her original magic. She is well mastering the existing magic, but it's difficult to come up with something of her. She says that she even twice overwhelmed an entrance exam in Lumen. Chloe is surprised. It's just incredible. Aliyah says that at some point she really hated her brother. She had an inferiority complex. But then envy gave way to admiration. Chloe, hiding the book in the bag, asks for means admiration? Their conversation is interrupted by Leo. Jumping to his feet, he tells everyone to get up urgently. He tells students that plans have changed. The escape is more impossible. From the forest to the alarmed guys, booming sounds are heard, which are quickly approaching them. Leo, exposing the blade, says that there is no need to be afraid. Let them remember who they are by nature. Heroes. A huge clawed paw with a loud sound descends to the ground. Sound words. Found. Chubarun, a demon from the Tartaros clan, in a rage. He shows them with insults and rushes to Leo. The guy does not back down at times, the enemy superior to him. He recalls that it was Chubarun who was ordered to exterminate the young heroes in Chadmore. But first of all, he seriously attacked him. Just passing the level? Does he really put him on a par with the heroic outbreak, as a demonic knight put it? He screams Chloe that the demon is coming, and the girl resorts to icy magic. A ice barrier grows between students and the battlefield. Leo ready to attack the attack, clutching in his hands a sword, covered by a fiery aura. In the jump, he strikes, and a blood fountain breaks out of the dissected neck of the enemy. But the mortal for any other creature is immediately delayed, and in its place there is only a thin strip of scars. Students are amazed. Leo screams so that they are not distracted, and asks them to move away from Chubarun. He says that the demon uses the void, a curse that resumes any attacks. Students are scared. What to do? They can't defeat such a monster. Leo explains that the curse of the void is not omnipotent. In addition, he did not create it himself, which means there is the limit of use. Chubarun asks, they seriously believe that they can win? He tells Leo that he is only the shadow of the great hero. Leo replies that he can ask him the same question. He is so afraid of nascent heroes. Students are all attacking the demon together. The knights are pounced on him with weapons. Mages use spells. Chubarun mentally sprinkles with curses. He thinks Lady Salanda was right. They need to be killed in advance. The demonic knight beats out students' attacks. The demon hits the ground with his fist, and stones pointed at the ends rush to the guys. Leo screams that you need to dodge. He is trying to help the wounded Wellak. He carefully lowers the young man to the ground near the ice wall. Aliyah hurries to them. Alarmed girl asks, are they intact? Dina replies that she was still in the ranks, but Wellak got it. Leo asks them not to worry. The internal organs of the young man are intact, and bleeding can be stopped by aura. Chloe resolutely pronounces, okay, and asks Leo to win a little time for her. She thinks, while the guy distracts the demon, she needs to prepare something powerful enough to resist the curse of the void. Chloe opens the book. If she uses this spell, then perhaps they will have a chance. Frightened students look at the battle of Leo with the demon. With an incredible speed, the guy circles around the demonic knight, inflicting many blows to him. The huge Chubarun looks a little clumsy against his background. Teod admiringly says that he too will someday be able to fight as well as Leo. Dina replies that she does not know, but it may well be. Aliyah thinks that this is definitely some kind of star magic. She asks the question, who is Leo like that? By this moment, Chloe found the right spell in the book. Smiling gloatingly, she says that the demon is preparing for death. She screams Leo to evade him. He can hurt him. Having cast a look at her, the guy understands what she wants to do. The girl declares, if he burns Dota, then let him blame himself. She throws a spell into the demon. Leo thinks. She uses fire, not ice. The flame covers Chubarun. Chloe's face expresses gloating and triumph. She screams, how is her an unnecessary flame for him? Let it die in hellish torment. Leo notices that the flame returns back. He tells the girl to quickly cancel the spell. The girl only squeezes the magic staff in her hand. She says that such as Chubarun deserves much greater suffering. The fire pillar rushes to the girl. Leo rushes to her aid. He knocks a book out of her hands and pushes her back. Leo stands near Chloe. A discouraged girl holds her head. The guy asks her to tell him honestly. Is this her unwilling flame and really her unique magic? Chloe answers quietly. No, she found this spell in one book. Leo thinks that he was right when he said that this was the flame of Erebos. The guy explains to the girl that it was black magic. Chloe is surprised. He says that the grimoire that she used is the demon artifact. Chloe is very upset. What did she do? She says that she does not deserve the title of the hero. The guy asks her to recover. He says that there were no references anywhere that Chubarun uses emptiness, so that he spent all the charges of these spells just in the battle with the Aliyah group. Watching how the Teyad heals Wellak's magic, Leo asks. Now she understood. 30 years ago, students, although they were covered in horror, no one gave up. They fought to the end in the battle, where there was not a single chance of victory. Leo asks, what are they taught in Lumen? Chloe answers, to surpass himself. Now she understands that somewhere deep down she always admired the guy. She believes that Leo is too cool to envy him. Her thoughts are interrupted by Aliyah. She gives the girl her magical staff. Leo reflects that Chloe's spell nevertheless took a charge of emptiness from the demon. So, it's time to finish. Mentally, he turns to Chloe, saying that he also surpassed himself. He did this so as not to disgrace to those who believe in him. Leo feels strange. He does not understand why the runes of true magic so inspire him. Lights flare up in this guy's eyes. His gaze is determined. Chubarun rushes to him. The guy substitutes the blade under a huge club descending on him. The demon is wheezing, die, and brings his hand to strike. The guy retreats one step back, and then, putting all the inner power into a fist, it strikes the demon's chest. Leo departs far back and falls. Trying to get up, he thinks that this is the end. The demon hangs over him. Leo barely stands on his feet, but continues to hold the sword in front of him. Chubarun, examining him, pronounces, the embodiment of the great hero. Snowflakes fly in the face of the guy. His gaze shines with confidence. He says that they deal with such demons like him the first time. The demonic knight asks, what does he say? Leo answers, he is the end! Behind the Chloe demon has already weaved a spell that is ready to activate. Clutching a staff in her hand, the girl thinks that she was able to arouse her unique magic only thanks to Leo. Chloe pronounces, the world of ice. Her magic inflicts a crushing blow to the demon. Chloe's magic shackles the demon in an ice block. Leo tries his fingers with an icy obstacle, not believing his eyes. The demon is trying to free himself, and tiny cracks appear on the surface of the ice. The guy thinks over their further actions, holding the sword ready. He recalls how a blade covered by a fiery aura pierced Chloe's book, a demonic artifact. Mentally, he sets ticks. 2 tasks are completed. A new achievement is unlocked. Chubarun is defeated. Leo admits Chloe that her unique magic is impressive. He would never be able to apply such a large-scale spell in area. The girl replies that she wants to admit the entire academy that she used someone else's spell on the exam. She believes that she will most likely be excluded. He is sure that this will not happen. He hardly believes that such a candidate for heroes can exclude. Girl students run up to them. Aliyah screams, amazing. They are both just amazing. Dina echoes her. Really? They look like real heroes. Behind them, the Teyad supported by the Teyad is Velak. Leo says they are all well done, looked in full. Chloe holds Aliyah's magic staff and thanks her. He served her excellent service. It would not be possible to win without his help. But the girl stops her and asks Chloe to take him to herself. Dina supports her, saying that she saved them all. She holds out her sword and pendant with Leo's precious stone, and asks to accept them as a gift. The guy Gratitude accepts a valuable gift. Screams are heard, rather here. There are survivors here. Young Arvi rushes to his sister. Chloe looks at him in surprise. Professor Arvi Girone? She tells Leo that he is about their age. The guy answers. It is not surprising because this event occurred 30 years ago. Young Arvi rushes to Aliyah. He asks, the girl is intact. She replies that everything is normal. They came to the rescue of the guys from the salvation team. She adds that she met someone, and he is very similar to him. The mission is completed. Chloe, looking at the guys, thinks, it's good that everyone has survived. Aliyah, meanwhile, indicates his brother to her saviors, but they are no longer there. Chloe says Leo that the world is crumbling. They are informed that the award for the mission is a gift. The guy comes to his senses in bed. Rising, he looks around the room and understands that he is in the hospital. A voice is heard. Woke up! Leo carefully turns his head. Before him stands Professor Arvi Girone. The man thanks him for saving the girl. Looking at the next bed, but has not yet come to himself, he asks the guy to convey his gratitude to Miss Muller. The professor leaves the room, but in the doorway is faced with Kalyan Beidan. Seeing the director, the guy tries to get out of bed, but the man waves his hand, saying that you should not do this. He is interested in the well. Being of Leo, he replies that everything is normal. The man asks him to tell what happened inside the records. Was the incident somehow connected with the Chimoir of Chloe? The guy is surprised. How did they know? The director says that they became aware of where Sen Liu bought a call amplifier. There, the girl also acquired a grimoire. Leo says he knew that. So the grimoire was, in addition, he was a demonic artifact. He thinks that the demonic artifact is an Erebos. In other words, the physical embodiment of its part. If a demon takes possession of such a fragment, in his hands he will turn into a powerful weapon. But any other who dares to use such a thing threatens only one thing: slowly progressive madness. Leo briefly talks about the adventures experienced. He talks about a meeting with students. Chloe does not hide the behavior of which the demonic artifact has already begun to act. The director carefully listens to his story, then says, of course. He says, if the fact that Leo said the truth, then it turns out that the artifact was able to influence the hero of the hero. The guy notes that after they got rid of him, the records returned to the original state. Therefore, he thinks that the director's assumption is true. Chloe, who came to himself, cries in surprise when he saw Kalyan Beidan. He asks her to calm down. The director calls Elena, and a smiling girl appears in the doorway, carrying something wrapped in a fabric in front of him. She slightly lifts the fabric, letting them see what is hiding under it. The first thing that catches your eye is Dina's gem. The affected Chloe, picking up a staff, says that he does not understand anything, because this magical object belongs to Aaliyah. The director asks, where did this reward come from? After all, it should not be like that. How did these objects end up in their hands? Leo thinks, judging by the reaction, Chloe received nothing, as well as on entrance tests. There are no direct rewards when passing worlds from personal records of the hero. All the awards of the world are strictly attached to his master, and these rules were violated. But why? He was the oath of King Fei. Why did this happen to him again? He says this is a reward for passing. The director clarifies, that is, for the closure of the notes of Professor Arvi, they received these items? The guy admits, yes, this is so. He thinks that initially, with this record, something went wrong even at the time of the reconstruction of the world. Leo wants to come up with a believable explanation. The director says, it seems that Miss Muller knows absolutely nothing about it. But why did the guy get awards? Chloe suggests, maybe it happened because his contribution to the passage was more? She heard that receiving awards depends on the personal contribution. The director agrees, indeed it makes sense. Kalyan Beidan says that they will conduct an investigation. After a little study by specialists, the awards will return to them. He adds, let them tell anyone about the demonic artifact. Chloe asks, why not? After all, The director interrupts it. They have not only external enemies. Leaving, he says that in any case, they worked perfectly. Students sitting on the beds look a little bewildered after him. Chloe quietly turns to Leo. She would like to tell him something. But Chelsea bursts into the room, accompanied by Celia and Carl. The director appears behind them. He reports that tomorrow night there will be a festive party. If they do not have suitable clothes, it's time to visit Lumeria and buy. Runbates announces the beginning of the first-year party, who survived their distribution exams. The first battle of brave warriors has been successfully passed. He offers to look at eminent guests who have honored them with their presence. Carl, accompanied by Tided, feignedly gasp, is this a reward for all their torment? Academy Lumen. It's so simple. Students have fun spending time, trying treats and talking about all sorts of things. Someone offers quietly to drink wine. Carl, absorbing the food, says Taida, and where did their friends get stuck? The young man replies, Lumen does not forgive Lumen. The next pair of heroes is declared. Carl turns and freezes with his mouth open. Nella Carvin and Alina Ladin are approaching them. Unusually elegant girls look completely different than in everyday life. The young men are delighted with them. Approaching, Alana is mockingly interested in, did they borrow their tailcoat at the Papanek? Carl feels embarrassed due to the fact that she looked at the girls. The next commentator announces, the pride of the Empire Lord, brother and sister Revelin. Holding a bat's arm, Chelsea proudly walks around the hall. Now many students envy her. Almost every of them would like to be in her place. They are immediately surrounded. Chelsea is showered with compliments. Elina says, not surprising, because they are important persons in their homeland. The next pair appears in the hall. Celia Zerdinger and Leo Flew. The girl grumbles, and why of all the students she was set in a couple with him? The guy is interested. What is wrong? Nella calls the headman to their table. Carl screams that he is their star. Alina supports.
He is the best.
Ariana Near, coughing slightly, takes a microphone. She asks, "How are they? Enjoying the evening?" Near it in the air is a devilish energy, forcing everyone to carefully listen to every word. Screams are heard from the tables. Everything is cool. Students dream of one thing. If only she would not lose her temper again. Ariana says. She is glad that they like everything. Then he asks them to listen carefully to her. She will announce the results of distribution exams. Carl immediately worships. He says, she really thinks that she will not spoil the whole atmosphere. Ariana, as if hearing him, says, as expected, not everyone likes it. She states that therefore today she will call only the 3 best students in each unit. But let them not worry. Tomorrow the rest will also recognize their results. Class teachers will voice everything. For many, after her words, it became relieved of the heart. Ariana's voice sounds, and now representatives of the units will declare their best students. The microphone takes Professor Einalandia. He says that each of them was very good at distribution tests, and now he will voice the names in the nightly unit, starting from the first place. Pictures of students appear on the screen, and the professor voices their names, Celia Zerdinger, Du Moira, and Chen Xia. Everyone is surprised that the name Leo did not sound. The next is Glenn Holmes. He calls the names of the 3 top students of the magical unit Abat Revelin, Chelsea Revelin, Imio Lucian. Chelsea is upset that there is no Leo in this list. The guy calmly tells her, it happens. Carl believes that this is strange. Chloe is also not in these lists. But because of Grimoire, the professor was forced to put 0 points for the practice of Chloe, although he is sure that Miss Miller will still show himself as the best magician of the academy, despite this fact. Sedin, jumping up, says for him personally, Chloe will always be a top student of a magic unit. Herod Edmund tells him to sit down. Gwen Holmes, not objecting to Sejin, just smiles. Celia congratulates Chloe on such recognition of her talents. Yura Marin, having taken possession of the microphone, will say that he is looking forward to the successes of newcomers from the subsidiary of the following exams. She announces her list of top Stoians: Walden Tyan, Elsa Georgine, and Jordan Lusson. Celia notes, the name of Leo did not sound again. This is noticed by Abat Revelin. Ariana again takes the microphone in his own hands. She asks, well, everyone is happy? And now the moment has come to present them with the best student on all fronts, holding the post of headman of the course. Anyone who showed himself the best in exams will become the next head of the course. After several seconds of silence, she proclaims, and this is Leo Flu. She wants to continue to work as hard. The guy looks absolutely calm. The hand rises and the voice is heard. I object. Emio Lucian from the magic unit rises from his place, which took 3rd place in the unit according to the results of the exams. He asks, why on earth Leo Flo was appointed an old man if he is not included in any top? Leo mentally supports her, and that is true. Why is he? Ariana replies that there is a good reason for this purpose. Then it is poured with anger and is accepted, frantically screaming and scolding. Trying to calm down, however, unsuccessfully, she declares that she will not repeat. So let them cut this information on the nose. It is clear to them? Herod Edmund quietly tells Sejin, does the demon instill in it or what? It is funny to watch how such a sweet creature turns into something terrifying. The interlocutor agrees with him. Ariana continues to be rampant. She yells, firstly, universal students are not included in the top lists of a particular unit. You can't put them on a par with representatives of a single unit. She continues to explain to take, for example, mages maters. Their ability to aura is weaker than that of a pure knight, and magical abilities are also inferior to a pure magician. However, a combination of the best features of both gives them unknown power. And also, assessment of the practical skills of Leo in combat qualities and heroic features, the highest among students of the first year. Emio Lucian already uncertainly asks, but haven't the top participants also received the highest score in the practical part of the exam? Ariana scolds again, then says, the achievements of Leo with their skills cannot be compared. He cleaned the heroic dungeon. He struck Chubaran himself. Students sitting at the same table with a guy look at him in amazement. Elena Layden exclaims, he really defeated Chubaran? Does Carl support her? With only Chloe? Ariana wants to say something, but clearly cannot choose the right words. She still begins to rather uncertainly trying to explain why Leo Flo took 1st place in the exams. But she is interrupted by Sedin. He believes that she has already convinced students. The voice sounds, everything is with the ads. You can enjoy the party. Yura Marine, sitting at the table next to Glenn Holmes, is interested in what the results would be if the station wagons were also included in the final rating. The man replies that in the magical unit the results would have changed a lot. One person would simply move everyone. The woman pronounces, it turns out that the first in the magical unit should be. Glenn Holmes confirms her hunch. It is. Leo has the highest result. Yura Marin is amazed. What? And in the subdivision of the call, too. Ain Elandier, bringing a glass to his lips, says, as in the Knights. Leo Flu is the first in everything. The woman exclaims. So his desire to become the best universal? Ain Elandier picks up her phrase. Yes, it turned out to be quite real. Glenn Holmes, jumping up from the chair, claims that the guy's place is still magical. He is sure that this is his calling. Yura Marin also rises from his place and hit the table with his palm. She asks not to mix her. Does he think that such a talent in a call on the road is lying? Einalander interferes with their dispute, who is sure that Leo is most suitable for being a swordsman. Is it not clear to them? A universal skirmish is tied. Assistants Carlo and Anna, clutching glasses in their hands, only turn their heads, watching their skirmish. The class number is written on the plate 15. Carl, putting his head on the desk and yawning desperately, says, "It seems he went through yesterday." Chelsea, standing near him, folding his hands on his chest, sarcastically answers, "Yes." She first sees that someone would blow 2 liters of orange juice. Herod Edmund, standing on the board and holding a roll of papers under his arm, requires silence. He fixes the card on the board and says that he has an ad relatively field exit. They are sent to the lands of elves. Elena is delighted. Yes, they know. And they also know that the class can choose a specific location. Tade supports her. Yes, they are thinking about Duen Forest, which is also called a warm forest. There are so many different fruits. The professor, indicating the point on the map, states that they will go to El Salbecchia. Students are shocked by his words. Carl says, "This is a small cold town." Alana is outraged. What should they do in such a backwood? Tid begs to say that this is just a joke. Herod Edmund calmly answers, "All claims to the headman. This is his choice." Everyone turns to Leo, sitting behind Leo. The guy retains absolute calm. His whole appearance seems to say that he is not going to change his decision. Carl asks, "Why did he choose this place?" Smiling Leo announces them that at first they will buy everything they need in a Lumeria. Alina believes that you have to start with gloves. Chelsea says she will find a suitable jacket. Meanwhile, Leo, propping his head with his hand, thinks about El Salbecchia. The town may seem unremarkable, but there is the sacred land of fairies. He recalls Scyllida and thinks, I wonder how he's doing. Standing on City Street, Leo tells Nell that he will buy water and equipment and let it take up the purchase of potions. The girl agrees with him. Having finished with purchases and walking along the street, the guy finds the right place. He reads the inscription on the sign, 13 block Courage Street. Leo thinks that he is almost at the goal. The guy turns into a dark lane. He stops in front of the door with a sign. It was here that Sen Liu and Chloe acquired their artifacts. Entering the room, he removes the satchel and leaves it near the steps. Leo goes through an abandoned room in which desolation reigns. He thinks that nothing significant is left here after the Lumen team investigating crimes visited here. Noticing a toy on the floor, he reflects that this teddy bear is all that is here. He stops. Stop. Plush Mishka? The investigation was supposed to remove everything to the last, and the store definitely remained closed. His hand reaches for the blade. Leo suggests that this toy can be an object that reduces vigilance. He strikes the bear. He flies to the side. His eyes flash scarlet lights. The rays of light beat from them, and Leo understands that he has found a demonic artifact. Feeling someone's presence behind him, he makes a jump, increasing the distance between himself and an unknown danger so far. The guy understands that the artifact is not simple. In addition to reducing vigilance, it has a lot of things on it. A huge monster rises in front of Leo, similar to a fanged multidigous worm. He hears the voice of the monster. He considers him too sensitive a young man who was able to notice the spell. The monster turns into a monster woman. Leo recognizes her. Cylind, Queen of Witches. One of the 3 commanders of the Legion, which were destroyed 500 years ago. He believes that this cannot be a real body. Surely a clone made of a piece of flesh. Silenta says, "Aura and magical power. Is he a magical knight? What an exceptional talent." She decides to reward him, and let him thanks his sharp flair for this. The monster attacks the guy. Leo barely evades the blow, but the monster still hurts his forearm. He understands that in this state he is not an equal to her, and decides that he needs to run away from here. Holding the wounded hand in which he squeezes the blade, Leo carefully watches the opponent, afraid to skip the next attack. The monster is approaching him. Cylind thanks the promising hero for food. She is already ready to absorb Leo when the suddenly appeared Professor Arvi attacks her with a spear of light. The light pillar collapses on the monster, forcing him to writhe in pain.
Silent, nailed to the floor, seeing Arvi, says, "A wizard with a magic eye." She adds, "So even better." Arvi and Leo are standing, watching her agony. Spectators are always to the place, Silen believes. She directs a magic blow towards Leo. Arvi curses quietly, calling her vile. He manages to put a magic shield that closed both him and the guy. Arvi says, "Another demonic scum and nothing more." Silen screams, "These vile eyes! She will tear them out, gut him, and try his flesh to taste." The professor makes a gesture with his hand, creating a new spell. He says that he is not interested in a miserable clone like her. And he delivers a crushing blow, tearing the ugly body of the monster into shreds. Arvi Girone, the owner of the magical evil, is better known for another nickname, Tartaros Clean. If you believe the rumors, then he became a professor in Lumen for the sake of one thing, the right to freely cross the border for hunting demons. Leo understands that he is in debt to a man. Arvi asks Leo to work to explain how this happened. The guy raises the remains of a plush bear and says that the creature appeared when he examined the room. Demonstrating the man's head to the man, he explains that she was enclosed by a curse in this bear. The professor reaches out to the remains of the toy. He says, "Interesting. The team of investigators from Lumen must definitely answer for this." Taking the head of the teddy bear, he tells Leo that he will lower the details about his participation in what happened. Then he adds, if he needs help, then let him ask. The man admits that he is grateful to him for what he did. Seeing that the guy does not understand what he was talking about, Arvi says the name of his sister, Alia Girone. Girone House is one of the 3 noble families managing lumber. Therefore, Leo thinks that it makes sense to turn to the professor for admission to the forbidden section of the library. On the street, the guy meets Nell, who informed him that she had already finished shopping. The girl is surprised. How did it happen that he was wounded? Without going into explanations, Leo answers, "Yes, nonsense." This event only confirmed his guesses. It is Silanda that is responsible for what happened to the Callingman, and for the book on the dark magic, which was at Chloe. What did she want to achieve this? A week later, pupils of Class 1-5 gathered at the portal. Leo asks Elin and Nella, did they prepare everything? Girls answer in the affirmative. Celia is interested in the guy. Why does their class go to El Salbekia? Leo replies that recently they have hot weather, so they will go to where it is cooler. Celia says that he hates the cold and wants him to enjoy the trip. The guy answers, let him take care of himself too. A voice comes to the guy, to prepare the 5th grade. Chelsea says that he is looking forward to new adventures. Carl does not share her optimism. He complains that he also hates the cold. Leo takes a step towards the portal. They have to go. El Salbekia, the kingdom of fairies and elves awaits them. Academy of Saren, military educational institution of elven heroes. The elves, a young man and a girl, look around a classmate standing in front of them. What kind of strange clothes? How did he manage to enter Saren? The young man says dismissively, but what else can you expect from a half-breed? He flares up to everyone his rootless genealogy. A voice is heard. Do not behave like that in relation to your peer. Everyone turns towards the girl who pronounced these words. In front of them is the elf Lunia El Lunda, the 1st year of Saren. The guy asks, is she really not to study with them a half-breed? After all, its very existence is an insult to them all. Let her only look at what he was dressed up. Immediately you can see an elf who does not know what civilization is. Looking at a couple standing in front of her, the girl sighs. It's clear. Another is the same. El Lunda, whose temper is known to everyone, screams, if they do not like how he looks, then they can take their clothes and give it to him. Let this booth immediately stop if they are not going to help him. The girl is shocked, she says. Miss Lunda is better to avoid this. She is from a noble house, the daughter of influential aristocrats. You can't. El Lunda does not calm down. But they themselves are not ashamed for the fact that they arranged here. They gathered in a crowd and began to insult him, isn't it? She offers a duel if they don't like something, and then he tells them to dump from here somewhere away. Young people decide not to contact her, and quietly showering her with curses, hurry to leave. The girl is very sorry for her teenager. She is interested. Why is he really so strangely dressed? Semi-elf Luke Energs, the 3rd in the rating of the 1st-year-old Saren, laughing, answers, just someone stole his clothes. The girl takes off her scarf and wraps it around Luke's neck. He asks her to pick up a scarf. She is colder. El Lunda replies that everything is fine. Let him not worry about her. Luke says, something is in a good mood, in a special mood today. The girl agrees with him. It seems that her contractor finally hatched. Luke sincerely congratulates her. The girl thanks him and says that perhaps she will go. Opening the door, El Lund calls his father. She asks her contractor was finally born, right? Ellen's Lunda sitting at the table. The patriarch of the house Lund and the keeper of Farina's oath recalls,
He asked her to call him at the academy a professor. Then the man pronounces, "It is." Farina's cub hatched. The girl rejoices. She knew so. She is interested. Is it possible to see him? The father replies that there is a nuance. It seems that her contractor has already concluded a contract. He continues to say that he will recognize the details later. He needs to find out something. If you believe Farina. An angry girl jumps up from the chair, preventing him from finishing. She asks, "Who is this thief? Who stole a finished contract from her nose?" The 5th grade arrived in El Salbekia. Students of the fight begin to complain about the cold. Tid and Carl are already saying goodbye to life, about to appear in front of the creator. Leo says that, in his opinion, it is quite tolerant. Herod Edmund orders to stop the booth and build. When the students completed his team, the professor says that they are in the capital of El Salbekia. He asks, "Does anyone know the history of this city?" Chelsea pulls his hand up. The girl says that Velkia was named after the knight Fae Velkia Erisar, one of the students of the moon. Leo thinks, to be precise, than the student of the moon and Aaron. The knight Fae. Such a pathos title had to be invented. Herod Edmund confirms Chelsea's story. Right. He only compliments a little. Now the house of Arasar rules the country. They see that a group of people is approaching them, but in a snowstorm it is difficult to make out who exactly goes to them. Carl says, "Is there really any bandits here?" A man philosophically answers, "Bad people are enough everywhere." Is there a voice interested in how Professor Herod is doing? Elves are suitable for them. Class 1-5 students are delighted how beautiful they are. Lion Erisar, a member of the El Salbeki Council, the head of the Erisar house, says that he has been waiting for them for a long time. Herod Edmund tends his head in a welcoming bow and says, "Years are coming, but Leon Erisar does not change." Alina believes that she met her narrowed. Nella just looks with enthusiastic eyes. Leo is interested in girls. That is, age does not matter to them? They look at him in surprise. What does he mean? Alina jokingly pushes him with his elbow on his side. Let him just not say that he is jealous of them? The guy answers, "Of course no." She knows that the elves live for a very long time and practically do not get old. He continues. The question follows from here. What does she think? How old is he? The girl looks bewildered. Leon Erisar, meanwhile, tells the professor, "What lively students." Usually those whom he brought were more disciplined. Herod Edmund answers the first year. Still children. Elena is approaching Leon Erisar. She asks her to forgive and dares to ask, "How old is he?" He, having realized himself, says that he was late with his acquaintance. He seems, calling his name. And he adds that he is 99 years old. The girl is clearly shocked. The professor says, "A man in his prime." Carl, supporting Elin, who almost crashed in a fainting. Will he really be their mentor during the trip? The elf replies that he is the head of the Erisar house and a member of the El Salbeki board. He holds out his hand to the young man, and he, already blue from the cold, shakes it, saying, "What is the honor of meeting him?" The professor warns that later they will discuss their manners. The night came. Light pours out of the windows. The mouse runs around the corridor. A web hangs in the corners. Carl and Chelsea are shocked. Will they really live here? The girl screams that she cannot. Leo is interested, right? So they have an alternative option for an overnight room? Alina is unhappy. She hoped that Leo had some kind of plan for their more comfortable arrangement. The guy, indicating the window where the snow is coming, reports that he agrees with them. He would also like to better housing, but there are no other options. He can offer them only a dream in the fresh air. Carl grumbles. What are they talking about? He offers to unpack things. What did this place not please them? Great hostel. Take into account the weather outside the window. Carl and Tid run up the stairs. The red-haired young man, turning to a friend, is interested in, he knows what the special charm of all school trips? Spread the girls. At the top of the stairs, they are blocked by someone's legs shod in home slippers. In front of them appears to be dressed in a nightshirt, with curlers in the hair and a toothbrush in the mouth. Chelsea. She throws a spell. The circle of wind. The turmoil rises. Screams are heard. Leo says, "Oh, it seems that everyone enjoys the trip." Opening the door, he says, maybe he should take a walk. Suddenly, the guy is nauseous by name. Turning, he sees a girl with sharp ears in front of him. She reports that the head of the house wants to meet him. Lon Erisar invites Leo to enter. They sit at the table on which piles of papers rise. The head of the house Erisar says that he had an urgent business. He asks him to forgive and asks, could the guy wait a little? Leo answers, no problem. Looking around the walls of the office, he says that the owner of the house has a huge number of interesting exhibits. Can he look at them? Lun Erisar answers, of course, please. Looking at the weapon hanging on the walls, the guy thinks, some of these things are very ancient. His gaze falls on the dagger. Is he surprised? Urquint? Leon Erisar asks, how does he know about Urquinte? Its story is transmitted only to the heads of the house. Leo understands that he behaved imprudently. He says that he read a small note in the old folio in the Great Lumen Library. The man pronounces, is it true? Well, Lumen knows how to surprise. Leo touches the weapon. He feels that he is filled with starry mana. However, this is a replica. He plunges into memories. Kyle lies in the clearing, covering his face with a book. There is a voice that boasts of a dagger who is self, protected by the owner. His owner is interested in. What does he think about this? Kyla is persistently asked to look, and he removes the book from his face. Velkia demonstrates his weapon and asks, how to him? Sitting, Kyle jokes, he sees a goblin in front of him, who decided to rob travelers. The guy recalls, initially the dagger belonged to the moon. However, she gave him to Velkia. The dagger was lost just on the eve of the last campaign in the war against Tartaros. Approaching Leo, Leon Erisar says that Urquint is a reward received by their ancestor after passing the heroic protocol of Velkia. He adds, unfortunately, no one can use the weapon obtained in the heroic protocol except the owner. Now Leo understands why he looks like a replica. The owner of the house asks him to sit down, and they settled on the sofas against each other at a small table. Leon Erisar says, the professor told him that the guy is at the same time studying in all directions, and is a representative from Lumen this year. Is everything right? Leo agrees. It is. Leon Erisar continues. He knows that such a request may seem rude, because they only met. The guy looks at him inquiringly. The interlocutor asks, could Leo meet his granddaughter? He explains that she is the first year of Saren, a talented girl and a round excellent student. The guy thinks about this conversation, walking along a long corridor. Leon Erisar told him that the girl lost motivation to study after entering the academy. He thought that a meeting with such as an outstanding student of another race could again breathe a craving for knowledge into her. Leo asked, the owner of the house is sure that it was worth giving him the key to her bedroom? The guy knocks and then opens the door. He is struck by the disorder in the room and the amount of dust. Looking at the posters on the wall, he understands that the girl is a fan of great heroes. Looking around, the guy thinks, he, of course, knew that there were always children who liked the like, but this was already too much. Standing in front of an open wardrobe, he sees the form of Saren. A sleepy voice asks, grandfather? Waking up, Iron Erisar, the second in the ranking of the best students of Siren, rubs his eyes. She asks, doesn't it seem to him that this is how to enter the room of his adult granddaughter? At least, impolite? She makes an attempt to get out of bed and sees a guy standing in front of her. She screams scaredly. Leo did not expect such a violent reaction. Iron continues to scream. Man, he pronounces, hello, and it seems, calling its name. Looking at the books standing on the shelf, he says that he came to meet her at the request of her grandfather. Looking around, he sees that the girl was lying in bed, turning away from him and covered with a blanket with her head. Opening the book, Leo says that her collection of books about Kyle is even comparable to him. Now he will find out how the elves saw him. Looking at the girl hidden under the blanket, he says, the great conquest of monsters in the northern mountains, in the opinion of their historians, was his hand? Well, very, very good. He notices the movement under the covers. There is a voice of the mistress of the room. Really? Sitting on the bed and wrapping himself in a blanket, Iron Erisar asks, does he like Kyle too? In the twilight of his room, Iron Erisar. Leo's voice sounds. That is the Battle of Darnos? It was there that Tyberk, commander of the armies of Tartaros, was killed, right? If he is not mistaken, then it was in that battle that the great heroes first fought together. The girl sits in bed. Leo settled in an armchair. Iron asks, maybe he knows where they defeated the army commanded by Zerga? The guy answers, with Edvelik, it was there that the moon first used star magic. The young elf is amazing. Surprisingly, he answered all questions correctly. But it is precisely this chronicle of heroes that is considered the little, studied, and most of their contemporaries have never heard of it. Even among historians in academic circles, this topic is raised extremely rarely. In the eyes of Aaron Leo, it becomes almost the very hero that they are talking about. She asks him to forgive her impolite, and seems to be called his name. It is justified by the fact that it was too carried away by the conversation, although this is their first meeting. The guy in response asks her to leave the ceremony. He says that the great heroes would be pleased to know that even after so many years, someone still remembers their story. Iron answers, this is only her point of view, but everyone knows that in the official version of the history of the past, it is generally accepted that there were 4 great heroes. But she thinks that there could also be the fifth. Leo clarifies. She talks about Kaylee. He also thinks that he existed. When he returns back to the academy, he plans to join the club of enthusiasts, looking for evidence of his life. Aaron is delighted. It sounds cool. But the mention of the academy somewhat confuses her. Looking at the interlocutor, Leo thinks. Shy, restrained. But there is nothing like that. He asks, why doesn't the girl go to the academy? Iron explains a little embarrassed. She believes that Siren is a not suitable place to study her. Everyone there works until the seventh sweat. Everyone is obsessed with the desire to become a hero. There is no place, such as she. Leo thinks, while the shape of the girl looks clean and well groomed. Most likely this means that she still did not reconcile her unwillingness to go to the academy. Rising from the chair and approaching the girl, Leo says that he is not the only person who is now in Velkia. They went on this trip with the whole class. He thinks that his classmates would be happy to meet her if they learned about her story. The young elf opens his eyes in surprise. Leo continues to speak. She knows that on the lands of people there are also academies like Siren, in which those who dream of becoming a hero learn. If she is curious to find out about the student's lumber, then let her get out of the room and come to visit. With these words, Leo leaves the Aaron room. In the corridor, he is met by Lunarasar. He admits that he is simply amazed. Let the guy just don't tell him that he talked with his granddaughter all this time. Leo answers, yes, they talked. The elf Rastrog, several months have passed since she had such a long conversation with someone. He rejoices that Iran opened to him. As her grandfather, he simply must thank him for help. The elf would like to give the guy a magic item that could once come in handy to him. He is interested. What does Leo think about this? He replies that refusing to accept gifts is simply impolite. The owner of the house brings the guy to the family treasury of the Arasar clan. Opening the door, he demonstrates him piles of coins lying on the floor, chests and weapons, then offers Leo to choose the object he needs. For a while, the guy looks at the treasures, then decides he will take this himself. Leo holds in his hands a transparent sphere in which a small sleeping figure is visible. Lion Arasar, approaching, exclaims, "Oh, the decoration with Fairy's figure. He was once got by the former head of the house. Of course, the figure is cut in this stone very beautiful, but the use of this subject..." The guy interrupts him, saying that everything is in order. The elf answers, well, as he say, if he likes it, then let him take. Looking at the gift, Leo thinks that the owner of the house is mistaken. This is not a thread, but a real fairy. Herod Edmund requires silence in the hall from the students lined up in front of him. He announces, rise tomorrow at 6 in the morning. Further, personal training in the fairies of fairies in the neighborhood. At noon, practice. Elena raises her hand and says, wait! But have their personal training through which they went to the academy are still not enough? Do they really have to train even on a trip? The professor replies that during the trip they will focus on work on their weaknesses. He expresses the hope that none of them thought that they had come here. Then it adds that the schedule was made by their headman, so let him ask questions. Everyone turns to Leo. Chelsea is interested. What kind of evil did they do to him? He explains that monsters are found in the Phi Forest, so this is an ideal place for additional training, close to real battles. He offers to train until the 7th sweat. The one who surrenders first will have the rest on the run. Elena sighs. She is sure that the headman had noble intentions. The professor announced that this is all, and they could enjoy the remnants of free time. Since the time was evening, Leo went to his room. Sitting on the bed, he examines the gift of the elf. He sees that the sphere is sealed with royal magic fairies. The guy understands why Lunarasar considered that this was only a jewelry, a figurine, no more. After the century of despair, the King Fei contractor disappeared. There are simply no elves who would know about this magic. But she is familiar to him, because this is the magic of Silida. He decides that it was finally time to use the vow of King Fei, who had previously got it as a reward. The guy affects the sphere of his magic. Fei, sitting on his palms, stretches and says, did his father finally remove the seal? Looking around, the young Fei asks puzzled, why is some unknown person in front of him? Leo is interested. Who is he? Fairy, freed by him, screams, how dared to turn to him on you? He claims that he is the firstborn of the great golden king, Fei Silida, the heir to the kingdom of fairies. He continues to be entered, saying that the guy has the honor of seeing the silver fairy of Karana in front of him. Leo, without hesitation, gives him a slit. Fei shouts indignantly. For what? Leo says that even his father was polite with him, but who did he imagine himself at all? The silver fairy calls him with a bald squirrel and asks him, How dare he insulting King Fei Silida? He receives from Leo Schlock and is even more angry. He begins to swear, for which he gets a slap again. A few minutes later, he is already politeness itself. Fei is very surprised. It cannot be like that. In front of him is the same person that his father spoke about? Leo, continuing to threateningly hold his hand brought over him for the next sloban, answers. It looks like that. He took off his seal. So what are the problems? Fei decides that the conclusion of a contract with a lower person is not such a bad thing. And instructively pooping a finger at the fairy, Leo says, if Silid, soft in nature, took away all 6 wings from him and sealed it in stone, then he was even with the same string for him. He ends his tirade with the question, isn't it, Prince Kiran? The fairy has a huge bump on the head. He pronounces somewhat embarrassedly, does the guy even know about this? Kiran believes that Leo did not lie, and is really who with whom his father had a contract. The guy says that he needs Fei to go to his homeland and call Silida. He replies that he cannot. He will fall to his homeland only when he finds 6 wings again. He says, if the guy needs to meet his father, then let him help him to return his wings. The first pair is most likely in the Phi Forest, which was once their home. The guy, looking at him, mentally turns to Silid, whose son was with him. Probably this is fate. The next day, the professor leads his students to the forest. Guys and girls stand without hiding their surprise. Chelsea sits on snowy land. She says, it cannot be. She was one, using only the magic of the wind. Leo, holding out her hand, asks, what? Now is she not against training? The guy wants to help Chelsea rise. A few minutes ago, Elena shouts indignantly, her magic and sword do not act together. In what sense? What does the headman want to say this? The girl is sure. This is just an occasion to make her train before turning. Leo Homuro listens to her claims. Tade yells he lacks skills in managing called creatures. Carl also does not stand aside because alchemy is the only thing he is of. Approaching him, Chelsea reminds, he himself said in his entrance tests that she was incorrectly uses the magic of wind. She offers the guy to show how to do this correctly. Leo agrees. Looking at him, Chelsea thinks, everything that he still demonstrated has already exceeded expectations. I wonder how much he still hides. There is no time to prepare. She needs to give up right now. The girl uses a chicken cut. Leo holds out his hand in her direction, and his fiery magic rushes to the girl. Alina is amazed. Isn't the speed of reading the Chelsea specialization? How did Leo manage to counterattack at the same speed? Chelsea uses the wind chain. The guy, smiling, reminds the girl. He already told her that the magic of wind should be used in a completely different way. The ghostly chains rush to him, with which she tries to chop it. Leo holds out a hand forward. He resorts to the shock of the wind. The chains, barely reaching it, scatter. His fiery wall is approaching the amazed Chelsea. She closes her eyes in fright. When she dares to open them, she sees Leo's blade assigned to her throat. Is it amazed? Is this real wind magic? Chelsea gives Leo's hand. Elena says, the headman is just a monster. Carl supports her. He can't even believe that Chelsea is defeated in the magic of the wind. The professor says that from the point of view of the magical potential of Chelsea, Leo is not inferior. But in the understanding of the essence and the use of wind magic, Leo is far ahead. This determined the winner. Looking at the embarrassed Chelsea and the smiling Leo, he adds, moving from class to class, they will learn new techniques. But first you need to lay a good foundation. He offers students to hone the base under the strict leadership of the headman. And he wishes all good luck at the training mission after dinner. Leo stands in the middle of a snowy forest. He hides a bunch of grass in a bag. The practical task received by him is the collection of herbs. The guy recalls classmates lying on the floor after exhausting training. Smiling, he says, finally, they stirred. Clutching several stalks to the chest, a joyful Kiran hurries to him. He wants the guy to see how much he found the necessary plants. He gives Leo his burden. He says, impressive. He did not expect another from the fairy. He answers boastfully, he is not just some kind of fairy there. Weighing the bag in his hand, the guy decides that these herbs should be enough. Leo says it is time to start a thorough study of the forest. Kiran rejoices. Finally, they will look for his wings. The guy walks in the snow. Little fairy settled on his shoulder. Suddenly, Leo stops. Kiran asks anxiously, why did he get up? The guy is interested. When exactly he was expelled? Fei answers about 100 years ago. Handing forward, Leo demonstrates that an invisible obstacle is ahead. He explains that these are the magic of illusions. Kiran asks excitedly, is this the spell of King Fei? But this is not the magic of his father. Leo thinks, most likely this is the magic of Father Silida, Graven, the king of the era of despair. But the spell is imposed no more than 100 years ago. Looking at the fairy, he continues to reflect. If you judge by time, the spell is fueled by Kiran's wings. This barrier was created using ancient magic and wings of this small one. He believes that something significant is sealed here. Ahead appears a skeleton in decayed robes. He asks, "What did the person forget in the Elven lands?" Leo is interested in response. What did the dead have forgotten here?
He answers, "This place has long been in the power of Tartaros." Kirin shouts that this is a shrine fae. What nonsense is he carrying?
The revived dead man is dismissively interested in
Fairies? Does he mean that meal with wings?
Little Fairy screams angrily.
What did he say?
Kirin rushes on the attack, rushing to the dead man, and a magical blow breaks him into shreds. Leo says displeasedly, "What kind of fairy is one who immediately throws headlong?" Kiran, crawling, answers, "It works, why grumble? The power of fairies is opposite to necromancy. Even a weakened fairy remains a fairy." Looking around, he sees that the dead man was restored. Closing his nose with his fingers, so as not to feel the smell of decaying flesh, he pronounces, "He is persistent." Meanwhile, the dead man exposes the sword. Kirin rushes back to him, threatening to take it out on the bones. Leo screams, "Back!" The dead man sticks the sword into the ground, and reality shudders. A flurry of blood-red magic rushes for a Karana. Having created a protective sphere around him, he avoids a blow and rushes back. At speed, he crashes into Leo. Sitting in the palm of the guy and gradually recovering, he asks, "What the hell?" Putting him on his shoulder, Leo explains, "This is a monster of Tartaros, which has existed since time immemorial. Knight of Death." The dead man screams that his name is Kargor. He is a knight who serves the great king. Kargor attacks the guy. Loosing a sword, the Death Knight says that he is the one who destroys him. The magic of the sword rushes towards Leo, and he immediately protects himself with the help of a spectral form. Kargor is surprised. Did the guy create an aura shield in such a short time? Not bad. He rushes again at Leo. The guy restrains his pressure with his blade. The Death Knight says that his struggle does not make sense. Kiran, jumping to his feet, screams that he can help. He immediately falls off the shoulder of Leo to the ground. Rising, he holds his head. Faye sighs. Is he really ending with strength? He would have his wings. The guy calls out to the magical forces in the name of the contractor. Fiery wings grow behind him. Kiran is pleasantly surprised. Does Leo have another contract with someone besides him? It is illuminated. This is a phoenix. The guy strikes a crushing blow to Kargor. A small phoenix chick sits on Leo's shoulder. Immediately next to him, there is an excited Kirin. "Phoenix?" He strokes the overwhelming chick. Kargor rises again. Does he pronounce phoenix and fairies? He cannot let them leave alive. He again drives his sword into the ground, and she begins to boil bloody brew around him. Kargor calls on the army of undead to eat the living. At his call, skeletons stand from the ground. Leo understands. He applied a curse that endlessly calls for undead. Kirin asks, did he give up? The guy answers, if. He also appeals to his strength. Leo thinks, this is Manhwa. For a long time he did not use it. He resorts to the spell, the trembling of the earth. The undead army continues to advance. Behind their backs is a Death Knight. Leo fearlessly rushes towards him. He strikes left and right, knocking off opponents. Observing his actions, Kargor is affected by his strength. He asks him to stop, and adds, if he calls himself a knight, then let him fight with him honor by honor. Leo answers, and this is the creature who called for the lower undead tells him? What is he talking about at all? Leo, resorting to magic, makes an incredible jump and rushes upward. The undead screams. He leaves. Having landed far from the place of battle, he thinks that it should be safe here. He releases contractors. Leo reflects, a night of death in the Phi Forest? So there is something here. Why is Tartaros hunting? A revived skeleton appears in front of him again. Leo grabs the blade, thinking that this is undead, torn from the main horde. Suddenly, before his eyes, the revived dead man is cut into several parts. Pieces of undead fall to the ground, and in front of Leo appears an angry elf. Tailing a blade on him, he asks, did the person call on the undead? He answers negatively. He is just a student of Lumen. He has nothing to do with this undead. Looking at his uniform, Leo assumes that he was in front of him, a student of Siren. The elf, waving a blade, says, what a stupid excuse. He is sure that in front of him is the necromancer and longs to kill him. He strikes, but Leo evades. The guy beats the elf in response with the handle of his blade. He falls to his knees, bent over in pain. From the forest, a girl whose face is not visible because of the shadow is approaching them. She says enough, and asks Leo to forgive the young man for rudeness. She comes closer and appears. Her name is Lonya El Lund. She is the first-year-old Saren. The girl asks not to judge all Saren students by his act. Leo replies that her apologies are accepted. But what are they doing here? Linnea replies that they are training, and why is he here? Leo explains that he has something like visiting classes with the academy here. Leo intends to leave. He says that you need to report about the whole professor. Linnea meets a traditional phrase, "Let the forests of the great look after him." Walking through the forest, the guy tries to remember where he heard the name of the girl. At this time, the angry Lunia is pouncing with fists on the unlucky young elf. The worst student of the class screwed up, trying to expose himself cool? What a shame. He is an idiot. In the huge hall in the center, there is a rostrum, behind which Lone Erisar is located. Next to him are Herod Edmund and Leo. The question sounds, the night of death in the Face Sanctuary? The head of the house, Erisar, says they know that at some point the monsters started up there, but such a strong desecration did not smell there. The professor claims that Leo is not one of those students who will lie. There is a voice. Misunderstandings generated by ignorance also carry lies. The hall includes Gerdum Vincel, teacher of the Academy of Siren. Leon Erisar represents him, adding that he teaches at the first-year-old Siren. He asks the man to continue. Looking at Leo, he claims that, most likely, he saw a skeleton knight and was afraid of him. He does not believe that a guy could escape, faced with a death knight. After all, he is just the first year. Gerdium Vincel asks Herod Edmund, does he believe in the story of the guy? He answers, of course. Maybe he is the first year, but he is the best student of the stream, who, moreover, is the best student of the academy in all directions. Professor Saren is impressed. He thinks, if his words are true, then this will help expand the boundaries of the knowledge of their students. He turns to Leo. If he is the best in all directions, then he is good in magic? Gerdium Vincel offers to conduct joint classes with their students. Students of both academies gather in the hall where the covered tables stand. Carl is impressed. They are cool here. Saren is a rich academy. Chelsea agrees with him. Yes, this is the level of reception of the Emperor. Eileen's voice sitting at the table. She heard that tomorrow they will have classes that will conduct the teachers of Siren. She is interested in how they teach. She is in anticipation. Nella supports her. She too. Leo, sitting at the table, thinks about Professor Gerdium Windows. Decided to arrange this booth from scratch. So, he belongs to the type of people who will not believe until they see with their own eyes that they are wrong. A voice is heard next to him. They have already met earlier, right? Leo turns his head. In front of him stands Lonya Elund. She asks, is he dancing? The guy and the girl are spinning in the dance. Linnea is interested. Does he know elven dancing? Leo replies that he had taught once, but it was a long time ago. The girl says, interesting. Then she realizes that she does not even know him. She asks, how can she contact him? It seems to Leo flew, but she can just call him Leo. The girl freezes, then pounces on a bewildered guy. Is it he? Is he a thief that stole someone else's contract? She threatens to kill him. Leo does not understand what happened to the sweet and friendly Lunia. He recalls Farina's words that Reyna saved her life to her callingman, Ellen Lunde, and about how she asked for forgiveness from the one who was supposed to become a Fiora contractor. The guy understands that he was in front of him, the original owner of the contract. Meanwhile, Lyonia continues to scream, calling him shameless thieves. The guy says that everything is in order with Fiora. This even more brutters the girl, and she, pouncing on him, shouts that she will kill him right now. Gerdum Winnell and Drooping Lunia stand in front of Herida Edmund and Leo. She apologizes to the guy. The shameful girl admits that she behaved rudely. Leo, smiling, answers, come on. At the same time, he thinks hard should be pretended. Passing Leo, Herod Edmund says, since they have clarified the misunderstanding, they will probably go. They climb up the stairs. The professor tells Lunia that she no longer decides to do this. She is still an elder among the first year. The girl replies that she understood. Gerdium Vincel says she will be able to recoup tomorrow in joint classes. Shaking the girl by the shoulders, he pronounces, let him prove that Siren is better than Lumen. No, not so. Let him prove that they are the best heroic academy around the world. He thinks that he probably overdid it. The angry Lunia shouts that he will never lose to this villain. She will crush him no matter what. Let the professor not worry. She will do this in the name of the honor of Saren. Combined classes of Lumen and Saren. Students are sitting in the audience. Behind the tribune is Professor Herod Edmund. He welcomes everyone and seems. He tells students looking at each other that today they will take part in Lumen's traditional lesson. The professor calls Carl, Elaine, and Teed, notifying that today they represent their class. He says that they are exemplary students of the Lumen Academy, and asks them to show what they are capable of. Those, of course, are flattered, but obviously do not burn the desire to prove something. Chelsea, sitting next to Leo, says, of course, one student from each unit. Leo believes that the professor is generally any way to expose. Lumen students demonstrate their talents. The elves are impressed by their skills. Gerdium Vincel thinks that the exchange of experience with representatives of other races helps to refresh knowledge. but he considers it strange that the headmen remained aside. The angry Lyonia is also impatiently awaiting the opportunity to get even with a guy. Carl, Elaine, and Tid, having finished the demonstration of his talents, bow. Taking a step forward, Professor Gerdium Vincel says that it was a truly cognitive lesson. He says that he felt the depth of knowledge that they found in every unit. The professor reports that in Siren they use other methods, and begins to draw formulas on the board. Continuing to write with chalk, he says that all students study magic as the main discipline. Therefore, in the future, they can afford not to focus on magic, but to strive for a balance. Leo thinks, ironically, here about the balance from them. All training in them is built around magic, and the rest is so, casually. Solid window dressing, elven arrogance in its repertoire. When the professor says that they approach the main one, Leo deliberately yawns loudly. Gerdium Vincel indignantly thinks, what kind of behavior is it? And is this a student who struck the Death Knight? Delirium of the Blue Mare, he declares, quite theory. The professor promises to show them the essence of Siren. He says that by nature they are a magical race. A star is formed in his hand, which shows the whole audience with small stars. Chelsea is delighted. Magic of stars. Original elven spell. The professor says, and here she is, their branded magic of stars. Pointing to the board, he reports that the formula that he wrote is the great heritage of their ancestor Lady Luna. It was she who laid the foundation of all spells of stars magic, and what he demonstrated is one of the many modifications of its formula. He asks, impressive, right? Leo raises his hand and the professor allows him to ask a question. He expected anything, but not that the guy will declare. He does not really understand the magic of the stars. But isn't this an erroneous interpretation? All those present are shocked by his words. Gerdium Winnell is furious. What did he say? Leo calmly says, the formula will not work. The professor says, of course, this is an incomplete spell, so it is not activated. He explains that their ancestors modified this heritage and created many formulas that they now observe. Leo understands that the formula was lost. The moon created this spell at the very beginning of the opening of the star magic, and managed to convey it to Kyle. Gerdium Vincel tells the guy, it seems that he is very knowledgeable in the magic of stars. If he considers the interpretation of the wrong, why not show him his elves? Leo, heading for the board, thinks that the magic that the elves are now using is just a semblance. Now only he alone knows the original formula of the moon. Then he died, not having time to tell her other elves. This is probably fate. Herod Edmund grabs his head. The magic of stars is the pride of the elves, heritage of the founder. If this goes on, everything can result in a full-scale conflict between the academies. Meanwhile, Leo fixes the formula written on the board. He claims, ready. Students whisper in surprise. Such a formula is not familiar to them. Gerdium Vincel is amazed. He asks, where did he get this spell? He has been using it for a long time? The guy recalls the moon. She called him to show the magic that she finally finished. She offered to teach him. The moon considered this to be her best creation, the spell that makes us bloom. Elin intuitively understands that something out of the ordinary is happening. She is interested. Their headman again realized something stunning? Lyonia thinks, what kind of professor's strange reaction is? Does this villain really know the true interpretation of the founder's heritage? Watching how Leo actually proves the correctness of the formula, demonstrating a flower in his palms, Gerdium Vinnell says, amazingly, he cannot believe that the magic from which so many useful spells occurred was originally intended in order to force flowers to bloom. The guy explains that not everything is so simple. During the era of despair, flowers almost died out. Therefore, for the founder, they were something special. He recalls how Kyle was surprised then. What kind of magic is this? In battle, she is absolutely useless. The moon asked. He even remembers how beautiful the flowers are. She added that she dreams of seeing the world where buds are blooming everywhere. Gerdium Vincel agrees. And the truth. The founder definitely laid out this meaning. He asks, who is Leo? How does he know the original formula? The guy bringing his lips to the professor's sharp ear says he is Leo Flu. He explains that he studied the magic of stars in ancient manuscripts. Then it recalls that he is a station wagon, gifted also in magic. Gerdium Vincel with hope asks, maybe he has at least elven roots? But Leo answers negatively. Herod Edmund intervenes in their conversation. He politely asks for forgiveness from a colleague for the behavior of his student, and suggests today to finish a joint lesson. He adds that, perhaps, it is still worth adhering to the official version of the formula. Gerdium Vincel interrupts Professor Herod, asking not to count his words for rudeness. Grabbing Herod Edmund by the hands, the professor asks, could they transfer Leo to their academy? He is so stunned that he does not even find words for an answer. Students crowded near the pan, cautiously glancing at its contents. Chelsea proudly declares, "A special soup from Revelines is ready." Elena echoes her, "And here is the murderous risotto. Only the strongest will survive." Carl says that this will be the strongest test from the day of admission to Lumen. Tade is fearfully interested. Is there a chance not to eat it? Nella recalls that she still has bread from an elven reception. Alana almost stuffed a spoonful of reed in the mouth of Carl. He instantly turns green, and trembling runs through his body. Leun Erisar, watching this scene, laughs. It is pleasant to see how young people have fun. Herod Edmund grabs his head and calls the older. Leo tries to slip past the men, but the professor notices him and stops him. Leun Erisar says that the guy should hear this. The Great Council of El Salbekia issued a verdict in the case of a Death Knight. Carl is closely watching their conversation. The head of the house, Erisar, says that in the Five Forest a high amount of undead and Death Knights is recorded. Therefore, they turn to Lumen and Siren with an official request to investigate an anomaly. But the forces of the first year will not be enough. He notifies that Siren will help them. From the beginning of the mission, the anomaly will also be investigated by senior courses. Leo is interested in, did the head of the council have made such a way, only in order to give this assignment? The elf replies that he himself decided to come. He wanted to personally meet with Leo. Leun Erisar says that his granddaughter asked for a meeting with a guy. At this time, the young elf carefully looks through the door. Obviously embarrassed, Aaron Erisar asks Leo how he is doing. She was told that she could come, so she came. Leo thanks her for this visit and wants to introduce her to his classmates. Everyone likes the elf. Chelsea asks, "What is her name? Why didn't she come to a joint lesson?" Elena is interested in Leo. How does he know her? Iron turns pale, and, asking for forgiveness, rushes away, covering his face with his hands. The girls are surprised. Chelsea asks, did they do something wrong? Elena is interested. Is their guest so shy? Leun Erisar tells the guy that he is counting on him. Leo goes to look for the escaping Aaron, and finds her on the open veranda. She sits on the floor. Her gaze expresses sadness and despair. He carefully lowers his jacket on her shoulders. Aaron says he can catch a cold. The guy asks her not to worry about him. He asks, so why did she run away from Siren? The girl says that she does not fit the role of the hero. Leo sighs. Is she again for her? Iron explains. Student life pressed too much at her. And then she met one girl. She shone like the sun. Leo asks, who is she talking about? The young elf answers, Miss Lonia. Iron says that Lionia is truly incredible. Smart, self-confident, good to everyone. A real heroine. She admits that she admired the girl. Then with bitterness adds that against her background she seemed completely dull. She wanted to follow the Lunia on the heels. She worked hard to get into the advanced first grade. But on a demonstrative duel, she made a terrible mistake, Iron adds sadly, and it seems Lunia hated her after that. Looking at the interlocutor, Leo thinks that she does not look like the one who can be hated. And Lionia too does not give the impression of an arrogant bitch that could hide the resentment due to this. He wants to find out from the girl what really happened. For some reason, he constantly sees Velkia in her. Leo asks, does she like stories about Velkia? Iron answers, of course, she is her ancestor. The guy says, then she should know that Velkia always respected the great heroes who instructed her on the true path. So she herself eventually became a hero, right? He asks her not to worry about how others look. Let him just adhere to the path that he will choose. Rightening her hand to help rise, he offers her to return. Then he adds that his classmates are glorious and funny. In the Winter Forest, still offended by the guy, Linnea approaches him with the question, how did he manage to convince Aaron to come? Leo answers, he simply told the girl that there was no reason to be afraid of her. The interlocutor looks confused. Aaron is afraid of her? But why? The guy explains. She says that Lionia was so terrible during a demonstrative duel that it seemed to her that she hates her. Lunia is justified. Yes, she was just concentrated. Aaron is so strong. Leo advises her to talk to the girl. He believes that he needs to hear it from her. Professor Gerdium Vincel exclaims, and here they are. A group of students, led by Rauta Alger, is approaching them, the head of the third-year students at the Siren Academy. The young man welcomes the professor and shakes his hand. Gerdium Vincel says his recent dissertation was rather impressive. Leo notices the ring on the finger of Raut. He turns to Lonia and asks her, who is this guy? The girl explains that this is an elder of the third year. She says that in the second year he did not stand out much, but then sharply improved skills and became the most discussed figure. Leo thinks, it has become more sharply stronger then. Herod Edmund says, since everything is assembled, it is time to distribute the teams. Gerdium Vincel explains, they will share this way. One third-year student leads 1 or 2 first-year-olds with him. He announces the first team, Leo Flu, Lionia Eliunda, and Rout Algra. Looking at the old year-old, Leo thinks, joking or what? Leo Leonia grunting behind. How it annoys it. She recalls Professor Gerdium Wheater, who expressed the hope that they will take this opportunity and become closer to each other. The girl is angry. Why should she go on a mission with the thief? Leo asks. She still won't calm down? It's time for her to calm down. Lionia states that he still does not recognize him as a contractor of Fiora. The current location is Fey Forest. In the depths of the forest, Leo, Lionia, and Rout. Smashite Grove, Chelsea and Aaron, accompanied by a third-year student. The field of medicinal herbs is an elf with elves. The coniferous forest is Nella and Carl. The entrance to the forest is Tid and elves. Linnea is interested. And where did the senior Raute go? They had to move in groups. Leo, who studies the snowy land, recalls how the year-old headman invited them to be divided, then to meet in the center of the forest. He answers, it seems he needs to do something without witnesses. He feels that magic creeps on the surface of the earth. Linnea says. She is alarming that they went so far, but still did not see any traces of undead. Indeed, in theory, they had to meet them. Leo thinks that everything looks the same as last time. But nevertheless, he recalls how then he came across a spell of illusion. It was the magic of King Fei, but it was not like the magic of Father Kieran. He reflects on the fact that on this earth lies a curse which was not there before. The curse of the dead. Only one who survived the era of despair can be recognized like this. Only he could do this. The most faithful servant of Erebos. The commander of Tartaros is the king of the death of Kaiser. But he was unlikely to act himself. Most likely this is the work of the hands of his servant, the night of the death of Kargor. Leo understands that in addition something is hidden here that Silid really wanted to protect. Linnea is interested. What's the matter? Did he feel something? They hear someone approaching them and freeze. Leo exposes the blade, preparing to repel the attack. Rout voice is heard. Well, how? How is the investigation? An old third of the third-year students comes out of the forest. He asks, did they meet undead on their way? Linnea responds negatively. Rauta asks the guy, he was the first to see a death knight? The young man holds out his hand, and the attention of Leo again attracts the ring on his index finger. He shakes Raut's hand, thinking, a black ring. So, everything as he expected. The elf says that unfortunately, everything indicates that he was mistaken. The guy is surprised by his statement. Rauta says that he did not see undead on his way, not to mention the night of death. But the fact that the first day could have felt there is nothing to worry about. The elf asks, do they know that the highest undead, to which the Death Knight belongs, disappears if the necromancer who created it overlaps the supply of mana? It is for this reason that a demon that called him should always be near the Death Knight. Linnea interrupts him. That is, there should be a demon here, but they are in the capital of El Salbekia. Rauta says that she, like the first year, should know that a huge array of stars is installed around Velkia. The girl replies that this is a spell created by the great founder, Lady Luna. Thanks to him, no demon can step on the territory of their capital. Leo interferes with the conversation. This is true, but it does not indicate anywhere that the necromancer must be a demon. He says that other creatures can also use the magic of darkness, for example, elves. Rout says, what an interesting point of view. Looking from top to bottom at the guy, the senior student adds, he believes that Leo is far from understanding how much the elves' race is proud of. He offers to finish the investigation and meet at the entrance. Leo thinks that the elf is looking for something. Lunia looks gloomy. She also understands that Rout knows something. Later that evening, when everyone returned to the hostel and it got dark outside, Chelsea asks Carl, their team also did not find traces of the Death Knight? The young man sitting at the table, throwing his hands behind his head, says, what a night of death is there? They did not meet any undead at all. The girl believes that this raises even more questions. After all, the rector said that there should definitely be undead. How did it happen that she all disappeared as soon as they went to the forest to conduct an investigation? Carl replies that he wants to sleep. Leo leaves his room, jumping out the window. He goes to the hostel of the Saren Academy. The guy gets there in the same way, jumping into the open window. He finds himself at the room of Rout. Looking around, Leo believes that the elf escaped from the hostel. He notices a map on the table. A red cross is on it someplace. Leo understands that this is the entrance point to the Fey Forest. In the window opening, an angry Lonia appears. She asks, what is the guy doing here? Leo instantly turns out to be next to her and covers her mouth with his hand. Then, carefully removing the palm, allows her to speak. Having reduced the tone, the The girl says that he behaved strangely in the forest, and now he climbed into the room of Rout. The guy explains that he was looking for an elf, but he managed to escape. Leo is sure that he went to the Fey forest. Suddenly they hear someone talking near the door. Realizing that they can be found in Rout's room, Leo instantly grabs Lonia in his arms. Holding the girl tightly, he jumps out the window. Iron reads a book sitting in bed. Some sounds make her be alert. The girl runs up to the window. To her great surprise, she sees outside the window of Leo holding Lionia in her arms. It is so struck by this sight that it even releases a book from the hands, and it falls to the floor. In her head, there is immediately a picture depicting the secret romantic date of these two. Iron is so upset by this sight that he almost cries. The angry Lonia follows Leo on the snowy forest. The guy asks, well, how much does she plan to follow him? He asks her to return to the hostel. The girl angrily asks, does he really think that the senior Rout is involved in this? He returned only this morning, and Leo saw a night of death a few days ago. The breathless Aaron screams, hey you, enough! Leo and Lonia turn back. The girl asks in surprise, how did Aaron get here? The guy says that she was following them all this time. Almost crying, Aaron shouts that students are prohibited from inappropriate relations. According to their rules, boys and girls should live separately from the age of 7. Lionia and Leo cannot understand what she was talking about at all. Iron screams that she saw everything, even the way they left the hostel together. They both object. The girl understood everything wrong. Leo asks Lionia to tell Aaron everything. The embarrassed elf, stammering, says that everything is not the way she thought. Suddenly, a hand breaks out of the frozen earth. They see how a crowd of rebellious undead approaches them. Leo takes a step forward and exposes the blade. Leo tells the companions that in front of them is not just dead, but high-ranking knight skeletons. Lionia is surprised. And where did they just get out? The guy asks Lonia, is she ready? The girl, who has already managed to activate the spell, answers, of course. Around it, flash lines flare up. She directs a fiery storm on approaching opponents. Square knights destroy the magic flame. Linnea is interested in satellites. Well, how is her skill to them? The girl does not notice the impending danger, and Aaron rushes forward to help her. A magic shield appears on her hand and a sword in her hand. The square knight cannot get to Lonia. Iron is pleasantly surprised. The signature armor of the Velkia appeared on it. With one blow of the blade, she straightens with the undead. The skull flies to the side and the bones fall to the ground at their feet. The young elf hides the blade in the scabbard, fixed on her back. Linnea says, as expected from Aaron. Leo says she looks straight as Velkia. The girl replies that this is an honor for her. She is again interested in, what do they do in the forest at such a late hour? The guy says, nothing that she might think about. Leonia confirms his words. Yes, they simply entered the hostel of third-year students to find out something. Iron asks incredulously, right? Leonia is already angrily answered. Yes, and in general, now she is not up to stupid love dramas, but Aaron would be in the hands. Minus his one competitor, right? That objects. This is not so. Aaron says that Lonia is the best student, and she hopes that this will continue, because she is going to become a hero. The girl is surprised. This is how she thinks? She recalls the demonstrative duels of Class 1 at the Siren Academy, where they fought against each other. The girl was delighted with Aaron's stamina. She was confident that among the first-year-old, the only one who could become her rival. Then she also decided to give up the full. She dealt a powerful blow, and only now Leonia realized why the girl had such an expression on her face when she sent a fiery magical sphere to her. Now she understands why the girl stopped going to classes after that battle. She feels shame. Lunia approaches Iran and takes her hands. She expresses the hope that she will return to study because they are now friends. The girl is surprised. Are they friends? Isn't she disgusting, Lunia? She assures her that they are definitely friends, as well as rivals. Lunia would like to continue to compete with her. Iron repeats after her, friends and rivals. Then he turns to Leo and clarifies, do not meet too? They assure her together, yes, no. In the more often forest, the Death Knight tells the magician that they are looking for him. He says that outsiders are in the forest. A figure wrapped in a cloak approaches him. The mage's face is hidden under the hood. He asks, isn't this the omission of their knights? Rout relieves the hood and adds with pressure in his voice, the Knight of the Death of Kargor. He in response calls him a Pacharon and asks him, how does he even dare to speak in such a tone about the knights of the King of the Lich? Grinning Rout demonstrating the ring to him, saying, did he not forget that the ring of the great king of the front was chosen by his master? Pulling the hood over his head, Rout adds, as soon as they complete the circle of call, it will no longer be needed, and until then it counts on it. Rout is again removed into the forest. Looking after him, the Knight of Death says, of course. Leo, holding a magic fire in the palm of his hand, goes ahead. Girls follow him. Iron asks, "So behind the anomalies in the Five Forests stands Rout?" Linnea answers, "These are only the guesses of their companion, so do not take them seriously." Her interlocutor notices that it has become even colder. The young Erisar says that Velkia itself is a cold town, but this frost seems completely different to her. Lyonia agrees with her. Leo seems to feel a curse. Calling his contractors, he offers to prepare a little before continuing the way. The guy's head flies on Fiora and jumps Kieran. Lyonia admires the chick. What a beauty. She chirping that she is, and is interested. Will the girl recognize her? Iran is delighted. Is this a spiritual beast? Leo explains that this is a phoenix cub, Fiora, and this is Prince Faye, Kiran. Iran is amazed. He concluded a contract with Phoenix and Fairy. Incredibly. The guy decides, quiet chatter, "You need to prepare for battle. Then they will go to the thicket of forests." He adds that serious trials are waiting for them there. Leo goes forward, the girls follow him. With one wave of the blade, Leo straightens with the night skeleton. Linnea sends fireballs and the orcs approaching on them. Iron, seeing how shreds of skin slide off the struggled opponents, exposing the bones, exclaims, "The dead!" Linnea says that there should be a necromancer nearby. Leo with a sword, embraced by Aura, fights at once with several night skeletons. Magic fire covers his opponents, burning to the ground. The guy says, "He is not here." Leonia objects. He himself saw that the orc had turned into a skeleton, but Leo is sure. This is definitely not the work of the necromancer. Kieran, meanwhile, looks at the fanged skull. Leonia asks, "Then whose?" The guy answers, "A curse of death." The girl is surprised, she never heard of this. Iron explains, "It endlessly lifts the undead in a certain zone, turning the earth into a death grinder." Leo says he was imposed by General Tartaros, King Hellkaiser. Linnea is dancing. This also means that Tartaros is aimed at El Salbekia. She believes that it is urgent to report this to professors. A strong gust of wind makes them turn around. Iron says, unexpectedly. From the forest, the Kargor Death Knight rushes to them, with the words, "Welcome, candidates for heroes to the earth of the dead." Turning the sword on Leo, he declares that he will not leave today. The guy substitutes his blade under his sword. While Leo meets the enemy to face, the girls cover the rear. The Death Knight says that they know true despair and fear. He will make them regret that they dared to come to this forest. Leo declares to his companions that he takes over the Night of Death. He says that Iron needs to restrain the undead, and he asks Lonia to prepare his strongest magic. The Night of Death pronounces, "Oh, this time he decided to fight?" The guy answers, "Yes, his enemy is it." The representative of the highest undead calls him a stupid youth. Does he really think that they will allow him to lead the battle according to his plan? Crossing with Leo's swords, he promises that the guy will suffocate in hopeless darkness. Leo uses the secret technique of owning a grain sword, a prostubian. A flaming sphere appears on the tip of his blade. He strikes a crushing blow to the enemy. The Death Knight instantly increases the distance between them. He asks, "The flame of Phoenix?" Leo attacks him again, saying, "Not a simple phoenix flame, but mixed with the aura of the Granger." The Death Knight looks at the guy's blade approaching him. The margin of the sword is paid. Leo strikes, but he does not reach the goal. The guy thinks that the enemy has much more experience in battles than he is. Leo reteches the blow of the Death Knight. He is surprised. How can a first-hand child be capable of something like this? And that of his gaze, not at all childish. What was it? The fiery sphere flashes above the heads of undead. Lunia collapses the fire pillar on the Night of Death. The girl smugly declares, "This is what happens to those who dare to get in her way." Aaron, trembling, says, "But the forest..." Kieran, grabbing Leo's hair so as not to be on the ground, is interested. And the girl is definitely an elf? Her habits are more like orc. The guy replies that Lyonia knows how to be convincing. But nothing has ended yet. They should go for undead. Looking around, Lyonia asks, "What is it?" "Magic is just in the air." Iron replies that this is a curse of the dead. The representative of the Lund family sighs. How annoying it. Rout comes out of the forest. He asks, "Who gave the first time the right to investigate in the forest at night?" He notices that even a representative of Lumen with them. He considers this a gross violation of discipline. Lyonia is interested. What is he doing here? Rauta replies that undead appeared in the forest. He is here in order to understand what is behind it. The girl says that the reason for the appearance of undead is obvious. A powerful curse of the dead. The headman of third-year students asks, "A curse? They want to say that right now it affects the forest?" Lunia is stunned. It literally presses on them, and he can't feel him? Leo says, Some first-year-old Lumen had the opportunity to touch the objects that Tartarus owned. Rauta looks at the guy in surprise. He continues to say, "They, without realizing this, used the forces of darkness." The guy raises the index finger up, and dazzling light flashes over their heads. It illuminates the elf behind which a pentagram is drawn on the ground, in which the bones and skulls of monsters are lying. Leo says that Raut, apparently, cooperates with Tartaros on a voluntary basis. After all, there are only two magic sciences using the blood and intestines of monsters as catalysts: necromancy and dark magic. Raut squeezes his hand into his fist. He accuses him of cooperation with the undead? Yes, Leo is just hopelessly stupid. He covers his face with his hand, saying, "They, the first-year-old, ended up here in the very place." A hoarse laughter breaks out of his mouth. He claims that the notes of Lady Moon are inactive. Raut continues, and the incomprehensible advice of El Salbekia does not even know about this. Is it possible to use Tartaros in order to return your legacy? Is it wrong? Iron shouts that this is an insult to the memory of the great hero, and he only wants to take her heritage, assigning him to himself. Lyonia, turning to Leo, offers to give a ranta. She says that she really wants to put him on a sweet face, and then drag him to the teachers. The guy tells the girls to fight the elf as if they want to kill him. Meanwhile, Rauta throws a spell in their direction. Riestza. A powerful explosion is heard, but Leo, putting a hand forward, manages to protect himself and girls. He asks them to pull themselves together, saying that this is what the real battles look with the servants of Tartaros. Raut, looking thoughtfully at him, says, "A person who uses star magic. Who is he?" He cannot believe that Leo was able to create a spell so quickly. He is surprised by the guy's ability to clearly assess the situation, understanding the power of the enemy, and to fight, taking into account this, at a very high level. Looking at the girls, the elf thinks, if they also intervene, then this can become a problem. He resorts to an extremely powerful spell, Ra Paresh. A terrible explosion shakes the earth. Leo manages to shout to the girls, "Go to bed!" But the blow literally knocks them down. Rising, Leonia is surprised. How can the basic spell be so strong? Noticing that Leo froze, standing on one knee, and Raut, who controls several magical spheres, is approaching him. Lunia decides what he needs to help. Aaron supports her, but a night of death is thrown across them. He claims that here the path of candidates for heroes will end. Lunia asks Aaron to win her a little time. A girl squeezing a sword in one hand, and in the other a magical shield, promises to try. Meanwhile, Raut, juggling with magical spheres, approached Leo. He asks, what is his last word before his death? Leo replies that he is excessively confident in himself and calls Kiran. Young Fairies rushes forward with ease of pushing the magic spheres. Explosions are heard, and Raut falls to the ground. He is trying to get up. Leo stands next to him, clutching a sword in his hands. Rauta cannot believe that he has serious intentions. He asks him to wait, but with one wave of the blade, the guy cuts off his head. Kiran, sneaking up to the Knight of Death from the back, says, "Excellent! They eliminated Crazy Elf. Now we need to deal with this skeleton." The spell comes to Leo. Riestza. It collapses on Kiran, and the guy rushes to him with all his legs. Meanwhile, Raut's body sets his head on the neck. He says, "Fey half-deck." So he can also call for magical creatures? Impressive talent. What is his name there? Oh yes, Leo flew, right? Having set his head in place, the creature turns to face them. A terrible sight appears to be their eyes. The once beautiful face of the elf turned into a terrible mask of the monster. The creature, the once former Raut, says, how glad he is that Leo will kill. He likes the power of the Lord of the Dead. He believes, if you add here the power of the ancestor of the moon, then he will be able to suppress all the insolence, like a guy who rely only on talent. Looking at him, Leo understands that the demonic artifact has already begun to devour it. The resurrected dead of Raut directs the magic ular to Leo. He, cutting off the clink of power streams rushing to him, is counterattacked. He sees that the enemy cannot completely accept the power of the Lord of the Dead. With one wave of the blade, the guy cuts off his hand on which the ring is located. A severed limb falls to the ground. Raut sobs and settles to the ground. The tip of the Leo blade is in his stump. The guy says that everyone who has become stronger than a fraudulent way has no fighting flair. The guy invites him to continue to regenerate. He will chop up until all his mana exhausted. Raut looks at the guy with hatred. A voice sounds in his head. You think you have a problem, but is this person his goal? He needs to rather activate the magic circle and find the force sleeping in this earth. Raut is eager to get this power, and while Leo monitors his every movement, the severed limb creeps forward. Looking at the girls opposing the Knight of Death, the guy thinks that they can handle well. He decides to deal with the enemy and then help his companions. Kieran calls Leo and points to him a severed hand, which just reached the center of the pentagram. The flame breaks out of the mouth of Rout. Too late. They can no longer do anything. The circle is activated. Pentagram lines are poured with a cocked color. Magic power, along with a severed limb, rushes to the Ranta sitting on the ground. Cracks scatter on the ground, and a huge hand breaks out of its bowels. A giant dead man rises from under the ground. Kieran is cursing and asking, "What is it?" Leo answers, "King of Skeletons. One of the strongest dead." Rauta comes to life. He is overwhelmed with strength. He quickly regenerates. The elf necromant is fun as asking, "Is this the power of the ancestor?" Leo, standing opposite the King of Skeletons, understands. Having completed the circle, he completely accepted black magic. Attacking the enemy, he says that this abomination cannot possess the power of the moon. Watching the confrontation of the guy and the King of the Skeletons, Rauta says, "Do not care, even if it is the power of the Lord of the Dead. The main thing is that she is his." Kieran, sitting on the shoulder of Leo, asks him, "Maybe they should retreat. This skeleton is too strong." He answers, "No." He asks the fairy to see. He is called not in the usual way. "Stones are pouring on Leo, avoiding blows," he says. It seems that the elf concluded a contract with Hell Kaiser and hastily called the King of the Skeletons, but barely fulfilled the conditions. He will not be able to support him for a long time. He must constantly fuel the called creature. The guy quickly rinses from place to place. He believes that they need to hold out until the enemy ends mana. Leo turns to Kieran. He needs his help. Prince Fei asks to trust him. The guy resorts to magic and uses the beam of light. He barely manages to avoid impact by a giant sword. He thinks that the difference in strength is still great. But you need to win the time. Rauta decides to intervene in the battle and the guy is falling off Lea's journey. Leo is dancing. He does not know what to do. But then Lyonia rushes forward, covering both of them with a phoenix shield. The girl tells him to concentrate on the Skeleton King, and she will take care of this madman. Leo recalls that now Aaron is alone against the Death Knight. Leonia asks, he does not believe in her at all? She recalls that she herself volunteered to fight with the Knight of Death one-on-one. At this time, Iron successfully reflects the attack of Kargora. But this is not easy for her. Her opponent comes. He arrives arrogantly. How to fight with him alone? Iron thinks, will she manage to be conceived? She rushes at the enemy. The girl understands. If she does not cope, then her friends will be in danger. Iron strikes with a blade reinforced with magic. The enemy beats her back, and she flies away far back. Falling to the ground, Aaron thinks that she never wanted to become a hero. Kargor continues to advance. He says that compared to his companions, she is nothing. The girl thinks that she should at least detain him. Rising to her feet, she answers, "Right. These two will definitely follow the path of great heroes. She is sure of that." The Death Knight says that he will take her head, and then help the Necromancer. He is sure they have no chance. Iron is interested. He knows that there were always students following them next to the great heroes. The girl says, her ancestor Velkia vowed to follow the great heroes and never doubt. The sword in her hand begins to shine. She also believes. The Death Knight asks, is this the power of elves? Resolutely advancing, Aaron replies, this is the technique of ancestors, transmitted from generation to generation of Phi Knights. The undead attacks the girl. The same resorts to the spell of the endless power of life, expelling death. Evergreen. The spell dissects the Death Knight into pieces. Dying, he pronounces, he lost to this snot. Iron's legs tremble and she relies on the sword. The girl says that she still needs to help friends. Rauta laughs. Is the first-class oldest still breathing? He believes that it is time to end Leo and directs a stream of magic at him. Linnea exclaims, a fiery turtle, and rejoices, reflected. The stream returns back and hits Raut's chest. The young Lund, stroking a huge protective creature in the form of a turtle standing nearby, asks, did he think that she would just stand and wait? Raut, becoming the center of the circle, answers, let him try to repel this attack. But the abandoned fiery spell returns to the unlucky necromancer and his burned body falls to the ground. Linnea says, well, nothing special. But she lost vigilance too early. Raut raises his hand and the magic stream rushes to the girl. Leo rushes to her aid, but his enemy, taking advantage of the moment, inflicts a powerful blow to him. The guy sits holding the wounded hand. Alarmed Kieran flutters nearby, asking, is it all right? Leo rises and takes a step forward. His left hand is almost immobilized. Prince Fei screams, his hand! But the guy reassures him. He will not die, so do not panic. The enemy uses a spell against him, a cry of a dead man. Leo and Kieran are trying to protect the ears. The guy thinks that this is the worst curse in this situation. Leo calls on her contractor Fior, and she immediately appeared next to him. He asks her, "Sing." Girls feel how their forces are restored. Leo decides to continue and uses a call, embodiment. The Skeleton King strikes with a sword, but Leo manages to soak up. Leonia cannot take his eyes off the guy. He is not at all afraid of death, just like real heroes. The girl turns to a fiery turtle, saying that she worked well and can rest. She hits the Rauta trying to rise with fiery magic, but it does not cause him much harm. He gets up. The fire covers one of his hand. He approaches the girl, saying that now even her vaunted flame looks sorry. He asks, what is she planning further? Leonia is angry. The flame of their kind seems to him miserable. She is interested. He knows that their family from generation to generation concluded a contract with phoenixes. They say that the founder of the clan vowed to burn Tartaros, even at the cost of your own life. Rout is interested. What kind of speech? Has she already surrendered? But he is a little embarrassed by the fact that the flame still does not go out. He is trying to extinguish the fire with his hand. Linnea says, until the will of the ancestor fades away, they are eternal phoenix contractors. This flame will not go out until he burns all the demons to the ground. She notices that his left eye is now just like a demon. The girl grabs his hand, and fire flashes around them. Linnea says, the name of this spell is a sacred flame. This is one of the forbidden spells of the Lunda clan, which can even burn the caster. She says that she will not allow him to leave alive. The flame goes out. Lunia continues to hold his hand. Rauta asks, is that all? A black haze appears near the ring. The necromancer looks at the hand, which is covered by a strange aura. Linnea jumps away from him. What is it? The aura expands and Rout begins to scream. Leonia, unable to resist his feet, settles to the ground. The necromancer disappears and the ring falls at a certain distance from it. She thinks, it absorbed him? What is happening at all? In any case, since the necromancer is dead, the supply of mana was supposed to stop. She is surprised that the Skeleton King is still fighting. Leo carefully peers into his aura. The Skeleton King hears an order in his head to fulfill his mission. He no longer pays attention to the guy and seeks to execute the received order. Leo understands that he is driven by the power of Hell Kaiser, the King of the Dead. He suggests that he passes it through a demonic artifact, but he is still weak. Leo sees how the green haze appears at the place where the ring has fallen, and the entrance to Fairyland opens. The Skeleton King goes right there. The guy asks Kieran support. Leo becomes between the entrance to Fairyland and the King of Skeletons. A huge sword falls upon him, but Leo manages to substitute a blade under it. He feels that the barrier is destroyed, and he literally draws into the opening passage. An explosion is heard near the long, abandoned buildings. Fairyland. Smoke is dispelled and silence occurs. Leo lies on the floor of the dilapidated building. Fiora flutters over them, calling him by name. The guy comes to his senses and sits down. Sitting on the floor, he listens to his sensations and understands that the aura, like spiritual power, has ended. He gets up and walks around the hall, looking around. On one of the walls, there is a sign of star magic. He thinks that it became so empty here. Suddenly, he notices a dagger lying on the elevation. He recalls how Kyle handed him to Velkia. The elf examines his gift. He asks, she doesn't like it? Having made a displeased face and folding her arms over her chest, she answers, she looks terrible, and it is unlikely to come in handy. Kyle is outraged. What? She generally knows how many times he saved his life? Friends await him near the already created magic portal, they call him. He tells the girl that he should go. Kyle leaves with a wave of his hand. Goodbye, Rek. The young elf stands and looks after him. Leo reaches out and takes a dagger. He thinks, and the truth is the Rek. Holding the weapon in his hand, he pronounces, she said that she would not come in handy. A bluish aura comes from the dash. She flows into Leo. Mana, which has been stored in this dagger for millennia, reacted to him, her master. Standing in front of the King of Skeletons, he thinks, with so many mana to use him, he strikes a crushing magical blow to the enemy. Girls supporting each other also create a spell. Iron stops Lonia and urges her to look at great magical power. Linnea thinks, so there should be a phoenix contractor. Leo uses star magic. He believes that this does not reach the original, but for girls it will be a great gift. Lunia and Iron are first scared when magic collapses on them. Then they freeze in delight. Iron says, she once read about the strongest star magic, enveloping the world with the light of morning stars. Stars showered the frozen King of Skeletons. Star magic turns it into nothing. The battle is over. There are no more opponents. Kyle again retreats into the depths of the guy's memory. Leo walks along the ruins of Fairyland. He resorts to magic and calls Kieran. Prince Fei appears belligerent. He screams that he will kill the King of Skeletons. Leo says that everything has already ended. Kieran is surprised. In the sense? How? The guy is interested. He doesn't want to look for his wing. Prince Fei immediately rushes in search. Leo hears his name by name. He asks the girls, are they all right? Iron supports Leonia, who says Leo decided to worry about them. He got the most. She is interested. What kind of magic was it? She is just like legends. The young representative of the clan Eraser says she believed that they would cope. The guy, showing them a dagger, says that all this is thanks to him. It seems that he is connected with the great hero. Iron is shocked by his words. Leonia asks Tartaros aimed at this place because of him? A joyful Quran flies to the guy. He found a wing hidden by his father. Sitting in the palm of the guy, he asks to help him expand the bundle. Leonia is wary of him. Then he is interested. Is this not a fragment of the hero's protocol? But too late. Leo, trying to help Kirana, activated the artifact. The heroic protocol is open. They stand in a clearing covered with flowers. A voice is heard. Does he want to defeat Erebos? The girls look at each other. Leo's voice seems familiar. While the girls continue to stare at the owner of this voice approaching them in surprise, she continues to say, is he crazy? Well, okay, good. Erebos hunting a worthy goal. She likes it. Leo turns. He thinks that now, finally, he realized that he was looking for Tartaros. Meanwhile, the approaching elf says that her name is the moon. She is destined to shine, like stars in the night sky, and therefore let her consider for the honor that she became part of his group. Looking at the girl, the guy understands. This is the world of Kyla. His world.